Hi, everybody. This is Brian Anderson, TK7602 of the New England Garrison, 501st Legion. As you know, we're celebrating Spirit of Life Day with the 501st Holiday Special, our online telethon to help benefit World Central Kitchen. Please feel free to check out the website, which will be, I'm sure, presented below. And if you can, make a donation. With that, let's kick off our content. We're going to be talking about 3D printing. It's one of the hottest topics in costuming. We've got a bunch of members assembled here that are going to go through what it takes to build helmets, costumes, droids, all that great stuff you see, and how we do it with 3D printers. So if we could just go around the room, everybody introduce yourself, tell us what you do, how you do it, and we'll go from there.
Sure. So my name is Trevor Zaharachuk. I'm a recent member of the 501st. Been 3D printing items for approximately 4 or 5 years. Mostly started into it to build droids and other costume items, helmets and those sorts of items. And I really enjoy this. The 3D printing is a tool to be able to sculpt and build things, and then gives you a kind of a real basic foundation to finish it, to create the creation that we need to.
Great. Kevin, how about you?
So I'm recently in the 501st as of a couple months ago, actually. But I've been 3D printing and a member of the Mandalorian Mercs for a while as well. But 3D printing is just one of those things that I got into to help facilitate build these costumes for my family. So it's something that my wife and my daughter like to do. And so we usually every year we'll do a couple costumes and then go to a con, whatever this year's theme is. And usually my daughter's the one who chooses. So it just facilitates some family fun.
Awesome. And Shane.
Hi guys. Sorry I was late to the party here. I'm Shane. I live in Alberta, Canmore, Alberta, and I'm not a Merc. It looks like there's lots of Mercs here tonight too, which is great. And I think that's a big source of the 3D printing world, or a big component. So I've been 3D printing for probably 6-7 years now. I bought a big print bed printer, which takes a little bit of manual dialing in, which is kind of an interesting kind of process to go through. And then since then, I've been kind of like helping teach 3D printing and like makerspace stuff to kids at our local school. So we have a makerspace, and I do some basic electronics and basic 3D printing, and just problem solving through those different processes with the kids. Projects that I've done. I have a 3D printed 3PO that I wear with my Chewbacca costume. That's kind of one of the primary things that I've done, I suppose, and seems to have worked out pretty well. Pretty happy with it. It has some of those mysterious print lines you get in there that I'm not quite so happy with, but it's like I think some of these projects are a constant work in progress. So yeah.
Great. And as I said at the beginning, my name is Brian. I've been 3D printing for quite a while. I originally got into it because it was a cleaner way to sculpt. I used to make props and costumes kind of the old-fashioned way, sculpting with clay and Bondo and silicone molds and resin casting. And it was a lot of very physical, very dirty work, where you can make a 3D model comfortably sitting on your couch with a cat or dog or animal of choice snuggling with you and a nice drink. And so I sort of jumped on that, and I've never looked back. And I'd like to thank Shane for inadvertently dropping a hint to our next topic, print lines. So over the years in the 501st, I've served in the role of GML for my garrison. I've also been on the Legion membership team for the club. And one of the things that comes up all the time about costumes is print lines. We love 3D printing, we love 3D printed costumes, but we don't want to know it's 3D printed. So we wanted to talk a little bit about how do you get rid of your layer lines? What are your tools of choice? What are your techniques? What are your tips and tricks? So Shane, since you brought the topic up in the first place, why don't you start off? What's your favorite way to get rid of print lines?
Put me in the hot seat there. Well, starts really with, for me, it started with a lot of Bondo or just automotive body filler and sanding. And I've experimented a little bit with some of the resin techniques to kind of like help to fill those print lines, but I don't think there's still any way that you can get away from sanding. I mean, sanding is all part of the process and filling is all part of the process, right? And then you paint, and then you look and go, oh, there's still print lines there. So you sand that paint back, and you're going to fill, and you paint again. So it is. I think that 3D printing is not something that I feel like that you don't get something from the factory floor when you 3D print something. There's still a lot of processing involved. You can minimize some of that post processing with some of the techniques and some of the some things you do, particularly with the printing side of things. And I'm interested to hear what you guys do, actually, because I always get excited about hearing how other people deal with these issues too. But there's definitely things you can do to help with that too. So those are some of the things I use, is the sanding, Bondo, and you know, sometimes I'll try and use resin and things as well. But
well, speaking of resin, Kevin, you know, we talked a little bit in advance here about resin printing and how that's been growing in popularity. So can you talk to us a little bit about the joy of prints that you don't have to sand much, if at all?
Oh, it's the most incredible thing that I could say. Like, I'm printing props every single day. I have 15 different printers usually, so I've got at least half of them on the go at any given time. And my resin prints are usually what, for myself or my family, all of my armor is resin. Because, and I always tell this story because it's a really great example, is I'll host armor parties quite frequently for my local group here. And I brought out my wife's Ahsoka Tano armor, like the Rebels version. So there's tons of armor with it. And I brought all of it out, and everybody's like, "You're going to sand that?" And I was like, "Absolutely." And I started and finished in 10 minutes. And everybody's still working on, you know, their one 3D printed thing. And they're like, "How the hell are you done?" And I said, "Because it's resin." And they were like, "Oh, well, let me see." And they like went and put their hands over it, and it was just butter smooth. I would say, or at least me personally, when I'm doing a 3D print with like filament plastic, I'm starting with a 60 grit sandpaper. When you're sanding resin, you can start with a 240 grit sandpaper and go up from there. So that's really your biggest difference there, is just because it's less layer lines. Like, you're printing, when I print on my resin, I'm printing at 0.03 millimeters per layer. Whereas when I'm printing filament, depending on which printer it's on, it's either 0.1 or it's like 0.16 if I'm using a 0.6 nozzle. So the layer lines are still minimal, but I can see them. So resin is my big one of choice.
Yeah, as we were getting ready for this today, I had this piece in my basement. This is from one of my resin printers. I just threw some silver paint on it. No primer, no sanding, no nothing. Just as a proof of concept. So, I mean, that's literally like, there's some bumpy stuff under here from having taken it off of the support tree. But otherwise, this is just right off the printer, ready to go, which is amazing. Of course,
yeah,
there are downsides, though. The resin is much less controllable than filament. It's a lot harder to use in your proper living space because, you know, I'm clumsy and I always end up spilling resin eventually. Like, sooner or later, that tray, that bottle, that something is going to end up on the floor. And if you care much about your floor, that's a bad thing. So there's pros and cons to all of it.
Yeah, no, I've had trouble with some of my resin prints, and I've actually printed some necklaces and some finer things that actually it has to be durable to wear and things. And I've had that, and I think it might be my printing process. I haven't got that quite dialed yet, but I felt that that's actually a little bit more fragile with certain prints as well. So, and that again could be the way that I've set my printer up for that. But just a couple of prints that I've done, I have a Boss Nass costume, actually. I don't know if you know Boss Nass, but from episode 1 with Jar Jar, yes, and I have a Jar Jar costume as well, but I won't mention much more about that. But the Boss Nass has this fancy ornate necklace that I had resin printed, and then it got glued together because you couldn't print it as all one print, because the other issue that you can have with resin printers is the actual print bed size, and the print bed size is kind of proportional to the cost as well of the printer, so that's also a factor that you have to kind of consider there. But the actual necklace that I had printed, every time I put it in my bin, it would end up getting broken somehow, so I had to constantly glue that together. So that was just, again, something that I haven't dialed in, whether that is my material that I was using or whether it was actually, and I'd be open to kind of suggestions from you guys too, whether that was the actual print setup that I was using or what that was.
I found the material or the resin you use makes a big difference in the strength of your part or how much flexibility it has. The regular sort of your standard inexpensive resins, which are still more than double the price of equivalent filament, is quite brittle. But there are additives you can add. Tenacious is one that adds some flexibility to it. And you can add in different amounts. You can do 80% regular and then 20% of tenacious or blue. There's different brands, different types. You probably, Kevin, have a bunch of different ones that you can use, but you can change the ratio there to add more flexibility to your print, which would make it more quote durable, but they still are not quite the same as your, depending on what filament you're using, obviously, which I'm sure we'll talk about later, is different filament types and things.
Brian and I were chatting earlier about like filaments and the different kind there, and while I would say that a lot of filament brands are created equal if you've dialed it in, I would absolutely not say that that is true of resin. There is so much variation in the brands of resin that you are possibly buying, and each resin is going to give different attributes to your print. I've done, I've used Anycubic, I've used Curating, their fast ABS, and I've actually printed stuff out and done drop tests with a lot of these different brands. And so the one that I found that gave me the results I was looking for was a company out of the US called 3D Resin Solutions. And even they're like, the one that's called Hard. And it was surviving falls of 8 feet. And I could it wasn't breaking until I was standing on it. And I'm 230 pounds. And so, as Trevor was saying, there's additives you can add. So Curating makes an engineering resin called Blue, and it basically hardens the chemical makeup of the other formula. So I was actually jumping on a print before it finally broke. So it's 230 pounds jumping on it. And actually, I have a helmet right here behind me. The finished one, the purple. I was just finished that a couple weeks ago, but I was sanding, and then I went upstairs to my utility sink to wash it, and I tripped on the stairs, and I was holding it in my left hand and went whack and snapped. And it was, the really cool thing was that because of the resin mixture, yes, it did break, and I mean most helmets are going to break in that situation, but it was such a clean break. There was no shattering whatsoever, that I actually took the piece that broke off and put it back, and there was barely a seam line. And so your resin that you're using is going to A, give you better details, and B, that strength to survive our costuming needs.
To me, it's a cost trade-off, right? Like your FDM printing is just way less expensive, right, compared to the resins today. The printers are becoming way less expensive for the smaller printers. The big printers, like the ones can print a helmet in one piece, are still very expensive. But it's all coming down in price, of course. Same with FDM printers, that they've all come down in price as well.
Well, and
For
all
me,
of
right
this
now,
is
it's a
why, I don't usually recommend people get started with resin printing because it's, printing is a hobby in and of itself. Like you want to make costumes, that's one hobby. You want to print your costumes, printing them is another hobby. And if you're getting into resin printing, like chemistry and hazardous materials handling, then become further meta hobbies. And it's not necessarily the most friendly entry point into things, just because, if you go on any of these Facebook groups, people will be like, oh, resin printing, you need to do that in a clean room with Tyvek bodysuits and exhaust fans and all this other stuff. And then you'll have people say, oh, no, I do it in my living room and it's fine. And everything in between. And it can just get pretty overwhelming.
Yeah,
I have
a love-hate relationship.
Sorry, I'm in right now, and I just hooked up charcoal filters to them, and you can't smell anything. And I've had buddy with like one of those like tester things, and it's fine with the charcoal testers. If I would say one more thing though, because we were talking about like you said about not getting into resin as your first. The other thing I would caution to is that small resin printers are not the same as the big resin printers. It's actually small resin printers have a easier time to learn. And I would always tell people, get a small one, because once you move into a big, it's different mechanics of how you're positioning things on the build plate, because your suction force is so much more. You have to really understand your fundamentals to print on big resin printers.
Yeah, it's very different. The whole mechanics you said of how you print resin versus how you set up supports and everything on a FDM printer is completely different. I personally have a love-hate relationship with my resin printers. Like you can't beat the quality that you get out of a resin printer, but a little stormtrooper guy. But you just the post-processing part to me, and dealing with all of the chemicals and the smells sometimes, and the cleaning stuff, and then the curing and things, and getting all that is super annoying for me. And I really dislike that part of it. Whereas FDM, there's upfront stuff, and you do have the sanding issues and such, but in terms of the printing itself, it's a little bit of a cleaner process. Once your part's printed, it's quote unquote printed. Then you got to finish it, of course, which makes it that much worse.
That's the same thing when you're in a school situation, is that the FDM printers are way easier to use with the kids. The resin printers are finicky, and then if it doesn't cure 100% right, if you don't have your UV cure right, then it gets a bit greasy, and then that's again some of the kids doing the processing of that. And so it's definitely we have a resin printer now at the school, but we don't use it very much compared to when we first got it. It was shiny and blingy, and then it's like, well, this is actually way more difficult for somebody that's less experienced, whether it be a kid or whether it be an adult that hasn't done much of that printing side of things, if you're not going through the process. And I'd ask Kevin, actually. Kevin, you said you printed helmets. Are you printing them in multiple parts generally with your prints, or do you have a big resin printer that you use for your helmets and things?
I have a very large resin printer, so I could actually print 2 Stormtrooper helmets on the bed at one time.
Woo! That's big.
It's ginormous.
I am jealous.
So actually, I'm going to come over. So this is resin printed.
It looks like a nice big printer. Mine is actually only probably a quarter of that build size, which is pretty impressive.
In terms of finishing FDM prints, like all of these guys are FDM printed, and we work really, really hard to get rid of all of those layer lines and everything. And as Shane said, for me personally, it is unfortunately a lot of manual sanding, and I do use power sanders and things like that, but it's mostly sanding. Bondo putty, not the Bondo itself, but the filler putty. There it is. To me, it sometimes thinned with acetone is sort of the my choice. You can use the resins with the UV stuff. I've had some success with that, XTC, but it really does come down to sanding a lot and then filler primer and sort of repeating that process to get rid of that. One sort of tip that I use is to use those sort of marking layers. So after you do your filler primer, spray a very thin layer of flat black or something like that, or red primer. So they do alternating layers. So as you're sanding, you can see what low lines are. And the other tip that I would say for finishing stuff is to use a harder sanding block. So if you're just using a sandpaper with your fingers, you can get into the grooves and you'll just bring the whole thing down without leveling the high spots, bringing those down. So using a hard sanding block to me has been helpful in success to get rid of the layer lines. But it's mostly just blood, sweat, and tears to get these.
Blood, sweat, and tears is an appropriate response. Sorry, I got knocked out for a second there. But what I was going to say is that I'll print the side pieces and like back type of stuff in resin separately. And that way I've got a bigger space to work with. And I use a mouse sander. I know that's probably, Trevor was saying about sandpaper block. I'm old and, infirm, so I use a mouse sander. It makes my life infinitely easier.
Yeah, I do as well. I use a mouse
thing.
sander. Yeah, mouse sander and an orbital sander, just like that. And I know a lot of people say that, you can't sand PLA or stuff because you'll melt it and things, but I actually just found you go down a grit. So instead of maybe going 80 or something, you go down to 60 or even 40 or whatever, and just keep it moving. And that I rarely have an issue with melting the plastic. You just keep it moving and everything. And absolutely, you have to use those. Was wonderful.
This is PLA, and I started with a 40 grit on this, and I've gone up to 400 at this point. You just got to keep constantly moving, and if you feel like it's getting warm, move to here, and then once this is getting warm, come back to here because it's cooled down, and just keep going around. Don't stay in one spot too long, otherwise you're going to get that melt.
It's patience,
actually,
really.
That takes us to
a little bit of patience to do that. No, go ahead.
I was to say that takes us to another of the things that we were planning on talking about, which is filament. If you want to see people get really heated in a discussion, go in any 3D printing group and say, I print with filament, and someone will tell you you're wrong. Like no matter what you say, someone will tell you you're wrong. And I think the prints that we make as costumers and droid builders have a lot more stress put on them than if we're going to, just make a thing that we put on a shelf, because we're taking these things out. We're subjecting them to the public, to crashing into each other, to transport. And so, we're in this very interesting position where the material really does matter. And, it's hard online to find kind of objective opinions. So maybe as people who have lived it and seen things out in the field, if we could just share a little bit about, our experience with different types of materials, different ways to sort of transport and protect things, and kind of what you all think about that area. Trevor, why don't you take this one first?
Sure, I'll start first. To me, there's sort of three main types of filament. There's PLA, PLA plus, PETG, PETG, and then ABS are kind of the main ones that I see that builders are using, and they each sort of have their pros and cons, and most of it honestly is sort of strength, flexibility versus temperature survivability, where that's where I see a lot of the debates coming off. With PLA plus, I'll say PLA plus because I don't know why you wouldn't just go to a plus instead of the PLA. It does have a little bit of additives to help it a little bit more flexible and more strength. But PLA does have issues with temperature. And I think for most of our applications, even outside in the heat, there's been people who've done experiments that PLA will survive okay. But if you do leave something in a hot car, you might deform your PLA, depending on the shape of the item and such, and that might make you a grumpy builder. PET G to me is sort of that medium filament where you get that extra heat capability. It's not as stiff as PLA, but it's has a little bit more flexible. So in some ways, it's somewhat stronger. They each have their sanding differences. PLA versus PET G are a little bit different in their sanding abilities. But PET G is sort of that better filament for heat. You know, it generally will survive higher temperatures just fine, but it's harder to print than PLA. And I think that's why people use PLA Plus or PLAs, is because they're really easy to print. They bridge well, everything, whereas PET G does not bridge well. It has its issues. So you have to have a little bit better tuned profile and you know, maybe look at how you print the things better. And then ABS is sort of the best of all the materials. A little bit stinky, really easy to sand, but you need a special printer with an enclosure, I think, to deal with the warping issues that ABS has. So just to reference, this droid is PLA plus. The majority of this droid is PLA plus. This droid is PETG, PETG. And this guy went to Celebration, drove through the Las Vegas desert in the back of the truck, and survived just fine. But I didn't have him inside of a vehicle in the hot, you know, Vegas temperatures and such. But you do have to be careful about that. And but I think you know, strength wise and everything, it's a great material to use.
So my trooping dates back to a vintage where Dawn Post vinyl helmets were very common in the 501st, especially for Scout Troopers. Mm-hmm. And I had my Dawn Post Scout Trooper helmet, and it was in my armor tote, which is my attic. And it sat through the summer. And when I took it out, the helmet had become a pancake. It was completely flat. It had almost liquefied in my armor bin, and it was just this strange piece of abstract art. And so I think that's really helped me personally with 3D printing, because since that moment, I've been incredibly sensitive to how I store and transport any of my costumes. So I sort of baby everything just naturally, because I always remember that old classic Dawn Post helmet that it literally was about this thick, because it had just gone completely flat and the visor was sticking out at a weird angle. And that was just from being in my house in too hot a room. So I definitely think that, you know, PLA plus can survive in certain situations. You know, maybe if I lived in, you know, a very, very hot climate where, you know, everywhere I went was always scorching, I might be more sensitive to it. But, you know, where I live in New England, it's cold enough most of the year that it's, you know, there's like maybe 3 months out of the year I have to be concerned about temperature with outdoor events.
Yeah, I don't think outdoor events are the problem. I think where it is like if you leave it in a hot car. I think hot cars are really the key. Like they can be ovens. They can be really hot in there, right? The glass temperature of PLA plus is around 60 degrees Celsius, right? And you can get close to that in a car.
Yeah, I mean, I baby my stuff too. Like my BB-8 always rides in the passenger seat of my car with
treat it like your kid, right?
Yeah,
treat it like your kid or your dog. You don't leave your dog in a hot car, so you don't leave your droid in a hot car.
Yeah, I mean that's a good rule of thumb. Treat your 3D printed props like they're a puppy.
I was going to say,
you'll be fine.
Speaking of ovens, I had printed out my C-3PO face shield, and you know, you had one of those bad printing days where it did, you know, it had layer lines and delaminated in a couple of sections there, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what happened if I put this in the oven. So I put it in the oven and put a temperature gauge on it, and just kind of thought I'd look and see if there could be some actual kind of melt together potentially of those layers. Obviously, that, you know, this is early in my days, and obviously it melted like a pancake. But you know, it was I think it was PET G I was using at the time, and I think it was about that 80-degree mark. I just kind of like because people will say, I think it's 120 or something, depending on the filament. It could be there's a range there that it can start to lose its shape and deform and things, but certainly at 80 degrees it just kind of like went like a big deflated balloon basically, and it didn't help any of my delamination or or the kind of the layer issues that I had with that. So but it was kind of cool to like look and see exactly where that kind of deformation period was, which was about 80 degrees. And it doesn't often get 80 degrees in a car, but it definitely can get 65 degrees in a hot desert day for sure. So
well, you bring up an interesting point too, where I think that how well the print was printed matters as much as the filament you choose. So if you're seeing layer delaminations like that, the print wasn't a good quality print in the first place. So it's going to be more subject to running into problems. If you have 2 outer perimeters and 2% infill on a part, it's going to react very differently to heat than something that's much more solid and dense. So I think, we often blame the filament for perhaps maybe we didn't calibrate our printers quite as well as we could have.
So Brian, then that brings up a good question. What are the most important things for you when you're starting a print then? What do you think about your first layer? What do you look for when you're actually grabbing your filament and looking at the ratings and trying to dial that into your process? What's your process on that kind of like making opening yourself up for success basically for your first print?
So one of my big tricks is I am an incredibly boring printer. I use one brand of filament, one color of filament, period. That's it. So I am always printing, there may be slight variation spool to spool, but for the most part, the eSun PLA Plus in gray pretty much always just prints the same. The other thing is that I tend to prioritize sturdiness over beautiful finish because I'm going to be sanding these things like crazy anyway. So like, my Paz Vizsla helmet here, this was printed on my big printer. It uses a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. I actually was doing 0.3 millimeter layers, so very, very thick layers, and multiple perimeters with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. The result being those thick layers are big solid chunks of plastic. They're real hot. They're holding their heat, so the layers are fusing together really solidly. The print doesn't look gorgeous when it comes off the printer. It's very obviously stepped, very obviously rough, but 5 minutes with some 60 grit on an orbital sander and it's knocked down. And what I found is, we were talking about keeping it moving and not building up too much heat. When you have that much solid plastic, it's a lot more tolerant of building up that heat as you're sanding it. So the end result, I dropped that Paz helmet while I was painting it and it just skittered across my basement floor and I picked it up and I kept going. So it was very tough. And, to me, it's worth it to maybe have to sand for an extra 20 minutes on the project to make sure that my parts are solid. Some of my pieces, my Book of Boba Fett helmet, mostly that's just printed solid. I don't think there's any infill at all. I think it's all just outlines and it's just a solid block of PLA plus basically. Kevin, you look like you were ready to say something.
Yeah, so I was just gonna talk to what you were saying, Shane. So Brian, you use one brand of filament every time, so you got it dialed in. So I live in Canada, and during the start of COVID, we started having supply issues. And so, everybody, we were talking earlier as well, how everybody has their favorite brand, and they like to quote that it's the best and everybody else's sucks. But when you have supply issues, you got to just buy whatever's there. And the reality is that most filaments that you're going to buy are going to be okay. You just need to calibrate your printer. So typically, if I've had to switch to a new filament, I'll double check my E-steps. I don't redo my PID which is the temperature of my bed and my hot end. That's going to be consistent regardless of whatever the filament is. But calibration cubes, I think I've printed more calibration cubes than anything else ever. Those little XYZ cubes, because those are going to really tell you, your flow, all of those types of things that will really help you dial in. And so to everybody that's watching, I would say just calibration cubes, and just calibrate your printer before you start getting into that first armor piece. And I know we're all excited and we're like, I want to print my helmet, but you know what? Print that calibration cube first. Do your PID, do your E-steps, because those are going to be your benefit. And I mean, there's online, I think it's the Teaching Hub for 3D printing. They actually have a calculator that you and it tells you directly how to do it with calculating your E-steps, and it does the math for you, which I really appreciate, because I don't want to be doing that math. So, there's tons of resources to help you dial in as best as you can. Because Brian, I know you said you do it at 0.3 because you're sanding anyways. I'm kind of the opposite. I go low and slow, even though I'm sanding the hell out of it anyways, just because it does give me a little bit nicer. I don't have to use as much Bondo to fill in things on it. I mean, I went a little crazy here and added a lot of like the glazing putty for it, but for the most part, you see there's really no, because I'll just start with a 60 and go all the way up to 600. And some of the helmets I make, I've never put a single spackle of glazing putty on it, just because it came off the printer in a nicer format. But to each their own. There's no wrong answer on how you want to do it.
So Kevin, you were talking about the PIDs and the E-steps. You want to just explain that too? Because I think that there are probably a lot of viewers that don't really know what that terminology means.
Well, okay, so I'm going to sound like an idiot when I say I actually don't know what the PID stands for, but because I haven't come across it. But what it does is the PID controls your the temperature of your bed and the temperature of your hot end. So when you are running the test, it basically sends a command to the printer and then checks it. And then usually it's like 8, it'll run it 8 times. And then it'll give you a certain set of values that is the average for the 8 different tests. So that way your bed is operating at the optimal average temperature, and the same with the hot end. So that way, when you say to your bed that you want it to be 215, it's going to be 215. Sometimes there's certain printers. Actually, I have an Anycubic Chiron, great little printer, but they run hot. So typically, on average, they can run 20 degrees over what they're saying. So by doing a PID test, you can actually calibrate it so that when you say 215, it's still 215, not 235. E-steps is it's the extruder steps. So when it turns, that's considered a step. And when you calculate what that step actually constitute, you're telling the printer to extrude 100 millimeters. Well, usually it's 100 millimeters of filament. And then what you do at the end is you measure how much of that 100 millimeters is left. So I know when I got I'll use my Chiron again. I said print out, send 100, and it was only extruding 99 millimeters. So I had to recalculate, and sometimes it takes like 5-6 times to get it exact. But now when I say it's extruding 100 millimeters, it's extruding exactly 100 millimeters. So that's just one of those aspects where it's a finishing. It creates a nicer print at the end.
And you put that into your source code at the start of when you're slicing your print, correct? It's part of your printer settings when you're actually in your slicing cycle and software.
So I actually write it directly into the printer memory. I use a program called Pronterface, And so it allows my computer to interact with the board of the printer. And so you can send commands directly to the printer to do that. And then you can actually, I think it's, so for like the PID test, it's like M50, no, sorry, for the E-steps, it's M502, saves it, M500, it will list all the settings. So Pronterface is, and it's easy to download. It's a free program that it will, so that's, I would recommend that to most people, is Pronterface, to give you that extra little bit of finesse.
Yeah, how you do that really depends on the printer, because some of them have it built into the menus. Some of them, you know, if you're running Marlin, there might be, as you said, G-code commands that you can send to do those. Other ones could be baked into the slicer to, you know, other menu structures, or some of them you have to actually recompile the source code and then download that to your printer. So it really depends on the printer on that regard. PID stands for proportional integrated or integration and differentiation. It's the control loop that is for the temperature sensor and to keep it at a constant temperature. So that's what PID is for.
Well, I learned something. Thank you, Trevor.
Well, one thing that's also good to note is, you know, the E-step calibration is covered on a lot of print tuning kind of websites and documentation, but it's possible for the step calculations on all of your axes to be off. And I encountered this. So my first big 3D print was BB-8. So The Force Awakens had just come out. The BB Builders Clubs had just released version 1 of the files. I, in my naive overconfidence, was like, I want a BB-8. I'm going to go out, I'm going to buy a 3D printer, I'm going to make myself a BB-8. So I went out and I bought a 3D printer. I started printing BB-8 right out of the gate from day one. Now, BB-8 is a ball. And he was a ball made up of a lot of little pieces at the time, because printers were like, you know, this big back then. And so each circle of BB-8 would be like 10 pieces, and everything had to fit together perfectly. And I went to assemble it, and nothing went together at all. And so then, after having printed a full BB-8, I printed a calibration cube, because that's a great way to do things. And my 20 millimeter calibration cube was 20 millimeters on one side, 21 on another, and 19 on another. I was like, oh, well, that's not right. And so I did some looking into it, and I found that you can actually tune those numbers on every axis. And I ended up adjusting until my 20 millimeter cube was actually 20 millimeters in every direction. And then I reprinted all of BB-8 because I, you know, got real excited and I didn't tune my machine before I started a huge project. So that was another hard lesson learned, that, you know, when you first get this printer, you know, a friend of mine just bought his first 3D printer, and he's like, I want to make all the things. And it's like, expect to spend a month of tweaking and tuning and adjusting before you're doing production, because otherwise you're going to produce a lot of things that just don't work, and you're just going to be sad and have wasted a bunch of time in Filament, and you'll get disillusioned. So he went back to, you know, printing the little sample piggy that came with his printer until that little sample piggy came out right. And he's like, okay, well, I'm like, great, well, your little sample pig worked, so now your printer is actually doing what it's supposed to, versus, you know, the first 4 or 5 were like, in shipping, one of the, you know, little V-slot wheels on his Y-axis had come loose, so his bed was kind of shimmying side to side when he was printing, and so he worked all that stuff out.
I think you bring up a good point there. Two things. One is I had to do the same thing on the E-steps for the X and Y on my big Core XY, my 500 printer. And one tip that I found is, like, I printed out the 20 millimeter cube, and it was 20 millimeters. But when I printed out I printed out a calibration that was close to 500, and then it showed, oh, I'm actually not 500. Like, the 20 millimeter didn't necessarily, I couldn't resolve the difference. But at 500, you know, if you're off by 1%, that's 5 millimeters at 500, whereas 1% at 20 millimeters is only 0.2 millimeters. That's really hard to see. So print your calibration rulers or whatever full distance, you can resolve, okay, how far am I actually off? So the other way I was going to say is like the calibration is dependent on the printer, because like a Prusa has markers in the bed that it measures, and so it can de-skew and it can measure and automatically do your XYZ calibrations for you. So certain printers are a little bit more advanced in that respect than others. So check out your printer and see what features that it might have to help you with that. But you're absolutely right. If you want parts to fit together, because we all have to build these in multiple pieces, because rarely do you have a printer big enough to print the whole thing. You want them to fit together or interact with all the other printers, you better calibrate them for size.
Yeah, and like you were saying, a 400 millimeter calibration cube may seem really frustrating to print because you're spending 3 days printing a test cube. But if you think about something like, say, a helmet, a lot of printers today can print, say, a Mandalorian helmet in one piece. And if you're printing a one-piece thing, the calibration may not really get noticed. It's when you're trying to assemble something from multiple pieces that it really stands out, like an R2 unit. That one, if you're off, you're going to print all these complex little door hinges and servo gears and all this other stuff, and none of it's going to go together because the tolerances are so tight that you just can't afford to be 2 millimeters off here and there. Whereas if you're printing clone trooper armor and your chest plate comes out 2 millimeters too wide, you're never going to know the difference. You might not even notice that you had a problem because it all just worked out.
Totally.
I think
go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say is that so if we're thinking about tips for new builders and things, and you're saying, and I think we use the terminology, just need to tune your printer or dial your printer in. And I think that what we've all said there was, and I think Kevin had some great tips with the PID, which Trevor actually had the acronym for, which I can't remember already. Looking at those parameters, looking at the E-step calibration is a great great step as well. I remember doing that with my first, I got a printer, same as you, Brian. I kind of like, I'm going to print myself. I can't remember what it was. I think it was 3PO actually, and it was like I was getting like layer lines, and I was getting bad bed adhesion, and all these different problems. And so you're going through all these different steps. My printer was a manual calibration printer, so you have to kind of dial the print bed so you can and use the paper feed to kind of get the right distance between your nozzle and the print bed to try and get the right spacing. That was a lot of fiddling around, but once I figured out how much I needed to have that distance, that helped me with my calibration for the initial prints and that I was doing there. Since working at the school, we have some Prusa printers, so it has that print bed calibration like Trevor was talking about, although it's not always perfect either. And it, and the other things that we have, I've had trouble with the school printers is things like, the nozzle blockages and actually sometimes it is actually we do a lot of Tinkercad design, and sometimes it's how the actual design's put together and then put onto the build plate, and the kids are doing that, and you come back to it later and go, it's because of this kind of part of their design doesn't really work. So sometimes it's actually going back to the design, and sometimes it's issues with the initial calibration pieces, whether it be the distance between your print nozzle and the bed, or whether it's your E-step calibration, which is the amount of filament that you're feeding, and the other parts of that too. So, and is there any other things that you would say that might be good for these beginner or more introduction? Like Teresa was asking, she's got a new printer and she wants to set it up. What kind of things advice would we give her?
Yeah, what I was going to say is it's all about the first layer. And if you don't have a good first layer, you won't have a good print. And I have, pushed prints through. It's like, oh, that's not quite great. A little bit of, something wrong here, something wrong there. Oh, the next layer will cover it, right? And it will be fine. If you don't have a perfect first layer, a good first layer, you more than likely won't have a good print. And so spending the time to find that perfect first layer distance, so you get just the right amount of squish for PLA, or just amount of, not too much squish for PETG, etc., is key. And getting that bed adhesion, the right temperature, the right bed adhesion. There's many different types of build plates. I use glass and I use PEI, textured magnetic sheets and such. And I use 3D lac to provide extra bed adhesion and such. But to me, I don't know, you guys, but I think that first layer is so important, and it's worth it to take the time to get that right.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that one thing to keep in mind is that 3D printers are much more Star Wars than Star Trek. And by that, I mean 3D printers are kind of like the Millennium Falcon. Like, it'll get you there, but sometimes you may have to kick it and shove it and nudge it a little bit. In part because, for the most part, unless you're buying really, really high-end equipment, most 3D printers are very cost conscious in manufacture. And so not a lot of time goes into assuring that they're exactly how they're supposed to be. And as we're talking, like we're debating, between like 0.3 millimeter layer lines versus 0.1 millimeter layer lines. Either way, we're talking about fractional millimeter tolerances on something that you paid $200 for and got from Amazon. So it's, you have to consider what you're working with. So like a lot of times, that first layer, I agree, first layer is super important. A lot of times the bed isn't even flat. You may get a printer and the bed might be hugely curved. And so, you've got a, 0.1 millimeter tolerance and your bed deflects by 0.3 millimeters in the center. So what do you do with that? And so, people will put glass down on top of it because, like if you buy, say, a mirror tile from your favorite hardware store, like that's going to be very close to perfectly flat. And, if you put that down on top of your bed, maybe secure it with a couple of little binder clips in the corners, that then gives you a flatter surface to work off of. And, very few printers are going to be perfect out of the box. So a lot of it is learning this particular machine. I've got 3 filament printers and each one of them has its quirks. I use particular brand of extruder and hot end, the E3D Hemera. I've got 3 Hemeras on 3 printers. I use the same brand of filament on all 3 printers, but I print at different temperatures on all 3 of them. And no amount of PID tuning or anything else has ever standardized that. One of them it always likes to print better at a couple degrees cooler. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no sense to it. It's just, you kind of know, like, oh, okay, well, if my printer doesn't work right, just like give it a good whack in that one spot and now everything will go. So I think, if you're new to printing, like, don't be hard on yourself. Don't expect that you're just going to pop out a droid on the first day that you have your printer, because, if you get Benchy to print, you're doing great. Like that's a good achievement and be proud of it.
The other thing I was going to say was that if you have, the other thing is if you have a large print bed and you have an uneven print bed, that also magnifies the printing issues that you can have in your first layer as well. So we all think, oh, I'm going to get the big, 50 by 50 by 50 and have this huge volume that you can print. But I think people underestimate the increase in fussiness of those larger print beds, and particularly when you get to the top of your print, where you have this big mass of moving material that can change how much your layer lines kind of move, and how the momentum itself changes the quality of the print as you're going through there too. So those are all things to consider when you're actually looking at printers as well. So,
well, on that note, this is getting into more advanced printing nerdery. but all of the printers, basically like, your thing is moving on multiple axes. And how the parts actually move around varies from printer to printer. Like you mentioned, when the bed is moving forward and back, the taller your print gets, the more wobbly it's going to get. The kind of printers that I have, they're these big 4-poster boxes, and the bed drops down on Z, and the gantry moves on X and Y. So, you're minimizing that forward and backward mass, but your trade-off is the footprint of the printer itself is fairly enormous, because, like I've got a 510 millimeter square bed, and then it needs a good, 200 millimeters on every direction for space for the gantry and all the other hardware. So, I mean, this thing, it's like an appliance. It's like an oven or a washing machine or a dryer. It's just this massive thing.
I think like the whole topic of this is frustrations with 3D printing and such, is that 3D printing can be extremely frustrating, and you can always expect failures. The best of us get failures, spaghettis, something comes loose, you forgot to put supports on something that's, you're trying to print something in midair, an overhang that's hanging out there, you can't print in midair. And so failures are common. It's something to budget in. Finishing takes time, it's expensive. That, to me, like, that was one of the biggest things I found when you got into 3D printing was, hey, I spent $200 to print wonderful, whatever thing that I built. Then it's going to take at least that much money or more to buy the paint and the sandpaper and all the finishing materials to make it look not 3D printed. And so there's a lot of cost associated with that to sort of think about. I don't know if you wanted to loop back on materials and how you glue them together and such, Brian, or.
Yeah, so we started on that, and I love the fact that we've been going down all these interesting roads. One of the areas that I thought was really important to cover for people that are interested in building big stuff like costumes or droids is, several of us have mentioned, the larger the printer, the bigger the headaches of getting it to work. So, if you buy a relatively small printer, it's most likely going to behave fairly well. But, you're not going to be printing a chest plate or a jet pack or something like that in one piece on a small printer. So when you have to connect parts, you're then going into a whole new experience of challenges, because, you need these connections to be, solid and stable and durable. And you also, we've talked about getting rid of your 3D print lines, but now anytime you join parts, you also have seam lines that you have to deal with. So, what is everybody's sort of approach to how to join and hide those seam lines? Kevin, you've been quiet for a bit. Let's start with you on that one.
Oh, I don't know if I'm the right person to talk about this one. Typically, all my printers are big, like straight up off the bat. The smallest printer I've ever owned was a 400 by 400 bed. So, but that being said, there are times when I have had to join things together. I use a plastic welder. So it's just this little machine, and there's like these little metal clips, and so it heats them up. I'll stick it in, and then it actually melts into the plastic to give the seam strength. And then I know probably a lot of you guys are big fans of like Bondo. I actually don't use Bondo at all, because Bondo is quite toxic. I don't want it, and my wife would kill me if I was using Bondo in the house, and I'm not going outside in -40 to, work with Bondo. So I actually use a product called Freeform Air. It's a 2-part, I love that stuff. It's super
I've
lightweight.
Only used it for molds. I've never thought of using it for printing. I used to use that to make mold shells when I was making a helmet mold.
Yeah, actually, I've got, so it comes like this, if you can see right here. So I bought 3 years ago those 2 little tubs, so because there's a part A and a part B, and and again, I'm printing every day, so I'm always using it. and I still have a third of each tub left. It goes so far and so much, and it's non-toxic. So I can use it in the house at any time. There's no smell. The only downside to it is it takes about 24 hours to fully cure.
Well, and so
So-
I am incredibly impatient. So anything that takes more than about 30 seconds, I'm starting to get mad. So for me, you know, my favorite tool for joining parts is a soldering iron. So this is a soldering iron that I don't solder with. This is my 3D printing joiner pen thing. And kind of like that plastic welder you're talking about, what I'll do is on the inside of my part, I kind of poke the tip into the print to like sort of tack weld it. So I'll do like each corner, just get my alignment right. Then I kind of jab and very messily fuse them on the inside. Then the outside of the print, I very carefully run a score line down the seam to fuse at the seam line before I sand. Then by the time I've sanded it out, I've usually got a good solid heat weld on both the front and back of the piece with very minimal sanding. And the reason I like that so much is that there's no chance of filler flexing at the seam line at that point because you've fused the two pieces together. So if you do need to do any kind of filler on top of it, it tends to stay in pretty durably. And those soldering irons are like $8 at your favorite hardware store. And
hey, Brian, I just want to give you a heads up that we've got the clock is kind of running out for our little thing here. So I think Therese has given us a message to maybe give a plug to the World Central Kitchen and go that route right now. So I'm not sure if we want to do that or.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's, you know, when we were originally planning this, there were concerns that we didn't have enough topics to cover, and we're all like, oh no, we're going to run out of time. We won't get to everything. Don't worry. But yeah, so just as a reminder, you know, we're doing this weekend-long event, and we're trying to raise, you know, awareness for the hunger crisis that is, you know, all over the world. World Central Kitchen does a lot to try to respond to crisis situations, to areas in need. You know, they've been very active in a lot of sort of major situations in recent times. So it's a great organization to donate to. If you don't want to donate, you know, online, donate money, you can always donate to local food banks. You know, it could be cash, could be food. You know, if you like what we're doing here, if you're enjoying the content, you know, drop off a bunch of canned goods, and, you know, it's a great way of showing some thanks. So
I think we're going to add some
hopefully you
links
enjoyed
as
this.
well to the this actual cast. So you'll probably see some links that you can click here to donate to the food bank as well. And Teresa said to tune in because there's more great content coming up as well. So that's don't forget to tune in to look at some more. I think we've got a droid discussion at some point too, probably with a similar group here as well. But
you may see some recycled faces. It's quite possible. But yeah, so there'll be great stuff happening. You know, it's a very, very big project touching a lot of people, and should be a lot of interesting things to see.
Glædelig jul fra Danish Garrison. 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 Glædelig jul fra Danish Garrison.
If you are just tuning in right now, welcome back to another episode of our Life Day Telethon 501st Holiday Special. With me today, I've got some gentlemen that we're going to go through their cool Star Wars spaces in their home. And so welcome to Tools, Glue, and Too Many Trips to the Hardware Store. We're going to talk about the special spaces in our home, and if you ever wished to build or create, something straight out of the Star Wars movies to bring a little bit of that movie magic right into our home, we are going to spend this next hour with these lovely gentlemen discussing what inspired them to create their spaces in their home, how they could help you, maybe if you're interested in directing you where they started, how to start, how you could, possibly create your own space. And I'm going to mention a little bit about our fundraiser first before we do that. So it's for the World Central Kitchen, and we are looking to combat world hunger with our telethon. And we would love it if you would click any of the links that you see around and help us provide a really special Christmas to as many families as we can. And if you're able in your own backyards to also support your local food banks, we more than ever are in desperate need for that. And it's something really near and dear to us here at the 501 that's what we're celebrating. So welcome, gentlemen. Please introduce yourself. Jason, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Jason Maston, TK75201 of the Star Garrison. I'm based out of Dallas, Texas. I've been with the 501st for a little over 6 years, and I've been involved in various aspects. Currently a Legion charity officer, previously done public relations, and just wonderful to be here, just helping to celebrate the holidays and just doing what we do, being bad guys, doing good.
Hey everyone, I'm Phil Hogg, BH42174, the Canadian Garrison here in Toronto. I've been in the 501st for nearly 8 years. I'm the PR officer for the Canadian Garrison and one of the 2 PR officers for the Bounty Hunter Guild. And I joined for charity and raising money when the troops came through the hospital where my kid was, and it kind of snowballed from there. And once you've gone down the rabbit hole, there's no way back out, right?
Hi, I'm Lance Hathaway from Southeast Texas. I'm not part of any garrison. I haven't joined any groups around simply because I don't believe they have them around here. But anyway, I am a huge Star Wars fan and love building.
All right. I'm Gus Lopez. I'm an honorary member of the 501st. I've been for a few years, although I've done things for many years with the organization. And I'm a Star Wars collector and author. Just love the organization and have done many things with them.
And we are grateful. Thank you for joining us today, Gus. All of you, I appreciate being here, and I hope that we can provide an interesting next hour to anyone who's willing and interested in creating their own space. So guys, it being the holidays, let's say I somehow knocked on your door. I've not been to any of your homes, and you're like, hey, Teresa, welcome, come on in. Let me make you some hot cocoa. And I know that you're a Star Wars nerd, so let me show you my space, the space that, I really love being in, or that I always wanted to work on. And what would you show me if I came to your home?
I would definitely welcome you in. So would you want hot cocoa or blue milk?
Hot cocoa for me, please.
Man,
that blue milk.
I figured you'd jump on that, with the Star Wars reference.
I know, but I've tasted that. No, thanks. I'll take the hot cocoa. I know that is an actual, I know what that tastes like.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you've already been to Galaxy's Edge, yeah, I'm sure that'll be a different conversation for you and I, because I'm dying to go. But anyway, I would definitely bring you in, and if you're coming over, you'd have to come in your Stormtrooper armor, because I'd have to take pictures with you and get pictures of you beside my personal Lance Hathaway frozen in carbonite.
It's awesome.
On Solo.
Did you freeze yourself? Is that you?
That's me. Yeah. In fact, that was me 20 years ago. Yeah, it take twice the plaster to do that nowadays. But anyway, I was young and skinny.
Oh, so you like pre-COVID days.
But yeah, let me see. Make sure y'all can see this. But yeah, we got the Han Solo frozen in carbon, or the Lance Hathaway frozen in carbonite. That I built that back in 1990. No, I'm sorry, 2000. Built that in 2000, right before the release of the Phantom Menace. It actually scored me and 10 of my friends free tickets to go see the movie. The panels that you see around it, those are actually the same panels that they use as the props in the movies. I think it was what, 79 or 80 Volvo dashboards. Yeah, so we got copies of that to actually make them authentic looking panels. The sculpture itself was made out of plaster and fiberglass. So let me fire up my hologram table. So stepping back, this is where you get your hologram news on the Death Star. That's the theme of my movie room. I kind of wanted to have that Death Star look, you know. So this is actually a hologram that's floating in space there. Basically, that's made with an advertising device. It's an LED fan that you can actually design different 3D images and load it on a SIM card. And that's what I did for that, and basically just put up different messages and different graphics on there to have it kind of give it a Star Wars feel. But we'll go ahead and turn it around, let y'all kind of get a wide shot of the actual room. I don't know if y'all can really see that. I'm kind of not real good with the whole video thing on this program.
So let's say, so for family, okay, so with the holidays, I watch a lot of family movies over Christmas time. We do it as a family. What an incredible place to be able to do that in. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun doing that too. I mean, when it comes to Star Wars, yeah, I'm watching it in here, definitely. Let me bring you up. Sorry about the switch there, but so
I feel like I'm in Galaxy's Edge right now.
Right? It's like, oh my gosh, that's fantastic, Lance. Lovely, lovely.
So we've got, and I'm fixing to show you right now. We've got Barbie's pink mansion that's in the middle of my man cave. You know that. I'll tell you, my granddaughter, she's claimed her spot, and that's it. So, I never knew I needed a pink Barbie mansion until until she came in the picture. But got a 1980s arcade game here. That's kind of I built it into the wall there to kind of look like a control panel and everything. But yeah, all of my 80s nerd friends can come over and we arcade game it up, with retro arcade stuff.
That is a cool space. You've spent a lot of time creating this space.
I did. Actually, this space, it took me a total of 4 years, a little over 4 years building this space. And a lot of y'all are going, what? And I mean, that's just working on it, a little bit on the weekends here and there. And when I had a little bit of time off, I actually went through 2 floods during this time, and it made me have to start over on the build process each time. So I got the first time I built it, I was right at 90% complete, and then Hurricane Harvey hit. That set me back. I had to rip everything back to the studs. But it gave me an opportunity also, because as you can see throughout here, there's all kinds of different special effects that I've got on the walls, special lighting and all of that. I was able to actually rerun electrical and put it where I wanted it, so that way I could add all these special features in. I had never attempted anything like this. I was kind of a pioneering the way for myself I'd never tried anything like that, and I was figuring it out as I go. Last piece we put in was right here. This is actually an infinity mirror. You can see those on Google. I decided to build one out of a big old round kitchen table that I flipped over, built a special little frame for, and lit it with LEDs and all that. It's actually only about it's about 2 inches deep. And the rest of it's just you know, an optical illusion that gives it an appearance of depth. You know, it looks like it's going back into the wall, but it's actually not. And then, last but not least, we got the movie screen. Whenever the first time I built the theater, it was a wall-to-wall screen. I got the special lighting made. The special I say special lighting, it's just glass that I put decals on to give it the actual Star Wars feel on the glass panels. But after we got it all completed for the second time, then Hurricane Imelda came through and wiped me out again, making me start over again. And so we got it back together. Me and my son spent a lot of time in your building. We hammered every nail, we pulled every wire, and you know, it's always going to be special.
It's phenomenal. And I'd be nervous to drink hot chocolate in there for Phil is spilling something somewhere. Phil, I'm knocking on your door.
I know, I'm going to keep it shut now. How do I follow that? That seems unfair. Honestly. You know what I mean? I think we should have saved that one for last, really.
Right?
I'm a sharp.
That was a tough act.
You know what? We're all going to Lance's house after this.
Yes, I think there's your plan. You're knocking on the door to pick me up to drive to Texas, right?
Come on, let's go.
Hey, mate.
It sounds great, and it's perfectly safe for droids.
If you can't find a garrison, I'm pretty sure one's going to find you right now. They need someone to have their Christmas party already, right?
Right?
Sounds great.
I don't know. It's crazy. But I'm that's my goal. But I'm kind of, in my own words, doing a dollar store version of it. I moved into my new house recently, and I figured the basement was going to be all mine. I'm doing whatever I like. I live on my own, so who's gonna complain anyway? So the plan was I would start with the staircase, and I would go down, and I got 4 areas I want to do. So I will disconnect this so I can walk around. And the first step was to do the staircase. So I actually started on the wall with the light, and you won't be able to tell. I should probably turn it off and see if we can see it. Look at that. You can't even see it. That's useless. It's not the moon. It's actually the 501st logo. You can't even see it. Tell you, useless. That's what it is. Yeah, you kind of see it when you turn it on and off. Never mind. I'll forget that. Trust me, it's fantastic. You wouldn't want to see anything else. So I started with that, and then I painted the entire staircase black because it was all white. And then I painted every single star. This is just detail brushes and acrylic paint, but every single star, and I probably did too many. But the entire space has been covered by my own personal stars. And then this was the whole point of the staircase. I just wanted to crawl. This is where it all starts, right? And this is where it all started for all of us. I think Star Wars started the day we sat down and watched the movie for the first time, and we saw this. There was no way I was going to have the talent to be able to paint Tantive 4 being chased down. So this was the next thing. So this is just vinyl lettering. And I only did that 2 days ago, and it's still on the wall. So that's kind of good. But it's very difficult to apply. You have to take your time. It took a few hours to get that right. But unless I've broken any copyright laws or anything, that's pretty much the same as it is in the movie. So I did that. Then the next space was going to be at the bottom of the stairs. And this is going to be area. So in our garrison, we have a full Tantive 4 set. And we have all the door panels. We've just got a floor. We've got ceiling and everything. And I wanted to recreate that because when we do events and troops, that's probably our most popular set outside of the Jabba the Hutt that we have. So I've only just painted it all white. this guy may or may not be there. I don't know. I don't know if I want rebels in this space, right? That's kind of like a bit weird. But it's going to be Tantive area. And for the first time ever, I'm actually going to get all my Star Wars helmets in one spot. So I've started putting those in here because they've been in boxes for the last couple of years. Some of them I made myself. Some of them are found ones. Some are a certain brand, and others are official Disney ones. And it all started with this one, the one that got me into the 501st. So back in 2015, when I decided to do this craziness, I got my Stormtrooper kit and I built the uniform, and it was the first thing I've ever built in my life. I'm not a handy person. As a kid, I used to build like Airfix airplane kits, but never anything of any sort of substance. And I built a whole Stormtrooper costume, and this was all me, and I was really proud of it. So this is literally where it all began. I don't have all the costumes. I wish I did for all of these before anyone starts asking. I have 7 of these in full costume. And this one was this week. I got this clone this week, which was my latest one. And yeah, I like aliens. I say I have the full Akbar costume there. I also have full Bith and Greedo. Greedo was my 3rd costume. And this one is special to me because it was signed by Paul Blake, who was one of the 2 actors who played Greedo in the movie. So that one's kind of important to me from that point of view. And then, yeah, I'm building a couple of helmets at the moment. Tusken Raider's the next one. When I get that finished, I'm probably going to need more shelves. And I'll put the paneling up in here. And the flooring I already have. So that'll go in, and then this area is done. And then I shouldn't really say what the other areas are going to be because they're kind of a surprise. No one even knows, not even my kids. But
yeah,
the
that's we're all going to hear.
Think Lance. I have a theater room already, and I'm going to retheme it. So as Lance has done, this is going to be a Death Star themed area. I was going to use CNC machined panels for the lighting for the Death Star walls. But then I found these, and I can cut these down. And this may be a good one for anyone out there who's thinking of doing them, but doesn't want to get involved in the machining of the panels. These things are genius. Look at that. They're in Home Depot. I don't know if I can say Home Depot. They're in the depot for home. Yeah. So these panels, they're just plastic. And I'm going to cut them down and put them on the walls. And look at that. It's like they were $70. Like I got a whole ton of those for my lighting panels. But it's things like that that'll make it easier. I found that tip in a room builders group. And well, as you can see, I bought like 6 of them. And they're a really useful item. I can put Mylar sheets on the back, which some people use shower curtain. But Mylar's just opaque plastic sheeting. I can put that on the back with LED strips and put them on the walls, and it's an easy way to get a Death Star looking panel. I think anyone can do that. If I can do it, anyone can. And then the last space I'm going to finish, because the theater room will be next. This area, which is kind of a mess. I shouldn't even show this. It's kind of embarrassing. This is going to be Mos Eisley. The walls are going to be, I'm going to learn how to do painting techniques, because again, I have no visible skill for any of this. And there'll be cantina set here. I'm going to build the Greedo scene chairs and table so I can have that in here. And then the bar back there, I'm going to do the same with that. So it's going to be just like the cantina. I'll get IG heads in there and hang those up. And yeah, I'm full of grand ideas, but without the ability or skills to make it. But I'm going to give it a go. But it's not a bad start for now. You know, I've had good reception to it from the people I've shown it to. But yeah, it's all about that, right? It's all about the crawl.
Fantastic. And inspired by that crawl. Well, obviously love a Star Wars. But
yeah, I mean, it's inspired by Star Wars, right? But yeah, I figured the best place to start was the stairs, and the crawl is something I've always wanted to do. And I think once people see that you can actually do this and relatively cheaply and easily, I think it's something a lot of people would actually do if they knew it existed. Once you've found a place that can do the vinyls for you for the crawl, it's that's the hardest bit, and then it's just time. But the impact of it is huge.
Yeah.
When someone comes to my house tonight, I try and keep the rest of the house non-Star Wars, although I have quite a few Jaws areas as well, because that's my other passion. They come to the stairs, come down to the basement, open the door, and if they don't know this is here, it's kind of a surprise. I didn't tell my kids actually when I did it, and freaked them out when they came the first time and saw it.
I'd be concerned falling down your stairs because I'd be looking at everything and reading.
That's because you've had too much blue milk, clearly. Joking.
Possibly, could be.
I'm not telling you what I put in my hot chocolate, you see, so you might know what it comes
Well, I know.
But that's it.
I wanted a functional space, an actual office, which it's actually served me well because as we all had a lockdown at the beginning of 2020, this has been my base of operations. And IKEA was more of the place that I had to go to kind of create the shelving. And just like Lance and Phil, Death Star was kind of the inspiration. I was looking for some clean lines, a lot of white. And you'll see it. I don't have the panel look, and I have seen those panels at the Depot for Home. So I am very interested in getting a couple of those and putting some lighting behind that as well. But mainly what I have are just a lot of prints, pictures, collectibles. So I'm big into tiki. So I have a whole row of geeky tiki mugs up on the top of my floating cabinet here. And if I can come over here to the end, I have this amazing print that I picked up at Dallas Fan Expo about Jeremy Bullock painting himself, Norman Rockwell style. So it's a really lovely print. And then I don't know if you can see this that well. It's kind of a bad angle, but this was a event poster from John Williams at the Hollywood Bowl. So my wife and I, we were able to, it was a bucket list item for sure. So, and it was just an amazing time, an amazing concert. And then right here, that's actually my wife. So I got her a pinup style print, and she's at the 501st as well. And that's her in her armor. So over on this wall, so again, the tiki theme, and this is artist that I'm a big fan of, Shag. So that's actually one half of the print, and as I come over, you'll see the other half, and various items commemorating the 501st. And all right, now I can get me back in frame over here so I can point this out. So this was a print commemorating the 10-year anniversary of the 1st Imperial Stormtrooper Detachment, done by our very own Eric Ehrlich, who's in the 501st as well. Amazing graphic designer. He does a lot for Rancho Obi-Wan as well. Just amazing super guy all around. And then over here's the other half of that Shag print, and depicting the cantina scene. And then we'll come over here to this wall. So this is where I have various photo ops, autographs, this great print by Brian Miller. If I can come in on it, actually doodled a Probot on it. And then these are all the various challenge coins. So I'll point out UK Garrison was the very first challenge coin that was gifted to me. So it's a very special place in my heart. And I was in public relations, so I have PR related coins. That's a really great Star Garrison coin that's just near and dear to me. And I gotta show this photo. So that's David Tennant, and we inducted him as an honorary member, and he came up and booped me right on the tip of the helmet. So there was a whole story behind that, and the official photographer was able to get that shot and send it to me. So it was just an amazing time. Now the poster is kind of the centerpiece of my room right here. So it all started with Drew Struzan. I don't know if you can see his autograph right here. So he came to Dallas Fan Expo a few years ago. It's one of his first convention events. So knowing that, I wanted to get not Return of the Jedi, I wanted to get Revenge of the Jedi, as it was originally called. Of course, this is a reproduction, and Drew made sure to point that out, that there's only a handful of actual posters in existence. And it just snowballed from there. So the next few celebrations, I was able to get various people that were involved in Return of the Jedi. So you have everyone from Billy D. Williams, Mike Quinn, Dennis Lawson, which I think that was 2017 in Orlando. And then we have Mark Hamill. And I actually had to send it out to Dave Prowse because at that time he retired from convention appearances. So at that time, I already had a majority of these names on the poster. So I was very nervous to have to send it out. And it took a few weeks and it finally got back to me. So my heart started to beat again. So I was really happy to see that and get Dave right next to Mark Hamill. And then over here are more photos. And this is a weird thing that I never thought I'd be able to say. This is a photo with Oscar winner Forrest Whitaker. I've never in a million years did I think I would say that, oh yeah, this is me, an Oscar winner, so-and-so. So, and we'll come over here and everyone's favorite movie, The Last Jedi. So that was a Celebration exclusive poster that I received in Orlando. And then right next to it was another Celebration exclusive in Celebration London for Rogue One. So to get these posters, you had to attend the panels. And this is just a great poster that a friend of mine got me. It's just my love of music, Star Wars, all rolled into one. And then come down here, and this is a great print that a friend of mine, he's a brilliant tattoo artist based out of San Francisco named Mike Bianco. And right next to our favorite princess is Ashley Eckstein, Ahsoka Tano. Then we'll come over here, and this is just a display case. Now, this Darth Vader and Boba Fett, these are Dawn Post helmets from the 90s. If I can come over here to the side, I don't know if you can see Dave Prowse. So that was the very first time I met Dave, was at a convention in 2012. It was Dave, Jeremy Bullock, and Peter Mayhew were all seated right next to each other. It was the first time, one of my very first conventions, so I was a little nervous, didn't know what to say, and was able to see Dave, get his autograph there, and then it's kind of faded from view, but on this side of Boba Fett, I got Jeremy to sign the top of the helmet, and then stunt Boba Fett, Dickie Beers is right behind the Gamorrean guard, and we have a figure down. And then, of course, Galaxy's Edge, they're in-universe Coca-Cola and Dasani bottles. And one of my favorite items from Celebration 2017 was the 501st flight set, meant to look like a blaster. And, oh, there's your blue milk, Teresa. That's the same version.
I don't think that milk is good anymore, Jason. I'm sorry.
Well, of course not. I drank it all. Now, this is where I keep my most prized possessions. So just various coins and the collectible gift cards from Galaxy's Edge, a couple of Peter Mayhew memorial coins, and yes, you can see back there, got to visit a very special place. So those are our guest passes. And a friend of mine gifted me this, actually it was Eric, who designed the FISD poster. He gifted me this autographed script of The Force Awakens, autographed by J.J. Abrams. And then a couple of items. Now, this has lost its luster. These were a special item, I think it was Singapore. And this used to light up, but the fizz has gone out of it. You can see it's kind of concaved. So this, talk about things going bad, this is entirely flat now. I would not recommend anyone drinking this at this time. And probably my favorite item of everything is the coveted Jon Favreau challenge coin. Now, the thing I love about this coin is that this was kind of a spoilerific, if you're able to decipher the Mando script. So it actually says the Mandalorian right there, and this is the way. And then it has the mud horn on the back. Anyone that received this before the first season and was able to decipher this apparently knew what the catchphrase would be. So very, very cool item. And I keep it under lock and key. And this is essentially it. So you probably saw the glimpse of this big blue, I refer to it as the TARDIS. This has taken up half of my room. It's anything Star Wars related, but I'll just give you a glimpse inside. This is my recording booth. So in a way, this was inspired by Carl Weathers telling me that I should get into radio with my voice. So it's sent me out in this rabbit hole to, all right, maybe I'll look at voice acting. So next thing I know, I have this vocal booth right in the middle of my office. So that's it. That's the tour.
So your space is based on special moments and memories or experiences.
Yeah.
Very, very different feeling of space than the other two gentlemen's. Cool. I could see why you feel at home or comfortable or surrounded by special moments, all related to Star Wars. They're like literally all personal experiences in your space.
Absolutely. I can look at anything and it just reminds me of just a time and place where I was either there or I collected these items.
Yeah, very cool. Very different than the other two spaces. Okay, Gus, it is you. You're up. We're banging on the door before we go to Lance's house. We're banging on your door.
So yeah, I love the Death Star theme across all of these. And that's the same with ours. So like when you walk into our house, there's a whole bunch of, there's some Death Star theme stuff, but like particularly, I want to show you this. So this is right at the entrance of our house. Actually, when we bought our house, this is the front door. We actually had to pick a space for the Death Star model. This is the original Death Star model from A New Hope, the only one they made, the only three-dimensional model they made for A New Hope. And so we just sort of hit people with this when they first walk into our house. And so in our foyer here, you'll see there's a bunch of stuff here with like, there's some Ralph McQuarrie art. This is original art from McQuarrie, like for some of the holiday cards. There's Joe Johnston art. Here's some Academy Award nomination plaques. So we don't waste any time. There's still more Death Star themed stuff. That's another McQuarrie piece for the sketch for the Y-wing of flying towards the Death Star. So our house is entirely caked in Star Wars stuff. And you'll see behind me, so this is what would normally be the dining room, but behind me, you can see there's some like original comic art on the walls. So I don't have any skills in sort of decorating or in construction, but what I do spend time on is framing and making having display cases made and so on, because I'm a collector. So a lot of it's like, how do you present this stuff in the best way? So for example, this is behind me is a blaster case. These are all original blasters from the movie. So here, I'll cut over to it in this angle. So these are just different ones from different films. For example, the one on the top is a Tusken Raider rifle from A New Hope, but you'll see that's Wicket's sphere. These are all, and they're production made, like the Wicket sphere is screen matched to Return of the Jedi. These are like Cloud City blaster, Biker Scout blaster, Endor Rebel blaster, Imperial Officer blaster, Leia's blaster from Return of the Jedi, etc. Battle droid, Stormtrooper blaster. These are all originals. And then also in our dining room are these helmets and masks. These are also from the productions. So actually had to have a custom display case made for all this stuff. There's so much stuff here. And so I could spend hours just talking about these. And then also in our quote unquote dining room this is a snowspeeder cannon from Empire Strikes Back. This is from the life-size snowspeeder, just one piece of the life-size snowspeeder. So this is just one of several rooms. Let me take you also into then what is normally a living room. So here we'll show you a few cool things. So this is looks like just an ordinary ladder. And sometimes you get guests over that go, what is this thing? Like, why do you have a ladder sitting in your living room? And it's actually a functional living room. Like we have our TV in here and so on. But it's actually Luke's ladder from Empire Strikes Back. It's actually screen matched. It's from, you can see it in the Dagobah scenes because you can match like the scratches on it. But it's, you know, when I first had the opportunity to buy this, I was like, wow, this is so cool. Like it's an X-Wing ladder. I totally want this thing. So yeah, it's just sitting in our living room. Also in our living room is this sketchbook. This is John Mallow's sketchbook. So John Mallow got Academy Award for New Hope for doing all the costume design. So this is like the first designs of like Vader's costume, Obi-Wan, Luke, Leia, Stormtroopers, TIE pilots. You can go down the list, all the original sketches for the costumes. And so I have it open on a page with Vader and Obi-Wan, but I also have like an iPad here so people can flip. I don't want people touching the book, so I have them just flip through it on the iPad. And then also in our living room, we have, these are special effects miniatures. And here, you know, in decorating, you know, this is an example of, this is just an IKEA Billy case. So, you know, those are pretty standard for, you know, a lot of people for displaying stuff. Is IKEA makes some excellent display items. You'll notice around here, actually my wife collects Lilo and Stitch stuff and Funko Pop. So you'll see like that stuff sort of scattered around here as well, mixed in. But yeah, these are special effects miniatures. This is Boba Fett's backpack from Return of the Jedi. This is the one that Dickie Beer used when he rolled into the Sarlacc pit. So it's the stunt backpack. And then also in our living room, we have, these are film clapperboards from the various Star Wars movies. So yeah, this is all just sort of our ground floor look. And then what I'll do is I'm going to take you up the stairs. So I'll show you a little bit more.
Oh wait, there's more.
There's more, yeah. So here's how to do this. You walk backwards, I guess. So yeah, so behind me I have some more McCrory art. This is actually behind me. This is a matte painting from A New Hope. This is, you know, when you see the two different runs on, well, when they approach the Death Star trench, this is the matte painting used in A New Hope. So they use this and they sort of zoom into, see if I can get this right. They zoom into sort of this point here, and then they cut over to the 3D model. They do it very cleverly. Like they sort of zoom into that point, and then there's a laser blast on the screen, and then they cut to the 3D model. So anyway, that's painted by Ralph McCrory from A New Hope. And then these are some hands from different creatures. These are all like, because you know, hands themselves are not that interesting as a costume or prop piece, but like I used to have them on a shelf on a display case. They weren't that interesting. But then I said, you know what, I'm going to put all the hands together and just do the collection of, here, let me flip over, do a collection of hands. And so it's pretty cool. I mean, there's some good ones here, like there's Tusken Raider from A New Hope, and you have like Duros from the Cantina, Greedo, Cabe from the Cantina. So some pretty good ones in there. There's some art here from Kenner. There's a Colin Cantwell painting, original concept for the X-Wing. But then here you get our cereal room. So this is a all IKEA cases. This is just cereal boxes from Star Wars. All of them are Star Wars themed. And I have like over 2,000 cereal boxes for Star Wars, 2,000 different from over 100 countries. But I only can fit like maybe 150 or so in this room. I have the rest of them boxed up, but I have a lot of the vintage ones in this room. Yeah, I'm going to show you a couple quick other things. Yeah, so then we have like, in here, this is the guest bedroom. This is Jabba's tail from Return of the Jedi.
Of course. I mean, why wouldn't you have Jabba's tail there?
The guests would, you know, who wants to, you know, people want to wake up next to Jabba's tail. That's the, I mean, obviously the skin isn't left and is not around anymore, but this is the whole mechanics that ILM made. It's really intricate, actually, piece where you crank the handle and it makes different. If you've seen the documentary with Mike Edmonds, where he's like backwards and forwards, and this is the thing he's operating. And above that, that's Luke's belt from A New Hope, screen matched. It's the only, as far as I can tell, it's the only belt they made for New Hope for Luke's, what we now, I guess, refer to as farm boy costume. And then a couple other things in there, some awards and so on. And like, this is like Han's goggles from Empire Strikes Back. And then I'm going to take you over here to here's some toys. This whole room is toy prototypes. So these are, a lot of this stuff is like unreleased items. Like it's for people into the vintage toys. This is where they geek out the most, because this stuff is like, a lot of this stuff was never made. Like some of these micro collection sets were never made. This vehicle from the Droid series is never made. These are 2 rocket firing Boba Fett action figures. All these like 12-inch action figures were never released, but they were, I got them over the years by meeting Kenner. People worked at Kenner and just acquiring pieces from different Kenner people. So yeah, this room for toy collectors is quite a highlight, because it's stuff that they never really see every day. It's just a lot of different concepts for the toys. And then coming into the last room I'll show you, this is the costume room. So in here I got
Oh dear, here we go.
These are all original costumes from the original films, and so you obviously got some class.
I've got the wrong panel, man. Holy
Good night. Good night.
Oh my god. Woo!
Yeah. So yeah, this is some of these like this guy I put together during the pandemic for various collectors that had found pieces, including myself, found pieces over the years. So I love this one, the Hoth Rebel. I mean, it's got it's pretty much fully equipped with binoculars and rifle and pistol and the full costume. 3PO, I'm putting together 3PO. When I get it together, it'll be the only really 3PO in a private collection from the original films. I have the head and legs here. You can see on the floor, I got other pieces here that I still need to attach to it. Then you see some, the one on the right is actually a background character from A New Hope that was in Mos Eisley. You can see her sort of in the right here on this, in the robes here. You see her all around Mos Eisley. Obviously a Bespin costume. There's a Rebel, a battle droid that got sliced in half. Naboo guard. This is Harrison Ford's screen match jacket from Empire Strikes Back. It was a custom made, obviously, for Harrison Ford. That's why I love a lot of the Star Wars films. Because it has to be this out of this world look, they have to custom make and tailor a lot of the costumes. The same goes for, this is a Rebel vest, female Rebel vest. So the female and male Rebel vests are slightly different. And so it was just a very cool design. There's a Fleet Trooper, Rebel Fleet Trooper vest and shirt. And then I have some of the artwork, the concept art for the costumes are in here. So these are some John Mollo sketches for some of the artwork he did for Empire Strikes Back. And then I showed you, downstairs in the living room was the sketchbook for New Hope. So these are his Empire Strikes Back sketches. And then these are some Richard Miller pieces from Return of the Jedi. So when he designed the Slave Leia costume. And Richard Miller, he just heard the news that he recently just passed away. I think it was yesterday. So it was very sad. He had done the costume design not only on and he had done the sculpting on Princess Leia, but for Jedi. But he also worked on Queen Amidala for the prequels. So I have some of that art here as well. So yeah. This is the tip of the iceberg, but I wanted to show you some of the highlights of what people see. For us, it's a lot of it's like just I find some cool thing and I have to figure out, do I frame it? Do I have to have a custom display case made, or do I go to IKEA and throw it in there? But yeah, our house is basically like museum style display.
Okay, so we scoop Phil and Jason and Lance. Then we go to your house and have this personal tour of the whole bloody house. And then we go to Lance's house and drink hot chocolate and watch Star Wars movies and totally nerd out about all the stuff we saw in your house.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
An awesome Star Wars adventure.
That's a complete traveling museum piece right there, man. Put that on the post.
Yeah.
Please tell me you have the right amount of insurance for all of that.
Yes, I do have a special insurance policies for it. But the thing is,
I bet you do.
A lot of this stuff, it's really about like you can't replace it, right? If anything happened. But yeah, you obviously want to get at least compensated for it. yeah, it's you have to think about things like that, unfortunately. But some of the stuff is irreplaceable, is the one of a kind. Unfortunately, for like if something were to happen, it's great to have it, but it sucks if something happened to it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask because I've heard. Now that I saw Leia's bikini in there, is that made out of metal?
No, it's like a it's made of like a I'm trying to get the I could look up the exact thing, but it's sort of like a rubbery plastic, resin type thing that he made it. I could find out, even though he recently passed away, I know people who worked with Richard Miller. I could find out the exact compound that they used, but they molded it and it was like a plastic thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I had read somewhere that it was made out of metal. I was just like, why would they make that? Why?
Yeah,
But
no way they would make that out of. Yeah, it's just yeah, but it has to be comfortable and wearable. So yeah.
So looking at our themes of Star Wars spaces in your home, we've gone from framing displays to just certain specific areas to full-on rooms to actual complete homes, which are museum quality or exhibition quality. So all of them, there was a common theme that if you're looking to frame, there's framings out there. If there's storage out there for any of your amazing pieces, you could, the Depot of Homes or the, IKEA or any other home spaces that you could do those kinds of things in. You heard from Phil from painting your own stuff. Just your time, your creativity, your artistic or ingenuity, or maybe somebody else has a really great idea. And either you have the skills to do it, or you can certainly find the people, to Lance's room, which is a full-on, like, immersive Galaxy Edge type experience that he himself said that he and his son had built more than once. Lance's son is no longer with him, so his room is full of love and memory, and it becomes super special. So whenever we do these kinds of things, it's usually inspired by something that we love or that triggers our obvious love of Star Wars, from our spaces to our full-on homes. So what tips and tricks would you guys want to tell anybody about or creating these kinds of spaces for themselves?
I would say patience. Have patience, and I'm kind of like one of the gentlemen said that, yeah, I don't have any skill to do this or that. Neither did I. I really didn't either. I mean, I was met with challenge after challenge after challenge, and I am no kind of carpenter. I'm not a carpenter. It's you're gonna meet resistance. I mean, you're gonna meet problems. Just know that you're gonna. I mean, set out, know that you're gonna do this. You're gonna see it through. I had no clue on how I was going to finish this. I mean, this room started out as a simple rectangular room, and
Yeah.
I knew in my mind's eye that I wanted to bring it to another level, but I just basically slowly started researching different pictures of the way I wanted it to look and started building things to make it look like that. It's like I say, you're gonna run into there was problems that I would run into, and it took me days of just sitting in here looking at it, trying to figure it out. And I'm sure that I did it the wrong way, but I did it my way. I'm sure there are skilled technicians and skilled carpenters that could have came in and solved that problem, in an hour or two. Me, it took days or sometimes even weeks.
Yeah. Phil, Jason, you guys?
Yeah, I was definitely going to say time and patience. Now, for me, it's not quite as elaborate as any of the other rooms, but with me, I have a hard time just visualizing how I want different frames to be put on the wall. So I actually took a picture of my room and fed it into Adobe Illustrator, and just kind of, all right, maybe it'll look better like this or look better like that. And just had visual representation of like the poster and the frames, and I was able to go in and do it that way. Now, I'm probably just an overthinker in that respect. Others may just go up and put in a nail up in the wall, but yeah, just definitely, give yourself enough time and think, maybe have a plan of how you want the space to look. Like for me, I definitely wanted to have a desk to be the full length of the room. So IKEA was a great place. They have a lot of modular furniture, and it allowed me to do that.
For me, a lot of it is just reinventing, like, constantly, like, new things you want to display. Like I have no issues with taking down a whole display and putting something new up. Sometimes it's going to run out of space, so you have to think of clever ways to compress things in spaces. But yeah, it's and then I just I spend a lot of time, like, each piece is, I try to also think about like the frame shop that I go to. I have a go-to frame shop. They love me because I just like to do bold frame designs, and just with that really pop out the piece. And so I leveraged, like, other people's talents too. They're very good at how to really matte and frame pieces really accurately. So, but yeah, I'm constantly reinventing the look within the house. So I think that's an important thing too. Don't feel like that you're wedded to the first initial way that you display things in your home.
And Phil, I look forward to your whole Mos Eisley Cantina Hansha Greedo booth. I'm looking forward.
So do I. Yeah, so do I. It's even gonna happen. I don't know. I think you've got to enjoy it. It's a journey, right? Not a destination. And it'll be great when it's finished and I can use it. But Lance probably sits there and watches a movie. He probably looks over to one wall and thinks, you know what, I should do this there or something. And it's evolving. It's part of you. It's organic. It'll keep growing. It'll keep changing. And when I go to the conventions and I see the sets that our garrison has, I go to Celebration and see the sets other places have. That's further inspiration, right? Because I'm trying to build the sets here. They won't look as good, but does it matter? If I enjoy them and the people that come over enjoy them, that's all that counts. And it's bringing a piece of that home. If that's what makes you happy, then recreating that in your home is going to make you happy at home. And we can't always get out and troop when we want to. So you're essentially able to do it at home, and you can involve family and friends that wouldn't get out to those events. So you're bringing to your guests and your family the experiences that you enjoy when you're out. And I think that's important too. For me, it's about the sets and the costumes. I have boxes of collectibles, not nearly as good as Gus's, but my pop figures and stuff, right? I don't even think Gus knows what a pop figure is, but stuff like that I'll probably put out somewhere. But like these sort of things shouldn't be in boxes. They should be somewhere where they're loved and appreciated, and someone gets a kick out of seeing them, right? And I think that's what we're all trying to do. We're just trying to enhance what we already have, right? And that's part and parcel of being the 501st as well. It's all about grabbing something that gives you enjoyment and passing that on to someone else, so someone else can get pleasure out of what you enjoy, whatever that may be, right?
Celebrating what you love, right?
Yeah.
And with the spirit of what we do at the 501 is, yes, our costumes are amazing and beautiful. And then what we do with our costumes, right? All the good that we do, our community support, our charity support, like what we're doing right now, coming together, talking about our cool Star Wars spaces, our cool Star Wars experiences, raising money for people who don't have enough food, trying to provide them, a beautiful Christmas. I don't think anybody should ever be hungry, and certainly not when you're trying to be with family at Christmas time. And so I want to thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your love of Star Wars, your Star Wars spaces. What movies do you guys watch at Christmas time with your family? Do you get together with your families and watch anything traditionally?
It's a little off from being your traditional Christmas movies. Mine is arguably Christmas movies like Lethal Weapon and Die Hard. I'm an action movie guy. I've always loved it, and I've always considered those Christmas movies.
You are not alone.
I absolutely agree with Die Hard and Lethal Weapon. They are 100% Christmas movies. And I usually start the season, though, with Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's a great film around Thanksgiving, and then it leads directly into everything else. But then, you know, I can name off Christmas Vacation, Home Alone, 1 and 2. Of course, Christmas Story is annual tradition. You can never miss that. And I actually just watched a new movie. It came out last year. It was actually really well done, called 8-Bit Christmas. It was on HBO Max. So that it has a bit of a Christmas Story feel to it, and I highly recommend it.
Phil, what do you watch with your children? Anything specific?
Always National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That and Elf. They're the two that you can't get away from in the house. I think me and my daughter started watching Christmas Vacation a few years ago, and she's desperate to come and watch it since I moved in. We're going to watch that next week because we can watch it on the big screen this time. And yeah, and then for me it's Jaws. I'll just watch Jaws all the time. I can never get tired of that movie.
And Gus, do you guys ever watch anything this time?
Yeah, it starts with usually the holiday special around Thanksgiving time, the Star Wars holiday special, which has grown on me over the years as ignore the kitsch value of it. And then the Christmas Story is probably the classic. That's the one that a lot of our family members love. It's just so it's just become such a classic, and has so many interesting aspects of Christmas covered in there, and other things growing up as well.
So who is your favorite character from the holiday special?
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. I would say you know, there are a bunch of them. I actually have some pieces from holidays. I like the Akmina.
No,
I like
really?
you know, I like Lumpies and kind of. I mean, you know, of course the characters in the animated sequence are also really cool. Like I love the Boba Fett depiction in the animated sequence. But you know, the holiday special is kind of fun. You know, so it's fun to collect things from it too. It was just very hard because there's very little from the holiday special.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I watch The Ref. That's one of my favorite Christmas. I know it's not really good, but actually we are a family of movie quoters, and we quote so much from that movie. And then it's the Star Wars movies, the Harry Potters, as well as Lord of the Rings. So we spend about 2 weeks together. Usually my brother comes and visits, and we hang out, and we usually have movies that we watch in between when we do armor builds and costume building, that sort of a thing. So we have always these movies that we watch, and that's our family tradition, movies. So again, guys, please click the links. We are raising funds for World Central Kitchen, and on behalf of the 501 and all of us here at the Life Day Telethon, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today on this really cool, unforeseen panel. I think we need to have another panel topic, and we need to go into Gus's house.
Happy to do it.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining us. I thoroughly enjoyed my hour with you guys.
Thank you, Reb.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Thanks for having us on.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the 501st Holiday Special. We hope you're enjoying everything we're putting on this, couple of days for you. Just as a reminder, we're celebrating the Spirit of Life Day. We're celebrating, hope across the galaxy, and we're trying to help tackle one of the galaxy's biggest problems, which is world hunger. We're raising funds for World Central Kitchen. We're supporting our local food banks. You can help out in any number of ways. You could donate here through the URL that I'm sure our awesome video team is going to paste in at the bottom when they edit this, or you could just bring some food to your local food bank. Every little bit helps. With that, welcome to droid building.
So to get started, we're just going to go around the room. Everybody will introduce themselves, tell a little bit about how they got into droid building and what they're working on today. And because of the layout on my current screen, why don't we start off with Michael?
Yeah, sure. So, hi, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, whatever time it is in your time zone. I'm Michael Badley, or Mr. Badley, I think, as I'm probably known in the droid building world. I've been droid building for, gosh, probably about 7 or 8 years, so relatively newcomer to certain people I know are on the call, but I'd originally started by getting into 3D printing in quite a heavy way, and then started designing things. And stupidly, the first thing that I designed was R2D2's dome. Stumbled across the bunch of lunatics that are the R2D2 Builders Club, and never really looked back since. So I've designed over 40 different versions and flavors of droids and 3D printed them. And currently I'm working on this little fella here, which is little B from the Andor series. So one of the most challenging and complex builds that I've ever tackled so far. So it's been quite good fun. Well, that's me.
I'm looking forward to working on one of those myself once all of you brilliant people get the bugs worked out. And so why don't we stay on the same side of the ocean and go on to Lee?
Yeah, hi guys and girls. Yeah, my name's Lee Towersy. I started building in 2007. I stumbled across the Astromech Builders Forum at the time. I think it was a Yahoo group when I started building before astromech.net. And yeah, I've been building since 2007, and back in 2013, I was fortunate enough to be employed by Lucasfilm, the Creatures department here at Pinewood, and I've been working there ever since on Star Wars productions.
Very exciting, living the dream of every Star Wars nerd out there.
Yeah, certainly.
So continue around my somewhat clock-like rotation here and go on to Trevor.
Good day, and so I'm Trevor, droid builder from Calgary, Canada. I've been building droids for about 4 or 5 years, and kind of got interested with a BB-8 build, actually, even though I don't have one finished. That's where we started, and I kind of got into it sort of as a challenge, and you know, with the new movies and the new technologies of printing, it kind of made building a little bit more accessible. And so that's why I got into it and or started to tackle it after looking into it about 10 years ago, building some of the bigger droids. And current project is mostly electronics and sort of adding features to these droids and trying to add more personality and working on those sorts of items.
Great, thanks. Darren?
Hi, my name is Darren Moser. I'm based in Southern California. I started droid building around 2016, working on this tall guy, K2SO. Very, very, very tall. And I have really enjoyed kind of exploring the droid puppetry aspect of the club. Less servos, more raw manpower, and they're a lot more tiring to manipulate, but they're a lot of fun to bring these characters to life. Current project is kind of doing some more upgrades to little BD1 here from Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, although I'm scheming of doing a second version that is bolted on a mouse droid that is servo driven, so I can actually finally sit back with my compatriots in the back seat and drive with an RC. Could be a lot of fun.
All right, and I'm your host, Brian Anderson. I'm in the 501st New England Garrison, also droid builder. My particular droid focus at the moment is very niche. It's droids from Disney's Galaxy's Edge and Galactic Star Cruiser. So behind me, I have the Coca-Cola droid that sells you space beverages in the parks, and SK620 from the Galactic Star Cruiser. My current droid build, though, is even weirder. It is a Dunkin' Donuts themed BB unit. Here in New England, Dunkin' Donuts is pretty pervasive. There's one every 11 feet, pretty much everywhere you go. So I decided to make a pink and orange themed BB unit with a coffee cup holder on its head. So that's my latest bizarre project. So With all that, what we're hoping to do here is introduce everybody to the idea of droid building. I know when I first encountered a mobile astromech, I was absolutely overwhelmed by how cool it was. And this was back in the early 2000s when it was also extraordinarily expensive, very, very difficult to come by parts. And it was, oh, well, I could buy a car or I could build a droid. So I deferred that for a number of years. And with time, it's gotten a lot more accessible, whether you're building out of wood or styrene or foam or 3D printing or whatever. So we wanted to talk to you a little bit about how you can get into droid building, what are the things to think about, and hopefully inspire you to get out there and make your own friend robot. So to start with, let's talk about the outsides. So the two kinds of ways you could build a droid is sort of a mostly static one that just looks cool but sits there, or one that talks and moves and you can puppeteer it. So to get started with the exterior, there's a lot of different ways to do it. So why don't we go around and, everybody just like share a little bit about your thoughts on sort of the outer buildings of droids, how you've approached it, pros and cons to what you do. Since we went with Darren last in the introductions, why don't we start with him for this round?
Well, I'm definitely unconventional in the greater droid circles. I'll think of like K2. So K2 is mostly EVA foam on his outer skeleton because as a puppet, weight was the #1 factor. So I would love some aluminum or even 3D printed pieces to get those fine contours and curves, but he's mostly that foam because that just provides the lightness that is necessary. But that still needs to be sealed and still needs to be painted. And that was the cool part with this droid community, is as I was searching for the right black, because you're always looking for the right shade of blue or the right shade of black. And McMaster, another member of our community, was working on his probe droid, which is also kind of that imperial black, and had a $22 a can, like very nice sheen. And I'm like, okay, I got to try that. So I bought a couple of cans, and that is what I used for him. So yeah, it's really interesting trying to create something that looks like it walked off the set, or in Lee's case, walked onto. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, it's fun. The outsides is one of the most fun parts of a droid, because you can go with like a straight R2 where it looks like it came from episode 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever, or you can do something completely custom, like it's selling Coca-Cola to you. And that's one of the fun things, is that the insides is only the beginning. The outside is how you're kind of presenting this awesome little creature.
Now, with your foam builds, have you had any problems with durability or sort of failures in the field, or does the flexibility of the foam actually make it less likely to break?
I'd say the latter. Foam is really resilient. That's why a lot of cosplayers use it for armor or other things that would normally be a hard surface. So the flexibility, and even if it starts to crinkle at a joint or something, you just hit it with a heat gun and it will loosen back up and you'll lose those wrinkles right away. So it's a really versatile material, and it's very cheap and inexpensive. So if you make a mistake, which happens a lot in droid building, you can try again.
Great. Now, Lee, you got started in droid building before 3D printing was really a topic of discussion there. So tell us a little bit about your early droids and kind of how things have changed over your time doing it.
Yeah, so when I started back in 2007, one of the best kits that was available at the time was the A&A kits. I'm not sure if you can still get them now, but Andrew Schwartz and Alex, they put a kit together, which was mainly Foamex and styrene. So that was my first build. I bought it as a kit from the US, had it shipped over here. And it's not just a complete kit where you can just build your own astromech, you know, spend your money and then build it from scratch. You have to invest in other components as well. You can't buy everything, you know, from one supplier. But the actual bodywork and the skins, they were from A&A, and quite nice to work with, but it can be a bit brittle over time. I found with the paint and so on, that can crack and break quite easily over time. I've still got mine here. I'll show you what's behind me a bit later on, but I have got, which turned out to be Rollo in The Force Awakens. It was originally an R2-D2. Everybody seems to go for an R2-D2 with their first build, except for you, maybe Brian. But there's a lot of R2s out there, and when you start to attend more and more events, you realise that you don't want an R2D2. You don't want to blend in with everybody else. You want to go for something different. But yeah, so my R2 then led on to Rollo. But from there, I just wanted something a bit more heavy duty. So I then went down the aluminium path, or aluminum, as you guys call it. And that's quite expensive. That's quite an expensive option. I did buy a lot of parts again from astromech.net. You can get the frames, the skins, and all the details and so on. And that is quite a heavyweight droid. I had to get ramps for my vehicle, and I invested in a van to move the droids around. It becomes a further investment once you start spending all your money on a heavy aluminium droid, unfortunately. Then Oliver and I went on to build astromechs for Madame Tussauds, and that we went down the fiberglass route for that. So we used one of my aluminium astromechs that I'd previously built, and we took molds from that and created the fiberglass versions. We made two, one for London Madame Tussauds and one for Berlin, which are still there now, I believe. But with the fiberglass build, that is a real pain to paint, because the legs are one piece with all the details on. So you're forever masking and painting. That's quite a tricky one to do. So if you are looking to build, it is a lot easier to have separate components, whether you're printing or, you know, investing in aluminium or making them yourself. With the movie ones, we tried to make them as light as possible. Neil Scanlon, our boss in Creatures, he had a bee in his bonnet about wanting to make them really lightweight. So we used what was it called? I think it was called feather cast, which we used to cast out all the detail components. It was really lightweight, but the trouble was it was like a sponge. It was full of air bubbles. So I think I spent about 2 weeks filling holes and sanding and so on. So that was a task I don't want to repeat, to be honest with you. And if I've produced more, I've always just used standard resin casts ever since, or 3D printing components. But personally, from what I've built, I prefer to go down the aluminium route. And now, fortunately, at Pinewood, we've got facilities to CNC and so on. I'm a bit more advanced in CAD now, so I'm CADing out all my own components, CNCing them out, and mainly using aluminium.
Very cool. So you've touched on basically every kind of droid tech that is out there, really. That's pretty amazing.
Not so much 3D printing for myself. You know, I like I say, I do use detail components with 3D printing, but I'm sure some of the other guys will tell you more about 3D printing routes, which I just don't like all the sanding. So the sanding and filling puts me off somewhat. So, but then again, you know, I think print lines are almost getting acceptable now in the movie industry. I see that people are spotting print lines in props in films and so on. So I hope that doesn't come a thing that's going to be that's acceptable. But I know there's a lot of sanding, which I'm not keen on.
So when last time I was at one of the Disney parks, I was looking at, so this droid, it's not just a Coke droid, it's a specific one. Each of the ones in the park is unique. So I replicated one particular Coke droid, and I was looking really close at it, and I noticed that when you get below the ankle line, they didn't necessarily really sand the print lines anymore. So there were some bits down there that you could clearly see they were printed, but you know, not many people at Disney World are laying on the ground looking at a droid's feet, so it's probably not particularly noticeable.
No.
All right, so Trevor, you've got a wide variety of droids over here. So, you know, tell us a little bit about, you know, how you make them, what your materials are, you know, your finish techniques, all that sort of good stuff.
Sure. So here I've kind of got a spattering of 3 different kinds of droids. I've got my pit droid here, which is animatronic, and then B1, which is static droid, and my R6, which is a fully moving droid and RC based. And for me, these are all 3D printed, including the full body and everything of this droid. As Lee sort of said, I didn't want an R2 when I started, because all as you see are R2s are everywhere, and if you are in a group, I didn't want to be which one is mine. I wanted to be able to pick mine out in the group. And when I was at Celebration, I was like, yes, I can pick mine out. Here it is. And for me, 3D printing is a double-edged sword. As Lee said, sanding sucks. And there is so much of that in building these droids and to get them to look not 3D printed. Filling, sanding, painting, and the cost of painting materials is actually, in my opinion, almost more than the cost of printing it. It's very unexpected expense when you start getting into it. It's like, oh, this guy's only, you know, $20 or $30 to print a little droid, but then easily when you got $10 a can of filler or 15, now they're almost $20 a can here, and it's very easy to add that stuff up. But for me, 3D printing, the reason I 3D printed my droid, this droid, was accessibility. I was able to build it from the ground up, completely self-reliant. So yes, there's a lot of sanding. You can use resin prints to reduce the sanding and on the detailed pieces. But it was sort of completely self-reliant. I could build everything on this droid without having to go wait for somebody to have a run, or, you know, who's got this available, who's got that available. So for me, it was being self-reliant. And that's the same with the electronics and such. Is all of my electronics on mine are custom built and programmed by myself, and it was simply self-reliance. I could do it myself and build that without having to rely on other people, other than people like Michael Badley and such, who did the design files. So I didn't do all the design files, obviously, for all this stuff. And so that's a wonderful community in that respect, is those builders who have the design skills to create these, and then we can replicate them. But yeah, that's sort of my basis of why I 3D print. But it is like some people say, oh, 3D printing's the easy way. You just stick it on the printer and imprint it. Yeah, but there's a lot to how you print that part. But then the finishing parts, man, Lee has it right. Sanding and finishing is such a big task. I don't even want to think of how many hours are put into sanding these, and repetitive injuries of hand moving back and forth to get these to look not printed. And to me, that's a big key, is to make them look as best you can not print. You can obviously find areas on these droids that aren't perfect, but
it's battle damage.
To do that. Yeah, weathering is is wonderful. Thank you, Star Wars, for being weathered droids and weathered things, because you can hide a few oopsies here and there to make it look real and worn.
That was one of my biggest challenges with SK620 over here, is that, while most of the droids are battered and beaten, SK is a crew member of the luxury cruise liner Halcyon, who doesn't see much action. So having to actually make something smooth and shiny and clean for once was daunting, because, normally I'd say, oh, there's a little, it's just a little bit weathering. But no, I had to actually go back and fill and sand again.
It's one of the reasons I have not gone down the C-3PO route, because to think of creating something that perfect and smooth and glossy is, to me, super daunting.
Now, just as an aside, this is an unscripted panel. We didn't rehearse our bits. We had a very loose agenda of topics, but otherwise we're just ad-libbing. And Trevor set me up perfectly here with the lead-in for the accessibility of printed droids and how it opened up the world of droid building to an entirely different audience, which takes us into Michael, who is really the father of most of the printed droids you see rolling around out there. So, Michael, how do you make your droids?
I've not really tried doing anything else other than 3D printing, so that's all. I've only ever 3D printed. It was interesting. When I first started doing the designs, as I said, I designed R2-D2's dome. There was a guy in America that posted a video on YouTube and said, you cannot 3D print an R2-D2. The stresses are too strong. It'll fall to pieces. And then he had a video of him actually riding his R2-D2 about. So I took that really as the gauntlet to sort of wanting to completely 3D print an R2-D2, fully functioning, including everything, which was also the gears, the mechanics, right down to the battery cables, which people would use woven metal tubing, but actually I 3D printed those in flex on my very, very, very original one. And I've got to say, I did it purely because somebody said that you couldn't do it. Of course, then that proved, I guess, to a lot of the building community that it could be done. But the bit that really inspired me to carry on after that is I got, within a few months, about over a dozen messages, maybe more, from people in Brazil or Argentina or all different parts of the world, where they're saying, thank you so much for this. We can get 3D printers, we can get cable. What we can't get is filament. What we can't get is any part runs. So that accessibility really, really kind of motivated me to carry on doing that and to build the community through it. I think we take it for granted sometimes in Northern America and in Europe, and getting access to some of the part runs that we're going through. So that's kind of where a lot of this 3D printing started. And at that point, I was really fortunate in that 3D printing was just starting to kind of take interest. And from that, the first R2D2, I think, really captured everybody's imagination. I've done 3 designs since then, so version 1, version 2, and version 3. And then, as I said, I've done on really to print, to design probably about another 20 or 25 different variants and various other droids. The other thing I will say is around finishing. We cheat in the UK, so and in Europe there's a substance called Motip, which is a spray filler, which is phenomenal. So when I built my ALT droid, which is another one that's the same size as R2D2, I was laying paint on the body, just behind Lee, as you can see there. It's a very, very smooth. I think the original one's styrene, isn't it, Lee? So it's a very, very smooth skin droid. I was laying paint on that 4.5 hours after I took the body of the print off the printer. And literally what I did is I put 5 or 6 coats, because I hate sanding as much as everybody else does, 5 or 6 coats of Motip, and it dries quite quickly. Let it dry, and I timed myself, and I sanded the body for 40 minutes, and then I started putting white paint on top with very, very limited layer lines. So there are solutions out there for the sanding and painting route. I think the challenge is I've not really come across material that's as good as Motip, that's got the same ability to fill and all that kind of stuff. But
I must say, Mike, I've seen that droid and it does look great. So the finish is fine.
Yeah. I mean, it was literally, so it was an afternoon to do the body on that. I thought it was quite a rush job, but once it dried and painted, it came out really, really well. The other thing with 3D printing, I guess, is the accessibility. As long as you can get filament from somewhere, you can pretty much get any of the parts. What I personally like is also how it inspires people then to start designing and CADing their own parts, because what it means is that you can take a full astromech, like Trevor's done there, and what you can do is then CAD in your own unique parts. You can do your own custom designs, as Darren's done with BD1, turn it into a puppet. So once you've got the basic core model, you can then start to customize it. I think that's another big advantage, really.
Yeah, and that accessibility is huge. I remember the first droid builder I ever met. He was a fairly well-known builder, Jerry Green. He lived in my area, and he brought his R2-R9 droid out to an event that I was a stormtrooper at, and I was fascinated with it. I thought it was amazing. And he started getting into, well, this part, they do them once every 3 years, and it's, about like $4,000, and you have about a 7.5 minute long window to get them when the run happens. So you have to be just sitting on that $4,000 waiting for the day that they say it's available, and you have to be first in line. I'm like, okay, so this isn't a thing I'm ever going to do. And then I had started getting into 3D printing around The Force Awakens, and the very first BB-8, BB Builder Club files had been released. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. I want a BB-8. So I went out and I bought a 3D printer, and it's like, great, I have a 3D printer now. I'm going to build a BB-8. And, next thing you know, years have gone by, and there are tons of printers and droids everywhere. And it's just become a complete obsession. And and really a problem space-wise. But the fact that, you know, you can build your droid $15 or $20 at a time with Filament is so much easier than having to sit on $4,000 or $5,000 in one chunk to buy one part that you need. So I think it's really opened the door to so many additional builders. And then it becomes sort of a gateway droid into the bigger metal bits. You know, I recently did an event with SK where, due to some logistic confusion, it ended up just being me, the droid, and about 35 kids with no additional people around. And it got pretty hectic and some damage was done. And I was thinking, you know, it would be really great if some of these parts were metal and I could just not have to worry about reprinting them at the end of the event. But on the flip side, you know, my antenna got knocked off and I was able to go home, throw one in my little Anycubic Mono X resin printer and stick it on the droid's head the next day and everything was fine. So, you know, there's pros and cons to all of it. And I think it's amazing that we have so many different options at this point.
And I was just going to add to that, Brian. Sorry, Brian, I'm just going to add to that, because that's one of the questions that we get asked a lot is how much does it cost to build a droid? I think we know whichever material you choose. It always shocks me with 3D printing because it is still expensive. It's still at $400, $600, $800, you know, and then you've got your electronics on top of it. But why I find it shocking is I'm shocked at how much I've spent on it because, like you said, it's a bit like it's like saying, you know, how much you spend on groceries or whatever over a 9-month period. It's a lot of money, but actually, when you're printing, you're only spending 20 quid on your hobby or 40 quid on a hobby to get a filament, not having to spend, you know, $600 or $1,000 on a specific part. You still spend the same money. It just feels a bit easier.
Well, and for those who haven't done the design on the 3D printed side, you go through a lot of material in prototyping, because you very rarely are you going to take out your CAD program, design your file, export it, print it, and everything is perfect. You know, there's always that one part that's just slightly off and you adjust it and you think, well, I probably don't need to print another one to confirm this. And then you print another one to confirm it and you find that in fixing problem A, you've now created problem B, and now you're printing a third and a fourth and a fifth. And so, you know, for every droid Michael has in his shed, he's probably printed that droid a dozen times to get there.
Absolutely. It's very, 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 very true. I mean, I must have printed 2 or 3 V2s just in the prototyping. And as you say, you for whatever reason you miss something that clashes in the real world, or even it's just physics. Once you start to make something, you're thinking actually there's a bit too much wobble on there. You want to put some plastics in there. So there is, and even printing, you know, there is wastage in printing, and it particularly where people want, when they first start out in the hobby in 3D printing, they go for the really big printers. They say, I want a print that I can print a full droid in one go. You know, has anybody ever done that? And I'm like, honestly, you don't want to do that, because full body will take you best part of a week and a half or 2 weeks of printing time. And within that 2 weeks, you can't have a filament jam, you can't have a power cut, you can't have a layer shift. Otherwise, you're right back to the beginning. So really, kind of, my advice would be do it in small pieces and build up on that. And when you get confident, then stretch out to doing, you know, your kind of bigger printers.
I mean, speaking of small pieces, it's funny how it's almost kind of mirroring between the run and like aluminum pieces and like 3D printed pieces, because sometimes you'll see builders who are doing like an aluminum droid, but they'll use a 3D printed, you know, vent cover until they're able to source, you know, their aluminum piece. And so it's like, you know, we have this beautiful, you know, mosaic of a droid that has 3D and resin and aluminum and all these different fiberglass. So, you know, not that you couldn't build a stock all metal droid, but you don't need to. That doesn't have to be the only option. Or like you were saying with your antenna, if you have a piece that's very fragile or is going to get damaged very often, there's other materials that it could be built out of that make it springy or make it easily replaceable. And it's just, yeah, 3D printing, you know, besides all of the sanding, it's so much fun.
Well, and there's constant adaptation. So like this antenna, originally I had it connected with a magnet at the base, thinking, if it breaks, I could just pull it out. And, that worked relatively well. But when it broke up here, I was like, wait, I can do this part in metal and have the metal fit into the 3D printed part. So a slight impact up here isn't going to shatter it anymore. I can replace both parts separately. And so now I have this little modular antenna that is, somewhat kid durable, and I can actually bring spares with me in my toolbox. And so if it breaks mid-event, I can just pop a new one in.
Until the kids find that it comes off.
Well, so it's a little bit of an aside, but it's a funny story about this. So this event that I was at, the population of the kids were abnormally skilled in robotics and experienced with mechanical devices. But I was doing a relatively good job of hiding myself as the operator. So being in a community where droids and automation in the real world were normal for them, they all assumed it was autonomous. And so they kept trying to figure out the gimmicks. So they were like, okay, well, if I tap its head 3 times, it makes the scream. And so I would do that repeatedly and consistently, but then I wouldn't. And so they'd tap it and like, oh, it's not working anymore. And then it would do something different. And they're like, wait, it's supposed to scream when I tap it 3 times. Why isn't it? And it was really fun just kind of messing with
You're
their
just trolling
expectations of
them.
it.
Very good.
All right, so that kind of leads us to our next agenda item, which is the inside of the droid. So you've got your droid. It looks great. And you can bring it to an event and roll it out on a cart and sit it there and it looks awesome. But then you see the other droids all roaming around and looking around and playing with things, and you want to bring it to life. And just like there are many ways to make the outside, there are a lot of ways to bring the insides to life. And I think each person here has a fairly unique perspective on how they bring things to life. So, I'd like to start with Trevor in your pit droid, because I think yours was the first pit droid I ever saw actually move. And I think it's really cool that you were able to figure out in that tiny space with those little bits that you have to work with, how to make it come to life.
Yeah, it was certainly a challenge. And as Michael said before, taking and modifying parts as you get better. That's sort of what I did with this droid. Is talking, and I saw some other people do some movement in there. This is the only droid out there, and unfortunately I don't have them powered up, but this is the only pit droid that I've seen that actually has side to side and tilt motion as well. And it was a challenge into that aspect to add that motion, get it into this size. And what I did was I took original, somebody else had kind of did the outside, and then I kind of gutted the head, and the top of his head sort of pops off, and then you add in the electronics up top. Adding that motion and electronics is what gives him personality and really brings that droid to life. And it is to me, the electronics part is a challenge, and there's many ways to do it. Arduinos and Teensies and other all these electronic boards are becoming more and more ubiquitous. He does have a camera in his nose now that will add additional face tracking and that kind of items. And that is the challenge. Same with my R6. For me, the challenge and the excitement is getting that interaction with the crowd or with the people, right? And that's what I really enjoy doing, and seeing that interaction. And Darren has that same, I think, reason why he likes the puppets. He gets that personal interaction with the people, and when people can see that it's not just a static item, but it's alive, and it really brings the realism to that droid. And it is all a challenge to get that in. Same with the droids. Like, you can make them so much personality. B2B is a really emotive droid, Same with BB-8s, actually. They're very emotive. You can do a lot with them. So for me, electronics, this guy is all standalone. You can use standard RC to do the control. It's just servos in the head that can move things. So standard RC is a great start point for manual control of things. And then you can add in the automation later with Arduinos and other items like that to you'll hear maestros and other servo sort of mechanisms to add in sort of automated scripts and such. Same thing with these. So you can play scripts, you can do sequences of servo commands that offload some of the puppeteering effects of the user. I'm not sure what control systems most people use. I use standard RC controls. So this is my remote that I have that I use for puppeting R6, and it's standard RC that's been heavily modified for my purposes. Am I gonna be able to have him stand there? No, I'm gonna hold him. He doesn't want to stand up on his own, but
I don't blame him.
Yeah, it's early here. There we go. Maybe he'll stand up now. Lean him back. So
Well, I love that you're calling it puppeteering, because it really is. Even if you may not necessarily think of a remote controlled droid in that light, but even if you are using a big RC remote, like, you're still puppeteering. You're still bringing a otherwise inanimate static object to life.
Yeah, to me, like, it is puppeteering in every aspect, and Lee is that's his job, and it's a big part of, we're using RC. That just means that it's a virtual link to the droid. That's why I like RC, so that I can have that immediate interaction between the droid and the person. Whereas Darren's puppet is puppeted directly, but it's still that same thing, whether we do it remote or virtual or physical. Puppeteering is what gives us that interaction with the people, and to me, that's a huge benefit of reason for droid building. The other reason I really like droid building and that whole aspect of puppeteering is I can kind of hide and not be the center of attention, and let the droid, let the people interact with the droid, and I can kind of hide in the background a little bit, and they can focus on him and what he's going to do, right? And I think that's a huge part of all the things that you want to do with a droid.
Well, and so Darren, going to that notion of sort of hiding yourself, and how do
Or not
how do you,
hiding,
or
as the
not
case may
hiding.
be.
So you have again, a very unique perspective on this, because where a lot of us are talking about RC signals and Arduinos and servos, you're thinking cables and pulleys, and where do I put my body in
I
all
hate it
of
when my
this?
RC signal goes out and my arm falls off. No, yeah, and that was like Michael was talking about. He had that challenge of like, oh, well, someone said I couldn't do it, so I want to see how can I 3D print an entire R2. And so my challenge I gave myself was, Michael has designed this beautiful BD unit with, dozens of servos in it. I'm like, well, what if I took all of those out and figured out another way to bring that to life? And I think one of the fun things with droid building is we all have different skill sets. Electronics is still something I'm working into, and fortunately, with this community, there's many different people you can rely on and ask questions for. But for this one, yeah, my BD's head looks a little different than everyone else's, where it's mostly just full of wiring and tubing, and it's a little messy in there. But yeah, a lot of times with BD ones, and I've seen a lot out there, because in the game he kind of rests on your shoulder and he kind of looks around. So a lot of people will have just a simple little thing, maybe with a little bit of head movement. But I was like, how do I really bring this character to life? And I know from the get-go, I'm not going to be able to hide. I'm not going to be able to sit back with an RC control. And so the answer I developed for that was a system where he straps to my arm to support him, and I use my other arm to rest his feet so that he's kind of perched like a bird on that arm. And so he's right in your face. He's right there in between me and the person I'm puppeting with. But if I'm doing my job right, I disappear. And I'm usually wearing black, or I'm blacking out my arm or the puppet controls, so they kind of fade away. But it's kind of that hiding in plain sight where you can't hide. There's no CG team to remove me like pieces of Hell 337. But if you're doing it right, if you're having fun, if you're interacting with the droid, you know, you yourself will vanish and it will just become the character. I mean, this entire conversation as we've been having, I've been slowly kind of still tweaking, you know, Beatty's ears, and that's it. That's how he's alive. The droids aren't static. They're always moving. They're always twitching. They're always, you know, over your shoulder doing something fun. And I kind of call it like the Muppet phenomenon. Like if you take a Muppet off and you put them down, they're just kind of like laying there, and they lose that spark in their eye, even though their eye doesn't change. But droids always have little lights blinking, or Cylon lines moving, or their heads are looking around, and that's what really brings them to life. And it's one of the best parts of the gig.
Well, see, now I'm just picturing you showing up at an event in a big green screen suit and just telling everybody to take you out of the photos.
It's been recommended a lot, and people don't seem to understand that that's not an option if you don't have a CG team following you around. Same thing with K2. I puppet him as well. I'm wearing a chest harness that's supporting his weight, and my feet are connected to his. And I'll just wear like a dark gray jumpsuit that's very nondescript, and in most pictures I look like a guy who just got the short straw and is standing behind him so he doesn't end up in the picture. And that's again part of the fun of doing it in a way. Or my third costume, which is L337 from Solo, and I kind of went in the same route that they did for the film, where I'm inside of it, but again without a CG team, I had to make some kind of accommodations to make some parts wider, some parts thinner, to hide that silhouette profile of a human and make it seem more droidish. And foam also came to the rescue in that day.
So now, when we get into the internals, there are some kind of practical limitations to what you can do. So like I use an Xbox 360 game controller for mine. Connected via Bluetooth using an open source droid OS called Padawan 360. But Lee, as I understand it, in actual filming situations, you wouldn't want to be using Bluetooth on a set for controlling your droids, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So I've always gone for the standard RC option anyway. So I use off the shelf remote control. I actually use Spectrum systems myself. And there are other available systems like your stealth system and so on. But what we found is that the first time we used some of the builders droids on a film, their stealth system stopped working. And it was just because there were so many people using Bluetooth and Wi-Fi for cameras, for the monitors, for the lighting. Everything is remote controlled now on set. So it must have got to some sort of saturation point where they lost control of their droids. Thankfully, they didn't lose control where they went crashing through the set, but there was just no signal. They just couldn't get them to do anything. So we now always insist that if there's a droid being offered forward for a production, it has to have standard RC for the driving, which is an easy bypass. You know, it doesn't mean you can't go for the stealth system. You can still use the stealth system when you're attending events and so on, but you can just swap that out quite simply and put a standard remote control system in that's available off the shelf.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I really like about it, is that you can adapt, you can do things different ways. And one of the things that fascinates me about internals, and this is where we'll, pass over to Michael again, is that you may not necessarily always think about, you see a droid out in an event and, like on SK here, the door can open, the arm will come out, little hand will open and close, it'll go back in. There's actually a lot of engineering inside the robot that allows that to happen. And, Michael, can you, tell us a little bit about, sort of how do you approach the design process of, because, you don't just provide us with, you know, the outside here. You know, it's got all those hinges and pivots and pulleys, and you know, how do you tackle doing that in such a way that someone can plug in an RC system or a Bluetooth system or whatever else and just make it work?
I'll start with a statement that in the Star Wars universe, it does not design droids for real world applications. And what I mean by that is, you know, we've got Trevor's pit droid, you know, which has got arms this thin, this long, but it's moving beautifully, fantastically like that. We have robots that literally turn themselves inside out with various panels opening and things coming out there. I was talking to Billy Brooks, who did the boosters when R2 flew in some of the prequels, and he said physically the boosters couldn't fit into the legs when they came back in again. He said, but in the world of CG, who cares? Over to you guys. So
we care, Michael. We care a lot.
Exactly. This is the backdrop at which we design the mechanics of. So actually, starting with that, it's choosing which of these articulations and movements that you want to fit in your droid. I would say that for the majority of the public, they're more interested in fantastic puppetry and great reaction than they are about features, because as a group, we show off to other builders, you know, we've got arms and we've got things that move around and things that come out, but actually what the people want is they want to break that reality wall and believe that that droid's alive. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be through panels opening and arms coming out. So I think the selection of features, depending on what you want to do. So do you want to do something that no other builder has done to show off within the builders community, is different than actually, I think that Chopper, for example, the arms coming out the dome, waving about, is an integral part of his character. So the first part of the design feature, deciding which of those you want. Then it's stretching the boundaries of all of that technology that Trevor talked about with the servos and the Arduinos. And the challenge that we have, and this is a challenge for the RC community as much as it is for any other control systems, is that every point of articulation is a channel. So if you want an arm to do that, it's one channel, and it becomes 2 channels, and it becomes 3 channels, then it becomes 4 channels, then it becomes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So quickly you can get to 20 or 30 individual components that you're trying to control. And the challenge is not designing the mechanics. The mechanics are possible. It then becomes more of a challenge on controlling it. So P2, for example, here, as Lee knows, I think took 2 or I think it was 3 puppeteers potentially to do the real thing.
3 puppeteers.
3 individual puppeteers to control it. The one that we've got here, which has got most of the features, it's got all the body sections, head twisting, the head moving, the legs coming out. That's got over 20 channels that's needed in there. There's 14 individual servos, 6 speed controllers, and we're trying to do that with 1 puppeteer. So this is where we have to then move into a space where we're animating based on emotions, which heavily gets into code then. So what we're saying is, and this is kind of where we've been playing around with the programming of this, and certainly BD1 was the same as 14 servos in BD1 in the original one. It's some of the things you've got to automate. The ears twitching, you just do it randomly. The eyes moving, you can do randomly. And then what you want to do is focus the RC controls on the bits that you need for interaction. So where he looks, what we're looking at with this one is actually switching it between emotions. So from happy, sad, scared, energetic, and then what that'll do is switch to a theme, and within that theme you've got some automated animation, and the rest is still controlled by the end user. And that's okay, because the majority of public events that we do, or you know, charity events, etc., you'll want one controller that controls. You can't really afford to take three people out every time. But on set, I don't think it'd be acceptable at all, because with a director, you've got to be able to move every single individual component depending on what they want from that scene. So it's very, very, very different. But I think the future is a lot more channels, a lot more servos, a lot more articulation, which gives you a lot more character. But what you've got to do is rely on some automation to do that.
Well, and that takes us to our final agenda point, and we are getting close on time, but I think we've fit everything in. So the last one we were going to talk about was sort of the kind of puppeteering and taking them out into the wild and actually making them work aspect. And so, Lee, you touched on it a moment ago, but the sort of on-set model of puppeteering is, I'm sure, quite different than what most of us are doing out on a convention floor or at a charity event at our local school or library. So what goes into making these droids come alive sort of the way that we see them on screen, CGI being obviously a whole separate topic.
It's very simple, really. With the onset, well, with the astromechs that Oliver and I made, first of all, starting with them, we made them as simple as we could. So we could drive them and the head could turn, and that was it. We didn't have any gadgets, no bells, no whistles, no sound even. We kept it as simple as possible, because then that limits the failure. So, the more gadgets you have, as you'll know as a builder, when you go to conventions and what have you, if you've got all the bells and whistles, there's a chance something could fail at the event. So we can't afford to do that on set. So then when you start to get more complicated with the droids, certainly with the BB-8s, they had so many different versions of the BB-8s to do different functions. And they would decide the day before, maybe even when they rolled up on set, the day of shooting, which BB-8 would be more suitable, because of course you had the Brian Herring puppeteered green suit one as well. You had the drivable version, and then you had panels opening and the thumbs up and so on. A lot of that was CG, of course, but the panel that opens, that was a practical effect, but that was a special effects addition to a BB-8. It wasn't in a rolling version of BB-8. But then that's where you guys cleverly come in, because then you try and replicate all this and make it a practical effect, which we didn't really have time to, didn't achieve, or didn't choose it to be an option when we were filming. So you take it to like another level, if you like, and just like what Michael's doing with B2, as it happens with B2, we did only have one version. So Josh, Lee, and Matt Denton built B2 Emo, and they had a long time to build it. It was through COVID that Josh was spending a lot of time CADing it up and so on. And then Matt stepped in and did all the electronics for B2. And because of the time constraints, how technically advanced it was, just wouldn't have been possible to make more than one in the time we had. So we have got one, and what Michael is replicating is actually what we managed to achieve on the build. I say we, nothing to do with me, Matt and Josh. But no, so yeah, we just really do. If even with R2, whenever they wanted a door opening in R2, I then had to jerry rig a new mech into the R2s we already had, just to take a door opening shot. That wasn't something that was in place already. That was something I would have to add in the future. So yeah, we try and keep them as simple as we can, really.
Yeah, and I sort of follow a little bit of that. So I have a BB-8. He doesn't roll. He's designed as a stationary animatronic. So his head moves, it tilts, it wobbles, he talks, but he's relatively static. The head's mounted to an axle. And when we have a convention stand set up where it's we have one of our local builders had built Ray's speeder at one point, so we would put BB-8 with Ray's speeder and it'd be a photo op you could go to. So this particular BB-8 would just sit there all weekend long, just rotating through a pre-programmed animation sequence, and people are like, oh, BB-8's moving. But no one would ever want to leave their rolling BB-8 in a situation where random public members were unattended walking right up to it, because one whack and the magnetic head would go flying across the room. But then if we had somebody who had a rolling BB-8, we might take my animatronic one and just stuff it in the back for a bit and have the roller come out and a puppeteer managing him. And then when we're done with the roller, we take that away and put the sort of stunt BB-8 back out. So, in some sense, we try to follow that same pattern. And, my R5 here doesn't have any servos, no animations. He has some blinky lights, but it's just like a little, tiny circuit in his head. Like there's very little going on, where SK has all the doors and panels. And so when I'm taking a droid out to an event, I'll decide, is this a safe place for the doors and the handshaking, or is this one where I just want the big rolling tank?
Well, like
And
you
Yeah,
say,
I think as they touched on earlier on, just keeping it alive is the key thing. I think Darren was saying, just give it some emotion, keep it alive, never keep it static. And I have fortunate enough to work in the industry, but I've got to say, you can't beat going to public events and comic cons and what have you to share the things you've built, to interact with the crowds. It's such a cool thing to do. And unfortunately, I don't get too many now, but when I do, it reminds me really what I do it for, because the reaction, you can proudly show what you've built. You can interact with people. Sound's quite important as well. I think the sound becomes quite useful. They feel as though they're interacting more when you've got audio in the droid as well. And you can't beat taking to events.
Yeah, I have a pre-programmed button on my remote for the droid scream, which is my no, don't do that indicator to the public. So I keep that hot button ready. So anytime somebody starts acting frisky, he can scream at them. So like Darren, since you're physically present and you're right there, I would imagine that it makes people naturally inclined to be more respectful of your stuff. Is that true, or am I just being optimistic?
yeah, I'd say so. I mean, there's always the touchability of a droid. I mean, you guys were talking about panels opening, and once you open a panel, that becomes the focus of all future fingers. Well, with BD, so I also have a soundboard on him, just a simple system with a couple of like pre-done chirps. But I found that it's really fun to tie a specific sound to a specific kind of motion. So this is my like, look at me, I'm walking around, is that thing alive? And then someone will hear that chirp and they'll turn and they'll be like, oh my gosh, there's a giant puppet right there. This is my kind of stand up, like, like he's kind of looking at people. But my favorite is the head scratch. So I'll tell people, oh, BD really likes his head scratch. And then people will be like, okay. And they'll reach out and scratch his head. And I'll kind of wiggle the head and play that specific sound, and they'll melt. People will absolutely melt at that. And so pairing the right kind of droid motion and sound brings it to life in a really interesting way. But because I'm right there, and I mean I'm like half a foot behind him, it's really fun just connecting in that way, where I can't tell you how many times people come up and be like, okay, take a picture, and then I'll move them. They're like, actually a video, that's what I want to shoot. Like 9 times out of 10 that is how it happens. But yeah, it's just something about, it's not the only reason we do droid building, but it's one of the main reasons, is getting to bring these characters to life. Sometimes we pick characters that never existed and were completely CG. And so how do you bring that about? K2, was a 7'2" thing that didn't have to support its own weight. So how do you, how do you fix those problems? But you have a community to rely on. You have groups of people that specialize in LEDs and servos and sometimes foam and puppetry. And that's, I think, the best part of the droid building community, is that while you can do it all on your own, you don't have to.
Yeah, and I was building a 3D printed K2 around the same time Darren was building the Puppet K2. And I remember one of the things that was giving me such pain was that his ankles are about the diameter of a can of spray paint, but his torso is, 5 adults huddled together. And I just kept thinking, like, obviously no one ever actually thought about how one of these would physically stand up. But here we are, we're out here trying to take this CG only concept and find some way to make it happen. And, for me, I ended up with 1-inch steel rods, like, burrowed through his legs, so that even though the ankles were that skinny, I just, brute forced my way through the rest of it.
Yeah, the trick I had to do with K2, because he has to support his own weight or I'm dying, so carrying him for the entire day. So he has an internal PVC skeleton. And so what I did, because many of K2's joints are hollow, they're rings, which looks really cool, Star Wars, but it's a pain in the butt to engineer. So what I do is, in those cylinders, I have mirrors, and they're kind of sunken back. And so from the right angle, it gives that illusion that it is hollow, but it's not actually. It's still got a rod going right through it for strength. And, you know, at the right angle, and if I call out to it, which I usually do because I think it's cool, you know, people will notice that, but they'll almost always be like, "Oh, I didn't even realize that's what it was until you drew attention to it." So yeah, just like movie magic, there's lots of little tricks we try to do to make, you know, not only make it come alive, but even make it physically be there in the room with you. And people don't even care about those little details when R2's rolling up to them.
Yeah. And you know, like Trevor, your pit droid, like that head has no business moving. Like from a from a realistic
Now
perspective.
make it fold, Trevor. Make it fold.
Well, that's the thing. Like Star Wars did us no favors with their designs. And pit droids are the worst in their folding thing because, and we've studied it, and we've looked at it. You have to dislocate and reorientate every joint to make it fold. And when it's folded, it somehow lost mass. And it's like, oh, thanks guys. Like, you know, that's really wonderful for you guys to do that. And we can't do it. Same with B1. Like he cannot, when they're in the carriers and they fold up, they can't do that. The legs interfere with each other and they take up the same space, right? And what's that, the rule of time cop, you can't have same space and same time, and you just can't do it. And so that's a real big challenge. One of the nice things with B2, it is a practical droid, so okay, yeah, it looks really hard and it does some amazing things, but at least we could probably build that because somebody built it. But pit droids and all the stand-up droids, K2 as well, those tiny little legs and that gigantic torso is doing real droid builders a disservice because we can't do it, right? Like
it's called a challenge, Trevor. It's called a challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge, and this was a challenge. You got
we learned the secret.
Yeah, right.
Michael revealed the secret to all of this at the beginning. We have to tell him that it's impossible to make a folding pit droid.
Oh, there we go. That's why we do it.
That'd be sure great if a pit droid folded, Michael. Only a master craftsman could pull that off.
It's only droid builders that do this. You never get people going, you know, I'm gonna make Kermit the Frog walk. You know, nobody ever says that, do they? It's just
without wires.
Droid builders that decide that they want to make these creatures real.
Well, and I think that's, you know, as we're wrapping up, like I think that's one of the ways that the droid builders integrate into the costuming community so wonderfully, because, you know, it's absolutely amazing. You see, you know, video of the UK garrison rolling down a convention floor with 100 stormtroopers in formation, and it's just this awe-inspiring sight. And then, you know, once you see that, it's like Star Wars is real now. And then R2 rolls by and it just turns it up to an even higher level where it's like, okay, you know, I really am like, this is it. Like I'm here. And, you know, one of the reasons why I built, you know, SK, so I went on the Galactic Star Cruiser back in May and I was astounded. So knowing what it takes to puppeteer a droid. So they have this SK unit rolling through dense crowds in dim lighting, interacting with children in close quarters and navigating these narrow little spaces. And that droid milling about made it feel more Star Wars than anything else because he just blended in seamlessly. It was just, you know, oh, you know, I'm just at the bar and there's an astromech here, you know, that's normal. And, you know, the fact that this astromech was just milling about made it feel both so unreal and so real at the same time. And I think all of us, when we're out doing this droid thing, you know, we're amplifying that reality. You know, we're making Star Wars really feel like it's happening right in front of you.
That's what it's
I think one of the big magic things from my perspective is, and I think they've all touched on it today, is the community. I think that's what makes these things come to life every day because there's nobody who can do everything. And the other thing is that everybody has their own little self-doubting or self-limiting beliefs, and that you think this isn't particularly possible. and then somebody goes, I'll try and do that, make it fly. Okay, let me have a look to see. We can't make it fly by conventional rules, but we'll make it fly by another way. And I think that's that community, that willingness to help, that willingness to kind of stretch your imagination is what drives us to create these things, and also, makes them have that impact when you bring them out in public.
Absolutely. Well, I think we've hit our time limit. We actually covered everything we were going to talk about. So well done, everybody, for staying focused. I know we all have a bad habit of wandering off on fascinating tangents. I feel like we did a great job covering the territory. Hopefully we've inspired some people to get involved in droid building. And, we'll see each other again at Celebration or some other event soon.
So hello there. I feel like that's the only greeting we can use with a Star Wars related chat. My name is Kaza Cullen. I am a TIE pilot from British Columbia, Canada in the Outer Rim Garrison, and I'm going to be your host for this little chat this evening. We have some amazing photographers, content creators from all around the globe who have captured some of the coolest images for Star Wars, for Star Wars Celebration, for the 501st. So that's kind of what we're talking about tonight, but that all ties into one thing, this gigantic cool thing that we're working apart for, which is the 2002 Life Day, or 2022, geez, I'm about 20 years behind, I think. Anyway, the 2022 Life Day Telethon, we're basically trying to put as much Star Wars joy into raising money for world hunger. And we're have all these amazing conversations that we're having. And again, this is the one that we have right now. A little polish. And here, hold my lens flare, a panel. So yeah, I'm your host, and I'd like to go around the room here and do a little bit of introductions. So see here, Michelle, do you want to start us off, give a bit of a background about yourself and kind of what got you into here? What got you your Imperial Scandox?
Yeah, no problem. So in the 501st, I am also a TIE pilot, specifically Iden Versio, just because I love her a lot. She's super great. I am working on a Fennec Shand too, but that's been put on the back burner because I need to get my Wookiee up and running. So that'll be something different. I've been doing photography for years and years and years. I started in like elementary school, and then I actually got introduced to the Star Wars group through the local Mando Merc chapter. And that was, I think I joined them like 9 years ago. So I've been in the clubs for a very long time, and I was just always like jumping between doing pictures or doing costumes. And recently I've kind of just been going like full steam ahead on the photos. I do a lot of location photography and a lot of studio photography. My photos have made onto like the 501st Legion social media a few times, so people might be familiar with some of them. In terms of photography, I shoot mostly with Sony, and I think I'm the only one in the group that does. So, and I was one of the photographers at Star Wars Celebration, and I did a lot of yelling at the Clone Trooper detachment, so they recognized me probably. I'm friends with the leadership there, and they gave me permission, and that's where I'm from.
The leadership of that detachment is amazing.
They're so good. I love them.
Yeah.
They're I'm not in that detachment, but they're like one of the best.
Be in that detachment. So for context,
shout out to
I'm a very short human. I'm 5'2", and as a as a boy, I didn't think I could do that, but I have since come out as a woman, and I'm like, okay, 5'2" is okay for my size, and now I have a 3D printer, so I feel like a clone has to happen.
Yeah, clone troopers are amazing. I mean,
yeah,
I'm
well,
TIE pilot through and through, but clone troopers are amazing. So
I'm right there with you too. So
yes, I should have brought my helmet. It's back there. I'll get it later.
This is like my entire workspace. I'll shut up and let the amazing folks talk. Thank you so much, Michelle. That was a great introduction. I'm excited to go and look a bit more at your work. I did a bit of snooping on everybody so far. I do a lot of this similar stuff that these folks are doing, but this isn't about me. So I'm going to move on to the next person here. So Brandon, why don't you give us a little bit of a backstory about yourself and how you've gotten involved in this?
Hey, what's going on? Brandon Jackson from Southern California, Garrison. And I got a few TKs, First Order and Original Trilogy. And then also I have First Order Officer and a couple other officers. And I think that's about it for 501st. I have like most of my costumes for Star Wars clubs are on Rebel Legion side. As far as I got into photography and around 2015, because I started off cosplaying for years, of course, and doing the charity and the clubs and stuff like that. And then I actually got gifted my camera to take pictures of my toys. And I decided to take it to, I think it was WonderCon. It was right before Celebration 2015 in Anaheim. I took my camera there and people actually really liked my work. And compliments go a long way with me. So I got obsessed. I was like, I got to get better, especially since people wanted me to hire me to do the weddings. And I'm like, I'm such a noob. So I started shooting at every single con. I would flip-flop some 501st events. I would choose to be just a photographer, or sometimes I would go in costume, or if I was a Finn, I would actually do both. I would actually be a photographer and I would do in costume. But some of the fun things that I've gotten to do is some of the red carpets. I actually got to be a photographer for at some of the premieres, and also to do the last few big group photos for Celebration Anaheim, not Celebration Anaheim, but this last Celebration Anaheim for the 501st Rebel Legion, and also to do for multiple detachments in Orlando, and to do the main ones for the main group photos at Celebration Chicago, that was just an incredible con. So yeah, I love what I do. Photography is an art, and it's just all around fun. I also do weddings. I try not to put my photography in a box. So if it's shot, I like to shoot it.
Exactly. That's kind of my philosophy as well. I'll give my TLDR as quick as I can, so I don't take away from the folks who are in this room. But I've been doing photography professionally for a decade. As of this year, I got my DSLR, a Canon Rebel T2i, for my grad present. I graduated high school in 2012, so I'm a little bit of a child still. But I've been doing it professionally since then, and I got to go to Celebration for the first time this spring, and I got to see some of you folks in person for the first time. You might have saw me. I had pink hair at the time, but I was a little bit shy and had a bit of imposter syndrome, so I didn't introduce myself to that many people. But it was really cool to see the folks that those of you who were at Celebration do, and obviously on social media, we connect in so many different ways, whether we realize it or not. And that's going to kind of be my segue to the next person, Joe. I added you on Facebook not too long ago, just because it seemed like we had a lot of cool stuff in common, and I see you posting up about concerts. Like, I tour the world doing music photography as well, so like I'm super into that world, and I thought that was a really neat connection for us. That's why I added you on the Facebooks. Can you give us a little bit about your backstory as well?
Sure, and I'll try my best. I've got I don't do video talk very much, so I started
behind the cameras, right?
Yes, that's why I'm behind the cameras. I'm never usually in front of them. So, born and raised in New York, I started photography way before I got into costuming. I started on 35mm film. It photographed anything and everything that I could see, which never made sense when I printed them out. And then years later, I got into the groups. I joined Rebel Legion first. I'm a Jedi, and since then I have Wilrow Hood, save the ice cream, and then I have Luke Skywalker, and I think that's it. I invest so much money in camera work to get new costumes nowadays, and then
with the 501st, Garrison Excelsior, I have a general, first order general, which I get called Hux because orange hair. I've been doing photography for over 8 years now, but my main passion with photography is concert, as you said. I love music. I used to play in a band, but they never panned out, so I just stuck with photography. And then nowadays, I just combined it with a lot of the Star Wars stuff, like Celebration Anaheim. I really love because I was doing both charity stuff and doing group photos and all that. Like Brandon said, I was a lot of those, a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming at people. But yeah, and I'm also now getting into video.
Nice.
Which is a very whole new rabbit hole.
It's a different beast,
It is it's the editing too that is definitely in the
Oh.
style of doing videos is definitely different. But I want to try to expand my horizon, and maybe next Celebration I can try to get some video work done. So, and if anyone's been to Celebration Anaheim, they probably recognize the hat.
That's how I recognize you for sure. I was like the guy with the camera and the hat. That's gonna be an easy one to remember. That's why I dyed my hair pink and I had platform docs on, because again I was 5'2". I needed to make myself noticeable somehow. Good strategy with the hat.
Yes, and that's it for now. I'm sure there are things we'll dive into.
Sweet. Yeah, definitely. Let's see here. Let's just go down my list. Mouse, where are you? Angela, do you want to give us a little discussion, or are you chatting?
No, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, definitely. I would love to hear your backstory a little bit here.
Sure. Are we friends on Facebook?
We might not be. If I'm gonna change that after this, regardless.
We need to be, because that's where all of my photos are housed.
I would love to see them. So yeah, we'll definitely connect on there.
All right. So I graduated in 1995. I've been an artist for my entire life. I got into photography, just playing around, because I love micro photography actually.
Yeah.
But I'm more of a graphic designer. I have been doing Photoshop and all of the Adobe platforms for over 20 years. And when I met my husband, he was into cosplay and he joined the 501st, and he's actually the TDE Cedrus leader for here in Missouri. And I found that I really don't like to be in front of the camera. I would like to be behind it. And I love taking photos, but my best work is done post-op. I touch every one of them. It's more of an art form to me than just a photo. So I'm a published graphic designer in many books and gas studio tutorials. I've been to Chicago and Anaheim, and just with my camera, I literally just turn there and spin around and just take photo after photo after photo.
That was me in Anaheim for sure.
And I met so many famous people because of Star Wars, and I love it because of the charity. We raise so much money for so many good things. It's ridiculous. I've met wonderful people, even though we don't always talk because I'm very quiet. But Joe and Sebastian, you guys, I look up to your photos that you post. And Brandon, I remember you at Anaheim. And I remember Michelle a little bit. I'm not very talkative, but I'd love to talk to you guys more. So, if getting into photography, it was just a one-over for me. I do sculpting, I do jewelry making, I do sewing. So I help my husband with his cosplay. I would do the painting and whatnot and the designing. So I'm in it and I love it. And I'm sure it's going to be a long time before I quit.
That's so awesome. Like I think most of us here can say to some degree that art in one form or another has played into why we picked up a camera in the first place. I think a lot of us put work into something. We wanted a nice photo of it, right? Or we wanted a way to capture it. And yeah, artists, we capture moments, we capture whatever type of expression that is. And that's really cool.
I'm not allowed to cosplay anymore. I have to bring my camera or I'm not allowed to attend.
That's very familiar. I can totally relate. I'm definitely the photographer, the assigned photographer almost by default at this point, for the same reasons that I think everybody else is here. They've built up an amazing portfolio, including the one person I think we haven't talked to so far is Seb. Do you want to give us a little bit of an intro, my friend?
Yes, thanks for having me. It's really excited to be here. My name is Bastian, and my background in photography started with film, actually. I studied film about 6 years ago, so I'm probably the youngest person in this group. So I've been learning a lot from you all already and have a long way to go. But I started with actually doing set photography for the sets that I worked on and realized I loved doing that. And then because of COVID, things kind of fell out. With the film production route, went down publicity, community relations, professionally, and then I always had photography in the back of my mind as something that I offer my clients I work with, or just something that's on the table whenever I can't do it. And when we started trooping again post COVID, it was something that I had missed so much that I just decided to bring a camera to the troop, and then the rest was history after that. And it's kind of been something that's been, especially because I struggled recently with like physical like body issues, so I haven't really been able to troop as much as I'd like to. But so photography has kept me involved for the past few years while I get those back on track, so I can start trooping again. And it's been some of the best experiences I've had, and it's something that I keep on planning to continue doing for the rest of my life.
That's so awesome to hear. Like, it's so interesting to me. Like, I talk to a lot of people about how COVID changed their perspective on creating and socializing and a lot of that. And now that we're transitioning back into real life, kind of at our own paces, because we also have our own lives that we have to deal with on top of COVID. It's interesting to see the paces there, but it's also interesting to see how people have changed creatively and look through things through a different lens. I'm gonna kind of go off script a little bit here and just kind of have a little bit of an open discussion with you folks. So kind of want to ask, like, before COVID and now, is there any sort of differentiation in the way you see the world or the way you do your art, your photography? Has Star Wars and the 501st influenced that at all? And yeah, I would just like to open that up. If anybody likes to chime in, feel free to do so. Yeah. Angela.
I almost lost my husband to COVID. He was actually one of the first cases, and he was on life support, and he was on ECMO, and he was trached and 30 days in the hospital, being told, you know, he's probably not going to make it. Well, he made it, and he was able to go to Anaheim. And ever since then, it's just, you know, we're both very just let everything go. If it's not worth the stress, just let it go. Just be happy, do what you love, enjoy life, because it might not be there the next day. And it's really changed me the past couple of years. I've had a lot of loss in my life.
Yeah, it's been tricky for a lot of us, but I'm really glad to hear that you're persevering and your husband's and all that stuff. So it's just so cool to see the silver linings and the strength that this has done for us, and like the community aspect of things through COVID was really important to, I think, a lot of us. Like, I got close with probably the majority of my 501st like close friends through COVID, actually, like through the Discord hang parties. It brought the world together in a way that I didn't expect. And I see my art and like my photography change, like because I took on graphic design projects, or I looked at my old photos that I didn't take anymore. So like, I think that's really interesting to see, like going back and seeing how things have changed since then and how they can change now in those experiences, whether they're really, really hard or you can find emotion in the joy of everything. That's really cool. And around the holidays, I think that was another thing, just like the holidays are so important for capturing moments, especially important moments with your family, and worrying or not worrying about like the stress, is just letting it go. I guess we'll move on to another question that I kind of had, which is similar before. So I wrote down, what's been your most memorable moment behind the lens at a 501st or Star Wars charity event? But since this is the Life Day Telethon, we want to kind of add a little bit of a holiday twist to it. Have any of you guys done any holiday events? Have you had any fun photographing them? I know we have a few up here in the Outer Rim Garrison that's not like an official troop, but it's always a fun holiday one. Has there been any of those for you folks?
It's funny enough for me, it was actually on the other side of the camera, because I wouldn't say I'm vain. Well, a lot of people say I'm vain. I like to be on. I love the camera, I love the art of it, but also I like going on both sides.
Yeah, same.
Actually, one of my mentors who actually got me into photography was at the event, my first Hollywood Christmas parade, the first time they actually invited the 501st Rebel Legion. And that was probably the biggest Christmas event I ever did. And they actually Getty had captured a really good photo of me in the group, and it just went worldwide. It shot up really fast, and it was a really hallmark moment for me. I think for most, I've never most of the Christmas events, it's always so focused on kids that I didn't bring my camera because Finn was such a big thing and stuff like that, especially around the holidays and stuff. So I always make sure I was there and put my on the kids and stuff. So I can't really say that I've captured, besides family stuff. Now I have a lot of my family used to dress up in Star Wars pajamas and take photos around the tree and stuff like that. And that was always really cool. It was kind of, I was too lazy to ever buy a shutter. So I press the timer, run back, make sure I'm in frame, and do it like that.
I know that struggle very well. I figured out a few tricks this summer when I had time to think about that stuff, like, because I was using my phone a lot. The new iPhones and the new Sam, whatever, they're all amazing, right? So like I use that a lot. But I know I was thinking about that. I was like, okay, sit down, run, self timer. But yeah, it's amazing what we can create and capture. And like when you look back on those moments, it doesn't have to be related to anything specific. You can just capture something cool with your family. And again, like we touched on the just being present and with your family, and that's really cool. And I think the 501st is a good found family for a lot of folks. Let's say, Michelle, do you have a favorite memory of a favorite person that you've captured for at an event that you photographed?
Like a specific memory, it's like really hard. Just because
fair.
so many, there's so many things to go through. I do remember, like usually it's just kind of like when I think of memories, I think of a lot of like emotions and just like very brief moments. So we do a lot of Make-A-Wish, like wish granting or events here in Utah, as part of like the events that we do. And I know a couple of times we've had to do like last minute visits just to catch the kid while we still can. And like just being able, just even if we can't get the photos like with the kid, just getting the photos of the troopers when they're at the event, it usually means a lot to just the troopers, because you're in this very like emotional moment where like, oh, we don't know how long this kid's going to be around, and this was their wish, was they wanted to have some Star Wars people around. And I remember a few of those kids that we did visit, and even though I tend to handle as well as do like the photography, so sometimes I miss a lot of shots because I'm trying to make sure my troopers are not dying.
I can relate to that for sure.
Yeah,
I feel like that's an important role.
It's very important. You don't want them to fall downstairs and die, so you have to like balance it. So we've done a few events like that, where the child did unfortunately pass away a few weeks later. And I do remember one particular one, and I think I only got like a couple of photos from that, and I don't even know where they were. And it was like in a movie theater, so I was trying to make sure the troopers didn't die. But just having those photos was pretty valuable to have, just for people to like remember, like, oh, this was like we were only there for like 5 minutes, and it like touched this family's life for who knows, hopefully they remember it, and if they don't, like for that moment it was good.
Yeah, I think a lot of us here can relate to pretty emotional moments, being either behind a bucket or behind a lens or whatever. I've talked to quite a few of my garrison mates who have been shedding tears as they're talking to kids in hospitals and stuff, and I think that's really cool for us. Joe, I think, were you wanting to chime in there?
Yeah, may not be as memorable as working with a Make-A-Wish, but we've done some Make-A-Wish events here. But the one thing that's been memorable behind the lens with the 501st was Celebration Anaheim, because I was basically juggling two hats, working with charity aspects and with the group photos and running around. And actually the Celebration Anaheim, we raised $30,000 for Starlight. But the most memorable thing was it the bash? Like I remember one of the things I remember is just down to the wire, getting everything ready and set, and basically me running around with an iPad the whole entire bash, making sure everything was going through with the auction site that we had. And then, because this is the first time I've ever doing something like this, so make sure everything was going right. And and then, like I said, all the group photos running back and forth up to the stairs, down to the main floor. It was basically combining two things that I love, charity and photography. So it was, being able to do both those things and seeing everyone.
Yeah,
definitely. I think building off of what Joe just said there too, I think the reason why you see all of these people in this community, like our photos consistently popping up, is because, like what Angela said earlier too, like we all put a little bit more care into these photos. Like we can move our style show the way they do is because they're all memories to us.
Yeah.
It's not as much memories to us, but to someone else out there, it's a time in the life that like with Ryan, that his proposal that happened at Celebration. It's a time in their life that they'll remember forever. So as long as we have that moment captured, for us, it's like it's priceless for us, and like in the celebration sense too. I think for this whole team here that managed to capture, I don't even want to count how many panels, how many meetups, how many group photos that we captured, but just to see the dedication that these guys had to do, I want to say over 200, 300 events in that weekend was absolute insanity. But like the backlog that we have to look back and like, oh wow, we actually did this, was so worth it.
Yeah,
that spreadsheet, there was a lot of groups.
There were a lot. There were some last minute calls because everyone was like, we were all busy. Some people, I got a couple last minute calls of like, I need you up here right now, and I'm like, all right, I will run.
And then we both show
I
up.
remember I got asked for a few too, but I couldn't make them because I was working in the Disney park doing photos the whole time. So like that was a lot farther of a distance than I realized when I came down there. My feet got a lot more miles or kilometers as for us up here on the feet. Yeah, you guys mentioned a lot of the amazing photographers that are in the Legion that do amazing group photos, or just photos in general as well. Let's see here, just open this up to someone, so feel free to chime in. But for folks who aren't on this call here, there's people who aren't here, there's amazing photographers. Is there anybody specifically that anybody would like to call out for their work? There's specifically their Star Wars or 501st work?
For me, it's Mark Edwards was one of the first people who took me under the wing and told me, hey, you're a professional photographer, because he saw at the eye. Me being such a perfectionist and coming from him, I was like, wow, I couldn't believe it. Phenomenal photographer, great guy within the Star Wars community. And it was a slew of people, Robert Torres, a few other people who actually encouraged me to get into photography professionally. But he was the one who actually not only, encouraged me, he took me under his wing and took me to the studio, because he was like, anybody can pick up a camera in natural light on a sunny day in California and capture a beautiful photo as long as it's the right time of day. But to be able to manipulate light and angles and things and shadowing and be able to do things to come out the photo that you actually imagine is another level. So him taking me to the studio with them and stuff, learning that, it just took me took my photography to a whole nother level. It's the nicest guy in the world too. Really, really cool guy too. And he does a lot for the Star Wars community as well.
I think a lot of us kind of generate or resonate with similar like-minded folks, especially in the 501st community, since we're all community and giving back-minded. Like, we're capturing moments to give to folks in a sense, right? So like at our core, we're giving people moments, right? So I think that's something that's a common thread for a lot of us, and that's why I think a lot of us can connect so easily, and that's really cool. Joe, feel free to chime in there.
Yep. I got a couple people. What is it? Top of my head, I can think of. His name is Paul Jersa. He's from the Canadian Garrison. I remember the first time I went to Fan Expo. I don't think I had a camera. I think I was just there trooping, and I remember seeing him and a few others running around, taking their photos. But he would post this stuff every night, and some of the stuff that he caught of me, and I had seen stuff, I was just in awe. I was like, I was like, dang it, why didn't I bring my camera?
Yeah.
And so, I've gone up there a couple of times now, and I brought my stuff, but I've always, and I think there was another Curating member that was actually, for the final first, was actually at Celebration. I can't think of his name. I don't think I'm friends with him on Facebook, and I hate it. I'm going to have to follow up. But he was, there was actually a bunch of them. Teresa. Oh, never mind. She's not on here. Duh. Sorry.
I'll
She's
see if
not
I can
on
do
here.
that digging for you. I'm only one province away from most of those folks.
Yeah, but no, they got a couple folks there that their photos are absolutely amazing, and that's so basically, I remember a couple of times we would actually, there'd be a group of us just running around, like it was just all a little niche, and we would be going all over the event covering things, and kind of it was a lot of fun, and I had to say they were one of the few people that kind of helped me continue doing photography in the 501st and Rebel Legion.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah, and like another quick one just from me here. There's two. One of them is a cop out because he's here in this room, being Brandon. You know who we are. But Brandon was one of those people for me that was like, you don't need to do this because you're already a pro and you know how to handle yourself. And like just having his confidence shooting at Celebration Anaheim was like all I needed to really do what I do best, because like shooting in front of that many people when you have your nerves up high, it's such a different experience. And then the second one would be, I don't know if he has the actual studio name, but Mark Edwards is one of my favorite photographers of all time. Like having his support and having his compliments whenever he gives them. He's such a nice guy, and he's always open to give feedback, always open, has no ego in any of his work, and I just can't wait to shoot with him or get a shoot done by him, since now I'm local with him in California too.
That's so cool. Yeah, I'm just if it's okay with the rest of the folks, I'm just gonna kind of move this along here. So, and this can be an open one, but Michelle or Angela, if you want to chime in on this, you're more than welcome to as well. So Star Wars is a very vivid and fun galaxy, as we've seen over the last little bit with some of these cool shows, especially Andor. There was a really good dive into the culture of what it's like to be a normal person in Star Wars. So if you had to go photograph a holiday party, whatever it would be in the Star Wars universe, what planet would you want it to be on and why?
Well, I gotta say it'd have to be Andor because my husband wants to cosplay Cassian.
Yeah, and what planet would you want to photograph a holiday party on a planet from Andor in?
No, actually, that would be the Dark Star.
Yeah, fair enough. That's totally understandable.
Yeah,
Michelle, what about you?
The problem is there's like a lot of answers, and because I love like studio photography, but I really love like on location photography.
Yeah, totally. That's
and the thing is, like when I travel, I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to bring so and so's Mandalorian down here. This is like the perfect scene for it, because we were just down in Capitol Reef and they have those giant like cliffs and everything. And I've shot down there many times. I'm like, that'd be great. I would like to do like an Ewok shoot in like the redwoods. So then like obviously Endor would be a really cool place. But then like I love waterfalls, so Naboo has some really cool giant waterfalls and really pretty like landscape. But I'm also like I love industrial looking backgrounds. So Coruscant, with all of its like really cool lighting, you can get some really cool like bokeh, which is just like the blur in the background with all the pretty lights coming, and then you can get some really cool like trails of like all the speeders. So I don't know. There's a lot of options.
I'm thinking of like big royal weddings in Star Wars now. Like if I was like a royal wedding photographer, like on Naboo or something like that, and like the crazy strobe situations you have going on, or like I don't know. It's fun to think about that. Like if you're photographing a rave in like the Coruscant, like or the Corellia ship district or something like that, like that could be really fun. Joe, I feel like that chimes into your wheelhouse a little bit here too. So why don't you chime in?
I think it was funny. I never thought about this, but after you asked the question, I was trying to think if there was like a holiday party for from one of the planets or Cantina.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
100. I have two answers here, but the Cantina, yes. If we had a holiday party set up at the Cantina, that would be great. Actually, one year I did my work's holiday party photos, back when I didn't know what Flash was. So, and then another thing, I don't know how I also love seeing like landscape photography.
Yeah.
And also my favorite movie is Empire Strikes Back.
Of course.
Hoth.
Yes.
Hoth.
I've been
like the
there.
landscape.
It's cold. Don't go.
I live almost there sometimes.
I love winter photography. I absolutely love it. And so that would be especially if you get a tauntaun running around like
yeah,
the landscape. Yeah, that would be pretty. And it's snow. It's winter. Yeah, so
Hey,
I feel like
okay.
you'd be the
Look,
perfect
I have
photographer.
actually been there. It's 13 feet snow. We had like 10 snow troopers running around. It's a lot. Okay. Just be prepared. Also, don't go during the start of a pandemic because then you'll get stuck there like I did and the rest of the snow troopers.
I
So
feel like that's very specific advice, and hopefully
Yeah.
we don't have to go through that again.
it's specific, but it's happened. It happened to us.
Hopefully not again.
It's specific for a reason.
It's very specific for a reason. Ask the snow trooper detachment. They were
Oh,
stuck
yeah.
with you too.
Jeez, yeah, that kind of, yeah, I had a cool little talking point, but ADHD, brain go burr.
Same, yeah.
It's a thing. I'm just trying to finish or get this going here. Yeah, and my list is right there. So this is kind of a question for the open room here. And it's something that I think we've all touched on at this point in the conversation already, but photography is a really good community, and it's a really good community for bringing other creatives up. So Brandon, you and Sebastian, you both have said that Mark is an amazing mentor for you guys. What are some small pieces of advice that you can tell a kid who just picked up their first camera that wants to take a picture of their cool Darth Vader costume or their Mandalorian costume? What is a small tip that you can give them just to empower them to keep going or just to start for the first time?
I think I'm probably most qualified to answer this because I am still a kid in comparison to most of you guys. But I think the most important thing that I've learned over the past few years, kind of seeing how different corners of my life have come back around, like all into the same place, is like every single thing that you do, whether it's photography, whether it's going to school for something, whether it's just doing for fun, it's all training that leads up to this point. So you never know when something that you learned in class from 3 years ago, like, oh, I know how to do this f-stop setting. I know how to do this setting on this camera for this is the biggest shot that I want to take now. And the second point of that's really helped me is just never stop shooting. Like whether it's shooting yourself, being comfortable with doing that, shooting action figures, especially if you want to do cosplay or like characters. Just getting an idea of how those characters work with light is so important to what we do, and the understanding of light, color, and how all of that rolls back into your camera, your gear. That'll be the most important thing to your success in your future.
Learn how to use your camera.
Yep. One thing I wanted to.
Yeah, Joe. Sorry, and then Angela, I'll let you chime in after Joe.
One of the biggest things is I mentioned earlier that I'm starting to get into video is, take risk. One of the biggest thing is failure is a lesson. And I remember when I first started, I knew nothing about manual, shutter, ISO, aperture, any of that stuff. It took me a very long time. I never took any schooling. Everything I've done, I've learned on my own. I learned from others. So as Brandon and Sebastian said, Mark, their mentor, find those people that been doing this business for a long time. I have many photography friends, concert photography friends too. And, seeing their work and stuff and, just ask questions, ask everything, don't be afraid. I know some people who shoot, do a lot of things, but, I've talked to someone who was afraid to shoot in manual because they shoot in auto because they're just afraid, they don't understand. And I was at an event with them and I told them, I put it in manual. This is what we're working with, but this, and this, and just roll with it. So take risk, failure is a lesson.
Totally.
Pun intended.
Exactly. Yeah, is there anybody else? I think I saw a couple other people's boxes go green, so I don't want to make sure that people don't get their words in. So is there anybody else who wants to add anything to that?
What I wanted to say the most is any new photographer, remember, photography is art, okay? Art derives from passion. Yes. Put your fingers on. Don't worry about what the other photographers are doing. Don't worry about anybody else's likes. Let it come from within, because then it will speak, it will grow. Because and you can use other people's work as inspiration, but let the moment itself inspire you. Every time I go to a wedding or a 501st event and I know I'm the photographer, I get there early so I can get the lay of the land, I get the feel, I can go in my zone and I get warmed up, I get to laugh and have music going in my ears and stuff to actually be able to focus on what I'm doing. And because, you know, for someone who has chronic anxiety disorder, ADHD, PTSD and stuff like that, it can, you know, it can be terrifying sometimes to go to a new event, but at the time, if you remember that you're making art, you know, and if you love your work, others will love your work. And so, yeah, so that's the best thing. Be your best fan too.
Yes, that's huge. That's huge. Brandon, like, I feel like you and I need to pick each other's brains. Like, we could talk for hours. For me, like, I learned a lot about myself. Like, I came out as trans this summer, and that was it ended up being a very traumatic experience for me. And I've gone through a lot of coaching, mental health coaching to get back there. And for me, art therapy and just the creation of art has been such an amazing way to, like, step away from what's been stressing me out and just put something into the world that is from myself. So yeah, I think that's really cool. And then Angela, do you want to step in there?
I was just gonna say, I recently joined the Pride Squadron and I love it. And doing what I love, I am high anxiety, high ADHD. So when I get in front of a bunch of people with my camera, I just go on autopilot and I shoot what I see and I shoot what looks good to me. And I have had professional photographers offer to teach me, to bring me into their studio, to learn proper lighting, because they see that I have the eye. And for me, I don't always see it, but it feels so good hearing from all of you guys that how wonderful my photos are and that I take the time to process them. And even not knowing what I'm doing with my camera all of the time, because I just got a new professional one, so I'm still learning. But to get the best shot, I would say the lighting. If you're in dark lighting, you have to know how to shoot it. If you're in bright lighting, make sure the sun is in the right place. If you're taking a photo and it's extremely bright, you have to have the nerve to tell everybody, okay, we're going to move over here a little bit, you know. And the trick is to just keep taking photos, because everybody's going to close their eyes. Everybody's going to have their mouth open at some point. You
Nothing's
just have
going to be perfect.
Shooting.
Exactly.
So that's my recommendation.
Yeah, I think that really ties everything really, really well together. So we've definitely done some amazing discussion about photography as a whole. We've had a little bit of holiday discussion sprinkled here and there, but we're coming to the end of our time. We got about 10 minutes left, give or take. And we really want to end things off on a bit of a festive spirit here. So got a couple questions for you that tie back to what we've talked about. So since we're on like the photography techniques topic, can you folks give me a little bit, give me your one tip on how you can create a good holiday photo? We're going to rapid fire this one. Joe, start us off. What's your one tip for holiday photos?
Decorations.
Decorations? Fair. That's a good
Yes.
one.
Yes.
Michelle, your turn.
Natural laughs look better than forced laughs, so get people in a good mood and then take a photo.
So you're saying we need some spiked blue milk?
I mean, whatever the thing or terrible puns, whatever works, you know.
Spice also works, but sorry,
And fill in the gaps. I'm very bad at that. I don't like directing people, but it really makes a difference if you tell everybody just kind of a little bit more. Even with COVID, do what you're comfortable with, but you got to make them laugh. You don't want any fake smiles, so you just keep shooting, you just keep joking, and you tell people
keep it candid
where to go.
Exactly. Yeah, like I will say from my years of experience, people want direction because they're scared of how they're going to look in a photo. So be firm with your directions, but keep it loose, keep it light, and fill those gaps. Nobody likes, well, if you're looking at a square and you see a pillar of light in the middle of it, it's going to be distracting, right? So fill that space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yes, get those lights. Like,
you have a tree lit up behind, or even just Christmas decoration, and you have that really, really high aperture going, it just literally, it makes some of my favorite holiday photos when I remember to do that. Hey, high aperture, because at times the scenery is beautiful. You want to capture everything. So you're thinking about low aperture.
Lights.
All good, man. We knew what you're talking.
I get what you're saying, Brandon. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we'll clarify at the end of this. I can Cole's notes it.
But whatever makes the most bokeh, put it at that setting on the f-stop.
Yeah. So for those of you who are complete photography nerds, bokeh is what makes things look really pretty in the background, kind of makes things blurry and cool and soft.
It's what you have when you take your glasses off with astigmatism.
Yeah, literally.
Relatable.
That's perfect. That's there's I would say lean on the lights. There's lights everywhere. Use lens flare, pull a JJ Abrams, make the lens flare look really pretty. Yeah, watch the new sequel trilogy. That's my best holiday photo tips. You'll get those lens flares, it'll look really pretty. So yeah, we're keeping with the holiday theme here. Do you guys have any family traditions, especially Star Wars family traditions around the holidays?
Saber fights.
That's
Ugly sweaters with saber fight battles in the dark.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's cool. For me, one of my earliest memories around the holidays is watching Empire Strikes Back and seeing the vivid blue sky of Hoth. That's vividly, like, that will forever be in my brain, and that's why I love Star Wars. That's a holiday tradition for me, is just to watch Empire. My family's not super into Star Wars, but we still love to get together and do the ugly Christmas sweater thing. We play hockey trivia as we do up here in Canada.
We watch
and to tie into that, my family as well is not big Star Wars. I'm like the big Star Wars nerd. So we don't really have typically a tradition. Our typical tradition is just get together for New Year's Eve, and because everyone's got families, extended families, so it's kind of but typically the thing is we get together for Christmas Eve. That's the big thing. And like the fact that I can just walk right up to where we get together, so I don't have to worry about driving.
There you go. That's always a benefit at the holidays. Make sure you're celebrating responsibly this year, folks.
Yes.
Yeah, just a couple other little quick housekeeping items. Again, I don't want to cut anybody off though. So if there's any like holiday traditions, feel free to keep winging them off. I just got to look at my notes. So let's keep that discussion open. Michelle or Sebastian, Brandon, anybody, do you have any holiday traditions, specifically Star Wars ones that you'd like to share?
I'm half Chinese, so this year it's going to be a little bit later than that because Christmas isn't really as celebrated in my family as Chinese New Year's is. So it'll be the end of January for us, but it's going to be all friends this winter. Since this is my first time just relocating to SoCal, so it'll be friends nonstop.
Nice. That's going to be a lot of fun. I've met so many friends in California this year. It's like, I should just, excuse me, sorry. I should definitely be going to California at some point to celebrate. I'm a huge Mighty Ducks fan.
No, you know another one.
I grew up as a Mighty Ducks fan up here in Northern Canada. And I saw all the Anaheim Ducks Star Wars night photos. I'm like, I need to do this sometime. Like, it looks like a blast. So I hope you have a lot of fun just celebrating with friends this year. Brandon, anything that you got on the go or do as a family?
So for me, what my wife used to do every year, she was her who did it, even though I'm a huge Star Wars nerd. Yeah. And she loves Star Wars too, but she actually did it with me, my son, and her. We would dress up in Star Wars sweaters or pajamas and take photos in front of the tree. And then unfortunately last year, I lost her, so I didn't, in a car accident. So I didn't do that in Christmas 2021. I wasn't planning on doing it this year, but you guys talking about Christmas traditions and stuff like that, it just inspired me. I think I'm gonna pick that back up and do it again this year in honor.
That's so good, man. I'm really, really happy to hear that we could help on that and inspire you. That really means a lot to me personally, and I'm sure the rest of us can echo that sentiment. We're glad we can help with that and really give some holiday cheer for you. That means a lot to me, and I'm sure the rest of us, and we're so happy for that. I think I do want to finish things off on a bit of a comedic note, though. If you're Star Wars fans, you probably heard of the holiday special, right?
No.
Oh, well, let me learn more.
Well, let's watch it. Yeah, watch party after this.
Joe, there's a door for you somewhere nearby.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, 1978.
Yes.
Oh.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
Year after I was born.
For the folks who are
He
listening
needs
and
a
maybe not
dinosaur to
watching,
ride.
Brandon just went and got the holiday special Boba Fett, which I love that. I'm actually gonna make one of my Bobas that color. I love that. That's and so good. Amazing time.
Favorite figures.
So my question here is, have you seen this with your family? Have you put them through this type of torture yet? Anybody?
I didn't even know it existed.
I haven't.
Oh, really? We're watching.
Joined the Rebel Legion. I always thought the holiday special was just a figment of my imagination. The same Walking Adventures. I saw it once when it came out in like whatever 81 or 82, and I was just like, never heard anything about it because I didn't grow up around a Star Wars fan. And then when I started, everyone was Happy Life Day. I was like, wait a minute, why does that sound weird? And then all of a sudden, I went to my first celebration. I was like, oh my God, that was real. I thought I had magic.
The nightmare is real.
It is kind of a fever dream. It's pretty great.
bit of
I love it. I grew up with it, so it's so good. My dad is a Star Wars fan, and that's where I got it. So my family's watched it. It's great.
It feels like a myth within a myth at this point. Like, because Star Wars is a mythology, and it's almost like people in that universe almost don't believe it. It's nuts. It's a lot of fun. I subjected my my team at work last year when we were building games. I decided we were going to watch the holiday special as a break, and they didn't really like that, so we went back to making games. Anyway, yeah, I think we ended that on a good note. Angela, you said you haven't seen it. You didn't recognize that it exists.
I was a year old, and my dad loves horror, so I've seen every horror film out there, but Star Wars wise, I've only really gotten into it.
You haven't seen the only
10
Star Wars
years.
horror film. A great family movie for the holidays, by the way.
Yeah.
Just so anyway, yeah, I feel like that's a fun, light, loose note to end things on. So thank you so much, folks, for joining us today about this chat about photography in a galaxy far, far away, and how we utilize that and all of our skills to give back to our communities, to raise money for charity, to really make Life Day, the holidays, everything as special as we can for families. We've been raising money for World Hunger, specifically World Central Kitchen. If there's anything that you can donate, please click on the links or reach out to us on how to donate if you're curious about that, or just how you can be involved with whatever we do. We really could use all the support and giving back to folks, and that's something we all love doing here. And if you like what we had to say or want to get involved, there's lots of cool people for you to talk to locally or otherwise. Again, my name is Kaza. We have some amazing folks with us here. Joe, Michelle, Sebastian, Brandon,
Hi there. I hope everyone is doing great watching the show today and enjoying this next segment we're just coming up to. This, of course, is the 2022 Life Day and the 501st Legion's Holiday Specials. Hope everyone's having a great time as well. This particular one, of course, we're celebrating all the seasonal stuff that we do over the next few months. And of course, this particular telethon is supporting one of the greatest challenges we have of our time, which of course is world hunger. The 501st are trying their very best, of course, to raise funds for this excellent charity, which is the World Central Kitchen. And as well, this charity and the 501st are trying to coordinate with local food banks all across the areas they found, and also with local food banks as well, to support them the best that they very can. So as you probably see, as we're on this show at the moment, and we may be recorded later as well, so you might be watching us when we're not live, there is that link that you can always click on if you want to help us out. Helping us will be helping people in need. So it's a great thing to do at this time of the year. I always love Christmas and helping people out. I do love presents myself, but sometimes I like to give things to other people, you know, occasionally. And maybe this would be the great time to do it as well. So that would be what we'd like you to do. And I hope it makes you happy doing that as well. And also watching me and maybe my more interesting alumni who are beside me now. I've got 3 of my fantastic friends from the 501st Legion. I've got Teresa here, all the way from Canada in the Badlands Garrison. Hello, Teresa.
Hello.
Hello there. I've got the lovely, lovely Chris or Christina, who's I can't remember where you're from. Where's you from?
From Garrison, Korea.
Of course, rolling off the tongue, wasn't it? And of course we've got Rob, who is from the Outer Rim Garrison, because I wrote that one down.
She is.
I hope you're having a lovely day as well. And obviously we got the lovely, charming, smooth as butter, the Mr. Brian Herring, hiding in the corner in his black clothes.
Hello, how are we?
Hey, so we're basically just going to be chatting about all things seasonal. We might mention maybe robots or droids. I don't know if anyone really is interested, but we could do that if we wanted to. But I'm going to throw a question out to everyone there, because I'm from the Isle of Wight, which is in the UK. Some of you, maybe in America, do Thanksgiving. Do they do Thanksgiving in other countries or something like that in Canada? Or is that an unknown thing over there?
You want to take this one, Teresa?
No, you go. Go.
Okay, yeah, we have Thanksgiving in October, actually, about a month earlier. So it's a little different, the reasons, but the turkey's still the same. It's dry, and you still have the relatives that you don't want to hang around with. So yeah, it's pretty much the same, just a different time.
Okay, cool. So is that the same for you, Teresa, as well? You get 2 doses of your relatives for the year?
I love Thanksgiving, actually, and I love turkey. So it's mashed potatoes, whipped mashed potatoes and gravy and turkey. And our turkey is not dry. I don't know what you're eating. But damn. But same thing, right? And I enjoy being with my family. So it's quite a good Thanksgiving.
And turkey stuffing potato chips, which are to die for. Just got to throw that in there. So.
Okay.
Sounds odd.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Try it.
Very good.
I would need that recipe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll take that recipe. I'll try it.
And Chris, I take it because you are actually a American. I might be mistaken for saying that. I apologize if I have. Do you have a big Thanksgiving for yourself?
No, this year was actually a very nice surprise for me because my sister, who lives in Indiana, came and visit. My other half is a chef for a warehouse district. So his Thanksgiving is during peak season, so he can't leave. He actually worked 19 days straight for over 10 hours a day. So it's like we don't really get Thanksgiving. And by the time Thanksgiving comes around, he doesn't even want to look at a turkey.
My parents ran a
would,
pub,
really?
my parents ran a pub for about 17 years, and they would start doing Christmas dinners in like the first week, like company Christmas dinners in the first week of December. So by the time we got to Christmas Day, there was no turkey. We had something else because we just was fed up of looking at it. Yeah.
I suppose that might be the thing. Does everybody get a little bit fed up of eating turkey after you've had two events always the same? I suppose is that something you find a bit like, I think that's enough now. Don't want the sandwiches.
Never a problem with me. Turkey it up. Yeah.
Well, that's good. Well, unfortunately for us, I only get one Christmas. But if I ever emigrate to America, I'll be kicking in that tradition.
And also, we're English. We're not thankful for anything.
No, not really. If someone bought us a car, we'll be like, really? Broken.
Is that the best colour they had?
That's it, isn't it?
Well, it might be. You never know. We don't get great cars anyway. They're quite small and boxy. Anyway, Teresa's got a question for. I should probably say who Brian is. I'm sure you know, because I mean,
please tell us. Tell us who I am.
Just in case you're watching and you don't know who Brian is probably one of the most used people in the Star Wars world that you never get to see. Brian is a professional puppeteer, has appeared in Rogue One as well. More probably well known for doing BB-8, but actually he's done lots of other robots and other puppeteering through that, and also has done in my country as well, done a huge amount of work with Spitting Image, which is a sort of satirical comedy show, and many other things. So if you'd like to know anything about him, he might tell us a few gems. And Brian, is there anything else I've missed off that should be more importantly mentioned?
Really, I'd say I worked through all the theatrical Star Wars films since Force Awakens, and I've done a few other movies that will probably have fallen into your guys' kind of field of interest. I did Prometheus and Hellboy 2 and The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and just stuff like that. And I say a lot of sort of TV, UK TV for Jim Henson Company as well over the years.
That's cool. Okay, so Teresa, I think you have a question for the young Brian, if you've got one.
I do. I will start off with some festive stuff. Not that I don't know how you celebrate, or if you celebrate, or if you do. Normally, you know, the world sets aside time for people to take time off, right? So when you get together with your family, loved ones, friends, is there anything that you guys do traditionally that you must do each year? Like, we will watch Lord of the Rings together, or
no, not really. I get up to see my mum and dad, and my other half, she comes with me, and that's kind of, we've got quite a small family, so sometimes my brother will appear, but my brother has he works in a business that he gets one day off a year, and it's Christmas Day, and so he doesn't want to go anywhere, so him and his wife just kind of hunker down. So it's usually just my mum and dad, my other half and myself, and we don't do anything like that between Christmas and New Year. Magda and I, we will kind of lock the doors and then just eat cold meat and pickle. And I've pickled onions. I've pickled onions this year, and I have a funny feeling that they're going to be absolute brain blowers. So I did open a jar about 3 days ago, and there was a vapor trail coming off the vinegar. So I think they're going to be quite good. And then this year, I think we normally will run a bunch of movies. So I think this year we're doing Harry Potter right the way through.
Right.
So we're going to do those in the period of over a couple of days. But that's kind of it. But as far as traditional things, my brother who will sometimes appear, but he usually sends us something really stupid that we all have to wear in the morning. So it's like
nice.
We had onesies one year, like sheep and sort of elves and things like that. So that was quite a fun thing.
Cool.
There is something, I don't know if Brian goes, I think he might have gone a few times. Do you get in America pantos? Because we get them a lot.
Yeah, well, do you want to? Well, and if you don't know what these are, they are children's theatre. They are fairy tales, and they do things like Snow White or Aladdin and Jack and the Beanstalk, Dick Whittington. You will not know what that is, and there's a lot of audience participation involved. And I did one every year between 1984 and about 2004. I didn't know what Boxing Day, the day after Christmas, I had no idea what that horror looked like for years, because we would always do 2 shows, and they're a huge amount of fun. So I do always try and go to see a panto. Yeah, if there's, I don't know where we're going to go this year, because we've moved, but it's panto is a huge amount of fun, but it's not really. It never really travelled. I do know they do them in Toronto. They do one in Toronto at the Winter Gardens.
I think there's been the odd 1 or 2 here in Vancouver, but yeah, when you said panto, I knew what you were saying immediately. I've been to one before, but it's so many years ago.
Yeah. I've had American friends come over and see them, because I run one for years, and they used to come along and see it, and they just didn't know what they were sitting through. They loved it, but they're like, "What is this? This is insane."
Yeah, I've never heard of it. Never.
All right, it's definitely worth searching it out.
It's a very sort of tongue-in-cheek. It's almost like a play a kid's school would put on, but done by professionals.
Nice.
Quite often, and it's normally supposed to be a little bit funny. You've seen Carry On movies. It's got a lot of double entendres.
Yeah.
Normally a silly song or two. Generally, whoever's quite famous will turn up and do one of them. But yes, they're a little unusual. So I think for our English heritage, that's probably the one, and possibly the Queen's Speech, which we all say we watch, but we probably don't always.
It'll be a different. I'm going to watch this year. So it'll be
a bit hard now.
No, we got the King this year. That'll be a complete. I'd be interested to see how what that looks like.
Yeah.
You know, if he keeps the format or if he changes it up.
You don't know, do you? Could be a music video for all we know.
Might put a song in. Yeah.
That's great. Rob, how about you? Have you got any questions for Brian or the group?
Yeah, I got one. We'll keep with the festive idea. My friends know I'm a Star Wars fan. Dress up as a scout trooper, all their stuff, and they're always kind of whenever they can, they're like buying me little Star Wars toys and stuff like that. And you being BB-8, working so much with BB-8, do you typically get a lot of BB-8 tat or trinkets around this holiday season? Do you have like 13 of them hanging from your tree or what?
Christmas 2015, I got given so much white, orange, and grey plastic. You wouldn't believe it. If it had BB-8 on it that Christmas, I got it. That's not to say that I also didn't go out and buy a load of it, because I was a Star Wars fan before I was involved in it. And yeah, we got a lot. We've got a BB-8 Christmas tree ornament. I think Hallmark did one very early on. Oh, actually, the Disney store did one first, and it is so heavy, it's unreal. You can't actually hang it on the tree because it will bend the branch. So that hangs up somewhere else. And yeah, I've got various ones. I've got a load of old Hallmark ones that are about this big when they came in little boxes of 3. So I've got the box of 3 Ewoks and the Size Snootles band and C-3PO and R2 and stuff like that. So I've got some really old. I think they're really old. They're quite old. I'd never seen them before. They weren't the sort of the standard format you get now, but they're quite old ones. And yeah, there is a lot of BB-8 stuff, or there was a lot of BB-8 stuff in the house. It's not because we moved this year, so a lot of it's in storage. But yeah, there was a period when it was just that was what I was getting. It was just silly.
Does anybody else here have any like Star Wars ornaments on their tree?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tons
I've
of
got
them. That's
all of them.
mostly what we have. It's like the front side that faces the living room and the rest of the house is all Star Wars. And then there's a small section in the back from like our childhood ornaments that we've made that our parents were like, here, now you get to put these things on your tree and we don't have to look at them anymore. It's just like this small little sliver that faces the outside window. It's like, here, it's just enough.
So you divided your tree, is what you're saying. Like
Yes,
this half is Star Wars, this half is your half.
Well, no, it's not half. It's like there's just enough to cover the window is personal. Then everything else is Star Wars, except for one Harry Potter sorting hat ornament, like down at the bottom.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
Lovely. I did a Harry Potter tree for Christmas Tree Festival a couple of years ago, and I loved making. I made all the bits. I made all the little books. Great fun. So I've got it in a box upstairs. We haven't actually had it out all day. Chris, I think you've got maybe not such a Christmassy question, but an interesting one for Brian as well.
Everybody knows that you've done work as BB-8, but and that's a very successful, iconic character. But were you surprised at all that the Porgs have become like a major iconic creature and is so well loved and celebrated?
Well, I think they are very well loved and celebrated, unless you wander into certain parts of the internet, in which case they're not so celebrated or loved. But for the most part, they went down very well. I think they were always destined to be quite popular. I think they were definitely pushed in that direction. Let's say that. But when we first got given the task, because the Porgs were myself, Dave Chapman, Damien Farrell, and Colin Purvis. And we worked quite closely together across those movies, the 4 of us. And we were given these designs initially, and we're like, oh, these are kind of, do we like these things? Do we not like these things? Because they could easily become quite annoying. And so we had to learn to love them, really. What we did was we went away and worked out how they worked and how they'd behave. And through doing that, we looked at a lot of bird videos. And so we tried to make them as realistic as possible within Star Wars, because everybody sort of is interested with Star Wars because they're the people who think it should, all be like Andor. And then there's, people that like various, degrees of silliness in Star Wars. And I always point out that in Return of the Jedi, there's a blue elephant playing the piano with its feet. So it's always important to remember. So we worked out how the Porgs would work within their world, and then we talked with Ryan Johnson and Neil Scanlon. We decided that they were also kind of a pain, and once they got into the ship, they were going to really tear the place up. So we shot a whole bunch of footage on tests of the kind of things we could have the Porgs doing, some of which made it into the movie and some of which didn't. We had them build. We shot some little tests where they built nests in the top of the footwells in the Falcon, and they used that and the various other ripping up the seats and things like that. Then we got to love them, and then they were going down quite well on set. But when the film came out, of course, all that merch hit the shelves, and people just really took to them. It was really nice. So other than the Porgs, the ones I thought were going to be a little more popular, but actually they're in the movie very, very briefly in The Rise of Skywalker, are the Ockipokis, which we would call the ear mice. I don't know if you ever saw them. They're the two little creatures that see the Falcon fly in when they land in, is it Pasana? Where the Aki-Akis all live, where they go to the festival. And they were these beautiful little characters. And they just had these tiny little remote controls in. They could just look round, and they had these giant eyes, but they're inside their ears, and they're really, really sweet. And Dave Chapman and I did those, and we thought they were going to really get a bit of traction, but they just didn't. But it was, but the Porgs themselves, they've definitely developed a sort of a life of their own, really.
That's cool. As you're talking about Dave,
yes.
I was going to ask later, but I'll ask now as it things. Andor is obviously currently anyway, because obviously Disney Plus like to churn out the stuff for Star Wars. Andor's currently the most recent thing. I really, really like it. I know
I love it.
Some people
I think it's
not
fabulous.
so much, but I think it's great. I know Dave worked on the robot B2 Emo. Do you have any insight about what he was doing at the time?
I don't. I wasn't on it at all. I was off doing another job. I was doing Spitting Image, actually, which is what you mentioned earlier. And they did 2 new series of that recently. I was off making that. And I knew he was up to something. And I didn't really know much about it. And I started seeing the designs. And I spoke to him very briefly about it. But with all this stuff, you have to be quite tight-lipped about it, because everyone's signed non-disclosure agreements that you could, choke a donkey on. So he hadn't said much at all. So I got to see all of that show as a fan. And now I do know that is Dave's voice. So Dave was playing the role as he puppeteered. So that heartbreaking second from last episode where he doesn't want to leave the house, that's Dave. That's Dave acting his bum off. And performing as well. He performs that droid with Matt Denton, who was part of the BB-8 team, and Josh Lee, who was part of the BB-8 team. So those 3 are kind of on there performing that thing, and I think it's lovely, really do. But it's Dave has Dave's voice performance in that I think it's fantastic.
Do you get the chance to do voice acting for the Puppetry much, or is it normally overdubbed by someone else?
Well, for Star Wars, it usually gets dubbed over because they'll bring in a name, or there's also the Luke group that work out of Skywalker Sound with Matthew Wood and all those guys, and a lot of it's Vanessa Marshall and the people who did Rebels. They have a team, a troupe of actors, so they'll often redub that. I mean, I did all the dialogue for BB-8 on set. And then that was all taken off, and because otherwise it would just been a man standing behind it beeping. Matthew would have to go in there and sort of make up a whole language for that. But we'll provide dialogue on set, and sometimes they will use the performers' voices. I mean, quite recently, in fact, Andor did it quite a bit. I believe that Damien Farrell and Mike played those 2 characters that put them in the net, and then
Dewey and Freedy. Mike Quinn was very happy. That was his first time he ever voiced something in the years he's been working with Star Wars.
Well, most of us don't. It's we never get to voice it. You say it usually gets redone, but Andor's been an exception. And I think so Damien Farrell was also Damien actually was, as I say, was one of our core puppeteers for the movies, and Damien and Dave played the 2 stormtroopers that threw Han Solo into the pit to be eaten by Chewbacca in Solo. Now, I don't know if that's their voices or not, because again, oftentimes they'll just redub them. So if you ever get a chance to talk to Damien, I'm sure he'll tell you, or Dave, of course, if you can, get him. But so often we don't really get to do the voices, but I do voices for other stuff. I mean, I did a lot of voices for Henson's when I was working for them. I do video game voice, that sort of stuff. So that's all quite fun. But Star Wars is a rare occasion when you pick one of those up.
Does Henson still have I mean, I know because they're it's all Disney now. Does Henson still have quite a good close relationship with Star Wars and their own work?
Well, Henson never really had a relationship with Star Wars at all. I mean, there was
Right.
I think George Lucas wanted Jim Henson to do Yoda, and he then gave that or handed that job off or introduced him to Frank, and then it was built by Stuart Freeborn and his team, Nick Maley and the other guys who did all that. And then, so I don't think there was ever a really close relationship between Star Wars and Henson's. I'm sure other people will contradict that, but aside from Mark Hamill blasting his way through a wall in the Muppet Show because they were in the same studio, although they were just across the road when they were shooting the Muppet Show. But yeah, it was never the Henson's never really built any of the creatures. I think some of the performers have crossed over, and definitely a lot of the people who have worked for the Henson Creature Shop are now or have been building characters for Star Wars. I mean, Neil Scanlon worked at the Henson Creature Shop for years, so he's obviously came up through that system and then learned a lot of stuff there. But yeah, so I don't think they really have that much of a relationship.
There you go. Teresa, how about you?
Yeah.
Got any questions coming up?
I do. You mentioned being a Star Wars fan prior to. How was it for you to be brought on as the puppeteer for one of this most lovable little droids, and just being on a Star Wars production as a fan, becoming who you are now?
Well, I wasn't initially brought on to do BB-8. I was initially brought in as a puppeteer consultant for the whole movie. So we were very early doors. We were working out how we could possibly do Maz as a puppet. We were working with Paul Casey, who played Admiral Raddus and Kai Finale and Alo Asti and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Paul was the creature movement guy for those movies. And we were looking at Maz Kanata, we were looking at the Lugger Beast, the Happerball, we were just sort of doing various R&D. And then we started getting drawings for this little round robot. And so I did some tests with Josh Lee about how we could sort of start making this thing work. So that's how my involvement with BB-8, I was there already, and then BB-8 kind of came across our desks. But as a fan, I got involved. I'm sure lots of people know this story before, but I got involved because I wound up speaking to Neil Scanlon on the phone one day, and I was kind of just complaining about the state of the industry, and I knew Star Wars was coming in. And I said, and now I've got to find out who's got Star Wars and kick his door in. And Neil said, well, don't do that. I like the door where it is. And I'm like, I didn't realize it was him. He said, don't worry, I'll find you something. And then he did. You know, he called me back. He asked me a couple of questions. And then he just said, would you like to come on and help me find people and just work with us? And I was working with Neil. I was working with the kind of fabrication team and just working out how we could put people into various shapes and weird positions and not damage them. You know, I was working with the designers. I was out liaising with the art department about where you could cut holes for people to hide and just things like that, and what puppeteers would need and where you could hide them and put them, and you know, where if you could have pull away pieces of the set and that kind of thing. So it was as a Star Wars fan, it was an amazing thing to be involved in, even if because with a lot of the people we brought on, they came on for like the whole of the Maz's Castle scene, which I think we shot in about 4 weeks, and that was their role on it. And actually, if I'd been asked to just do a couple of weeks, it would have been fantastic. But I got to get this little droid, and I got to work with my friend Dave, and we had that whole journey through the whole thing. And I remember saying to Dave, we'd been out in Abu Dhabi, and I think we'd been out there for about 3 weeks, and we were blowing stuff up in the desert. There were stormtroopers, vaporators, speeders, that sort of thing. And I remember saying to Dave, I'll paraphrase this slightly, but I remember saying to him, if I wake up and this has been a dream, I'm going to be really angry for ages, because, you know, living the dream's a very, very overused term.
Yeah.
But actually, nobody got to do what we do, what we got to do. You know, it was very few people, especially at that time. I mean, more and more as you know, as Disney make more and more shows, you will have this conversation with more and more actors who never thought they'd get to do Star Wars and then did. And especially people, you know, if you're my age, you know, I was 7 in 77. So I was that kid. I had the curtains and the slippers and the pajamas and all the toys.
Same.
I've still got all my toys. You know, I had a report card that went home when I was 10 that said Brian's obsession with Star Wars will lead him nowhere, and he should concentrate on his academic studies. And we really wish we still had that. But so
brilliant.
yeah, it was an amazing thing to do, you know. And then people say, oh, you know, what's it like, you know? Well, the best thing about working on a Star Wars film is you're working on a Star Wars film.
Yeah.
You know, and even when the hours are long and the weather's awful, you're still working on a Star Wars film. You know, you're trying to eat your lunch, you're eating your lunch standing up, but you realize you're leaning against an X-Wing. And that's not a bad way to spend your day.
No. Thank you. Thanks for answering. I did always want to know how that felt. And was it surreal? Was it, you know, as a fan?
Oh, it is. I mean, it's very surreal when you, and again, I hear what comes out of my mouth and you just go, that's quite fun. You know, if you're standing on the Millennium Falcon, now any story you tell from this point is going to be quite good. But if it's Harrison Ford's first day and he's walked up the ramp in the full gear, except he's wearing trainers, and he's got his big hairy friend with him, he's got Jonas in the suit, and he's walked up, and I'm in the corridor going into the cockpit in my green onesie with my robot, and he looks you up and down and goes, "Who picked that look?" and just walks off. And you're like, "Oh, thanks, Indy." You know, it's, you know, the bloke has been on my wall since I was 7 in one form or another. You know, whether it's a Star Wars poster in a child's bedroom or a Blade Runner poster framed on the wall. You know, it's as you get older, just to have somebody sort of that iconic just sort of walk on, look you up and down and take the piss. You know, it's like, oh, thanks. And it's very weird. It's very weird, but equally just fantastic. But what you mustn't do is freeze. Because you're all there to work. You're actually you're not a competition winner. You've come in to do your job, and that's what's expected of you.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned him wearing trainers. We hear about Cushing wearing slippers on set and him wearing trainers. I know I'm next for the question, so I got to ask you, has anybody else worn any different footwear on set, or is barefoot or anything like that? Have you noticed anything quite unique?
Not really. I mean, comfortable footwear is always handy because some of those costumes are, you know, fairly full on. And I think if you don't have to wear all the gear, don't. I mean, I think there's probably enough behind the scenes footage showing this. I mean, Anthony Daniels sometimes doesn't have the legs on.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll CG the legs, which is a very strange thing to see because you're kind of a C-3PO from here upwards. And then he's got his black tights on, so the legs will go on, because I think that's quite a difficult costume to move in a lot of the time. And when he has to, you know, really get a bit of speed on, and you do see him, especially in the episode 9, which I think was Anthony's, you know, I think it was Anthony's movie, to be honest. After The Empire Strikes Back, I think that's the best C-3PO we've had since then. And there are times when Anthony, you know, when Anthony was coming up and down, you know, spaceship ramps at speed, and that costume is very, very. I mean, the stormtroopers are difficult to move in, but that thing is really restrictive. So that was a strange one. But other than that, no. I mean, I think if they're only shooting you from the waist up, you know, you could be not wearing any trousers. I'm not saying anybody ever didn't wear trousers.
Well, Chewie, I'm assuming.
Chewie, yeah, exactly. But
that Bandolier ain't hiding much.
Yeah, but it definitely, Han Solo in a pair of trainers was quite a sight to see.
So what was your time like at Spitting Image then? I remember Spitting Image from when they did the Genesis video way back when. Were you around at that time? Am I aging you? Sorry.
Well, no, you are aging me there, but I mean, I was there I did the last 4 seasons of the original run. So that was like 92 to 94. And then because I was the trainee. I used to do arms and eyes. They brought me in to sort of train me up to do it. So I was the trainee on those 4 seasons, and then I was the consulting puppeteer for the 2 new ones that they made quite recently with Trump and Biden and Boris and all those characters. So it was a very weird jump to go from being sort of the trainee to the how do we do this, or it wasn't necessarily how do we do this, it was more a case of people who worked on it back in the 80s going, did we do this? And so it was weird because I was probably the youngest puppeteer on it at the time. I was one of the oldest this time around, you know. It's all was slightly grey, But it was a fun show to do. The new version was a bit of a different animal to the original one, because this was made as it was made as well for a US audience.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a different style a little bit. It was slightly different, and it was, I don't know if it was fast. We didn't turn it around quicker, I don't think, but we also did a German version as well. So we were making the UK US one on, I think, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and on a Friday we would shoot about 10 minutes of stuff in German with people we'd never heard of. And then that would get edited and the UK stuff would get dubbed and it would go out in Germany. But in Germany, it was actually so edgy that it started airing, I think, 2 weeks before the election for Chancellor. Was it Chancellor? What was Angela Merkel? She was Chancellor.
I believe Chancellor. Yeah.
Yeah. So she was on her way out, and this election was coming in, and there was this guy that was a real rank outsider. This guy called Olaf Scholz, who someone once said he looked like a Smurf. So they built this puppet like a Smurf, and then of course he won. So it was then there was kind of the spitting image and then saddled with this Smurf puppet. But this thing started airing about 2 weeks before the election, and one of the candidates threatened to sue Sky because they really took offense at it. And that's when you're doing satire, you've done your job.
Yeah.
When someone's got so angry that they threatened to sue a television company.
So, obviously, you've worked on quite a lot of film sets and other things. Have you actually ever had Christmas on a film set? And has any of the crew done anything special at any of the film sets or anything that you can remember that was sort of different?
Christmas on a film set? No, I don't think we have. You usually get the Christmas break. And what tends to happen, especially with stuff like Star Wars, is people want to fly home. So they normally wrap that up a good couple of days before Christmas. It gets, you start seeing hats come on. You see the people in their comedy jumpers. There's, it all gets a little bit festive. But again, these things are so big. People have fun. You do have fun making these, but equally you have to get the job done. So I mean, there's normally, I'm just trying to think, some of the TV shows. There's things like. When we were working for Henson's always had a big Christmas party, and so that was always fun, and that was always somewhere really good, that was always nice. But I think the Secret Santas in departments. I mean, when we were doing Force Awakens and stuff, there would be everyone would get someone's drawn out the hat, and you would have to get a Secret Santa for people. So it's a workplace like any other, but you don't tend to get a lot of twinkly lights because they reflect off the lenses, and then everybody can see it was Christmas when you were shooting that thing in Jakku.
Hide the Christmas tree around the back.
Hide the Christmas tree around the back.
Yeah. Chris, you got a question now?
Yeah, think about holidays, and we're celebrating Life Day. So have you seen the Life Day special, and what was your first initial thought when you first saw it versus seeing it now?
So is this the original holiday special? This is
yes.
what we're talking about.
Right?
Yeah,
okay,
yes. No, okay, right. So I have seen the original holiday special. In fact, I do have a copy of it. I think I've only managed to sit through it all the way through once. Because didn't George Lucas said if he had enough time and a hammer, he'd smash every copy in existence. Yeah, it's
Order 66.
Yeah, it does. It introduces us to Boba Fett, which is all good, and I think everything has its merits. I'm fishing for I'm reaching for what the merits of the Star Wars, because I didn't see it when it went out, because I don't think it ever aired in the UK, and it was
you
just
have to find it on YouTube or DVD.
Yeah,
when
it was just. I saw it. Yeah, I picked it up on a DVD somewhere, and I remember seeing. I think is there photographs of it in that great big gold Star Wars book. That the big is it Star Wars Chronicles? There was a big one, and there were some photographs from it in there. Oh no, I remember the first time I saw it. The first time I saw anything from it, I had the Starlog that had the article. I still have it, but it has the article with all the pictures of the characters that were in it, and the four-armed Baker and all this kind of thing. And I just wow, this is amazing. I've got to see this. And then of course, several years later, several decades, I did see this. And I can't unsee it now. That's the thing. never got the opportunity to ask Carrie Fisher about it, because I'm sure she would have had some great things to say about it. And you look at it now and you just look at Harrison's face and just think, you weren't happy being there.
Yeah,
but
he's not happy being anywhere, really.
Well, oh, that's not true. Actually, I think I think he enjoys himself a lot more than I think his demeanor is often for effect, because he was very, very good fun when he was around, and I liked him very much. But yeah, it is quite something. I do recommend it's something that everybody sees at least once, and it also, for me, it feeds into that thing of Star Wars has always been a bit silly. You know, I mean, there's nothing silly in Andor whatsoever, and it's a fantastic piece. It's a fantastic piece of television. But it's, I think everybody needs to remember that these are, you know, when you sort of see some of the discourse going on the internet, you just like to remind people that, you know, I've heard Ewoks talk in a TV special. You know, so let's never forget. Let's never forget that Wicket could say crash.
Yes, he could.
Okay, great. I'm just going to change the conversation just for a small amount of time. Obviously, the telethon we're actually doing at the moment is actually helping world hunger. I'm in the UK, and actually, even though we're a quite sophisticated country, we do still have this problem. There are quite a few places that have food banks in our local area. I just wonder if anybody else has got the same thing where they live, or do they have food banks? Have they noticed any increase of this at all around where they are?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
totally.
around this time of year.
Yeah.
You see stores asking for donations for the local banks, and major donations from corporations, because I live near a lot of food industry places, and you'll see their trucks driving to food banks around here sometimes.
I'm an educator here in BC here, and our school is presently doing a food bank run, and the food goes to the kids in our area. There are kids in our school now. It's done secretly, of course. It's not like, hey, Billy needs food, but it's like my school is in an area that has a lot of new people to the country, and they need help. And but that's just one example of the many food banks we have in this area.
So during the pandemic, the demand for help, I mean, so many lost their jobs, livelihood, homes, food was super difficult just to feed everybody, and the need for it was great. And, you know, always when you come into the holidays, always there's a huge run on the food bank, who are already depleted. So it is, it's very important. It's dire. Actually, our numbers are dire.
We also have shortages going on. I mean, Subway just recently said that they're reducing they're reducing the amount of lettuce they put on their Subway sandwiches because of the shortage. We have a shortage of kids' cough syrup and medicine in our stores. It's been like that for the last 2.5 months, and it's everywhere, as well as you have inflation. So it's not getting easier.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a global thing as well. I mean, I think it's been rough all over, and it's whether it's gas prices or whether it is people trying to keep the heat on, and you know, the food and the prices have just gone crazy, and there's all sorts of factors involved. And I often sort of see various. Probably spend too much time on Twitter, but you see people, you know, directly blaming their own particular government for this, and then you realise that this is a global thing. You know, and it's happening. You know, just everybody is feeling it at the moment. So I think anything anybody can do to help other people, because I say we've been through the pandemic and various other sort of things have shifted, and people just had it. You know, people have had a tough time. Even people that don't think they've had a tough time for 2 years. You know, we've all been through quite a bit, and you know, it's always sort of important to sort of take your time and have a think about that. You know, and also speak to your friends and your family. We spent a lot of time during the pandemic talking about being kind and that kind of thing, because you don't really know what people are going through, and everybody's putting a brave face on stuff.
Yeah, and that's why the work we do as 501st members, just to to help toot our own horn here, it's so important, especially now, especially after the pandemic, just raising money, raising funds, raising awareness, and raising food just for those who need it. I have a saying in my parts of the wood, we don't, for kids especially, we don't do it to relive our childhood. We do it to help kids live theirs. And it's so important that that people not only just watching this donate, but just go out there and help something, some foundation, help somebody.
No, they're very well said, and exactly. And I think we all have the same sentiment that America, Canada, the UK, all fairly respectable countries to a point, but we all have the problem. Obviously, other countries probably need more help than us, and the people we don't know also need help as well. So one of the reasons that we always help people out as well. If you want to help us out now, obviously we got that link you can click on. You could also, if you know any of the garrisons in your country or area, you could, just give them a message, see if you could help them out as well. That'd be fabulous. So hopefully that, makes any sense to anyone. And if one person does that, that'd be great. Let's go to Teresa for another question. And if you got one.
I do actually. Okay. Are you going to be Celebration London?
I don't know. I have no idea. I would hope so, even if I have to get over the fence and just make my way through the back door. But I don't even know if the guest list has been announced yet. I mean, I have been involved on Celebration over the last the last 4 in various degrees. Didn't do last year, but I tend to find out about them quite late, so I don't really know what's going on with it yet. So I would hope to be there anyway, even if I just come as a regular, but try and get a ticket from somewhere. You might see me wandering about.
So see, I'm going to attend. I'm coming. So the Harry Potter experience.
Oh yeah.
As a Harry Potter fan, is it
it's great. It's brilliant. What's really good about it is it's not a theme park. It's about how they made the films.
Yeah.
So it's not one of the it's real nitty gritty stuff. And so you can get up personal, up close and personal, and see the stuff that was used in the movie. So that's it's well worth doing. And I went some years ago, and because I know so many people that have worked on it as well. At the end of the, I'm not spoiling anything, but at the end of the tour, there is a wand room. You go into Ollivander's wand room, and there are names on every single wand, and boxes on all the walls. There's the room full of wand boxes, and there's a name on each one, and there's one box for everybody that worked on the movie, so they've got their name on it. Everybody that is in the credits has their own wand box, so you can go and find your cousin, or find your dad, or find your friend. So that's kind of fun. There was a guy that worked there that knew where every single box in the room, every single name, he knew where they were. I don't know if that's part of a requirement of working at that end of the tour, but it's well worth it.
He's got a little laser pointer.
Has he? Right.
Yeah.
So I went very early on. I know they've expanded it quite considerably since I went. I should probably go again at one point. But yeah, it's definitely worth doing. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I'm excited. That's a Christmas tradition for us. We watch Potters as a family. So going up, I don't care what we do, but that is what we are doing.
Yeah, it's very, very good. You'll really like it.
Very excited.
Yeah, great.
So what house are you, Teresa?
I'm Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw. How about anybody else here know their house?
Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw.
I'm Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
Yeah, I like gardening.
How about you, Brian?
I've no idea. I don't know what
Slytherin right there. He's
right there.
He's hiding it. He's hiding it.
He's wearing black.
I'm not. I'm wearing green. I've realized I'm not. I'm wearing green. I'm wearing green. And I'm against, because I always wear green. But I'm against green. But I've realized, look at the way this is lit. I look like Holly from Red Dwarf, because I've just got this floating head.
If you go to I'm not supposed to re-advertise Harry Potter on a Star Wars show, but if you go there at Christmas, they cover Hogwarts in snow as well. Right. So they have different themes throughout the year. So if you want to buy tickets, go to their website.
I do remember before you get off the Harry Potter. I do remember when we did go, we tried the butterbeer. Now I believe the butterbeer in the UK is different from the butterbeer over in Universal. But we tried the butterbeer. If you get the opportunity to try the butterbeer, don't. It's very much like laundry detergent, And well, they may have changed it since then. This is just how it was when we went. And there were 2 barrels, and one of which you poured in whatever you drink. You didn't want to drink, so they poured it just to get rid of it. So you didn't put it into the same bin, and then you would recycle the cups. And I saw the woman emptying the butterbeer barrel, and I said, "How much of that do you throw away?" And she went, "Most of it."
Terrible.
That explains the Tide Pod revolution that happened.
So I'm never going to work on one of those now, am I?
Although Brian, you can point this out. Brian did do Voldemort once.
Oh, I did do Voldemort once,
in a sort of way.
Sort of way, yeah. I was involved in the Olympic opening ceremony for 2012, and there were giant puppets of the various children's villains like Cruella de Vil, and the child catcher was there, and we did a giant Voldemort that was about 30, 40, 50 feet, this thing. There were 12 puppeteers to it. Derek Arnold, I met Derek Arnold on that job, and Derek is now absolutely smashing it on various new Star Wars projects, doing very exciting things. And so, yeah, we kind of spent many weeks with that, involved in, say, in the Olympic opening ceremony, which was a crazy couple of weeks to, a mad thing to be involved in, make huge amounts of fun.
I've got a quick question for you, Brian. Did you work on Return of the Jedi?
No, I'm not that
No?
old.
I just had to ask.
I think I was 13, yeah, when Return of the Jedi came out. Although interestingly, well, I think it's interesting, you may not agree with this. I think our clapper loader on, I want to say episode 8 or possibly episode 9, his father and grandfather had all worked on Star Wars movies. Wow. So I think his grandfather was a camera operator on Return of the Jedi. And then I think his dad was on the Phantom Menace. And then he was on the new one. So that was, there are people, I mean, there's, oh no, his name's going to completely, Gary Tompkins, who was in the art department as a model maker. His dad was on The Empire Strikes Back as well. So you get these kind of crazy familial connections. But no, I was 13, but thanks for that.
I apologize, I really do.
English weather weathers your face quite heavily.
Absolutely it's very harsh lighting. I'm quite boyish normally, you see.
So then to change my question, behind me I've got the background to the Star Wars holiday, Christmas in the Stars. Have you listened to the album?
I've got it on hard rotation at the moment.
Oh, nice.
Can't get enough. What do you give a Wookiee for Christmas when he already owns a comb?
Exactly.
No, I love it. It's very funny. And yes, I often bring that up if I ever see Anthony Daniels. He's it's his hit single.
He did really well. I mean,
I love it. I do love it. I think it's great. And it's part of that. It's part of that. It's like we're in there with the holiday special and the Ewok movies and various other bits of Star Wars silly that I think often get overlooked when it's convenient to overlook them.
There's this wonderful age between the first and the second movie where Star Wars was still being discovered. Donnie Marie's up there.
Wasn't it? And everything was all over the place. The disco version of the theme, all that sort of stuff.
Do you have any fond memories of that sort of age between episode 1 and 2? Or sorry, 4 and 5?
Well, I was just having a blast. I mean, I say I was 7 to 8, 9, 10 years old. And we would make it all up anyway. We didn't know any of the stuff. So and there wasn't a lot. There was the Star Wars, well, we had it in the UK as Star Wars Weekly, which was the Marvel comic cut into 4, the monthly Marvel comic cut into 4 pieces, and then they would shove Tales from the Watcher and Power Pack into the back of it. And so you'd be, or the Dark Crystal adaptation or whatever. So you'd get this comic every week. And we had the 12 or how many was it, 18 figures that were produced for the first movie, and you'd make all your own stories up. But then we didn't get to see C-3PO tap dancing with the Osmonds. We didn't get that in the UK, but we did. We heard about some of this stuff, but it was they were all over the place. I remember when the Muppets were on, when they were filming The Empire Strikes Back. That was a big deal because I was into the Muppets, and to have Luke Skywalker and Chewbacca and C-3PO on the Muppet Show and R2 was just amazing. And I remember as it started, I think the house phone rang about 3 times, where various people are saying, "Brian watching the Muppets. It's full of Star Wars." So that was quite fun. But yeah, I liked all that. I liked that period. It was quite nice because nothing had been really set in stone at that point. I can't remember when Splinter of the Mind's Eye came out, which again, sort of I think is, I've not read it for years, but I think that's kind of, it was canon breaking when it came out, wasn't it? And now it's completely out of the window. And I had the Han Solo at Star's End and those books and various other bits and pieces as they came out. And the fact that back then you could buy the book of The Empire Strikes Back about 3 weeks before the film came out, and the Return of the Jedi. I remember reading the Return of the Jedi novel on a school trip and sitting at the back going, Princess Leia's Luke Skywalker's sister. And everyone went, no, she's not. She's here, look. So
They're supposed to get married.
Yeah, exactly, right. So that was, I thought that was also, it was when it wasn't all set in stone to that extent. You know, hadn't been that much stuff. I think that was quite an innocent period for it, and that was quite fun. But again, I was 10.
Right. Well, we got probably another 5 minutes, and then we're gonna have to wind it down because, as per usual, we've all been enchanted by Brian and Reza and Chris as well, and also Rob's fantastic questions and answers as well. So I think we're just gonna have one more question for Christina.
Okay, since you're talking about reading, and I read a lot before I see the movie. Did you ever have that moment where you read the book before the movie came out and you watched the movie and you're like, that's not it, you're missing this part or that?
I think so. I watched them a long time ago, to quote an opening title card, but I don't remember that. There was one movie adaptation I remember, and for the life of me, I can't remember what one it is. I read a lot of those movie adaptations at the time, sort of the Raiders of the Lost Ark and all that kind of stuff. And I do remember there sometimes these big bits of those films that I knew that he didn't, in The Empire Strikes Back, that they changed the line, didn't they, of the "I love you, I know" thing. And I remember in the comic book adaptation, Han Solo turns around and says, just remember that because I'll be back or whatever. It was a different thing. And I think the number that C-3PO, the quoting the odds to Han Solo about the asteroid was different because Anthony lopped a number off when they were shooting it because it made a better line. So he took a digit off the end and changed it. So it was a little bit like that. But I do remember the Empire Strikes Back Marvel adaptation that I think Archie Goodwin did, where he says "I love you" and the line he says back is not that. And I remember being surprised by that when I first saw The Empire Strikes Back. So that's probably the only one I can, off the top of my head, I can think of.
Very good. Okay, so I'll ask one question to the group. I'll ask one more for Brian, and I think we better call that. Our hour is up. Have you got any? Well, I know you're doing things. Is there anything you'll have to tell us what you are doing coming up, or things that you're just finished?
What have I been doing? I can't. I have. Are we Doctor Who fans?
Oh yeah.
Well, you saw the end of the last Doctor Who, and then someone appears and says, "I recognise these teeth," and says "what" 3 times. Well, I'm involved in the next one.
Oh, cool!
So
That's
I've been working with David and Catherine, and I've been involved.
It's Patrick Harris as well. Neil Patrick Harris was in.
Neil Patrick Harris is in one of them. Yeah, he's in one of them.
Yeah.
There's several, and I was involved in one of those episodes.
Oh, that's fun.
That was an awful lot of fun, actually.
Yeah. But I think that are they coming out in about 6 months' time, or is it?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think they're
quite a way off,
way into the back end of next year. Yeah, so I can't talk about it at all, really. But it's
so never mind.
I'm just about to be fired. No, I did ask someone at Doctor Who and say, "Can I say I've done this?" And like, yeah, but just don't tell anybody what you did. I'm like, fine. So it's that's a lot of fun, and I'm not really steeped in Doctor Who, but I read them and went, these are good. Oh, these are good. Yeah, so it was. I knew enough about it to know that the various callbacks to various things and what they were doing with it was great, and it was nice with Russell T Davies and Catherine Tate, and I got to meet Bernard Cribbins, who was a
because that was his last bit, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and if you don't know, but Bernard Cribbins is a great actor from the sort of 50s and 60s, and carried on, and he had a voice that would people of a certain age will just sit cross-legged in front of him and let him talk to them because he was the voice of my childhood. And he did he had hit singles out, and he did a thing called The Wombles, which was a series of an animated series based on a series of books that I had as a child, and so Bernard's voice was very distinctive and iconic, and so to actually meet him before he sadly passed away this year was fabulous. So Doctor Who, yeah, I did a bit of that.
That's cool. So that is exciting, which I think we're all great. Last question, and this I think we're gonna just have to stop after that because we're running out of time. Oddly, my first Star Wars toy was Lobot. I'm not really sure why I bought it, but he looked
wow.
Cool.
that's really that's left field.
What the hell, hey? Actually, I didn't buy Han Solo because I bought black hole figures because the arms move better.
Oh yeah.
You do funny things when you fall.
Yeah.
Question to everybody: what was your first Star Wars toy, or the toy you liked the best at the time?
Oh, that's an easy one for me. Reese from Return of the Jedi. I liked him so much that I actually cosplayed him in 1984 in grade 6. I made a paper mache mask, put on a sweater, painted my hands red, put on gumboots, everything. And I have like a little shrine in my corner of the room right now, but it's one of my favorite characters, and I'm currently working on the costume as I speak. So
excellent.
Yeah, great. How about you, Chris? What do you get?
Well, actually, I was introduced to Star Wars at a very young age, but ideally didn't click with me. My dad and I actually watched it, so it's a very fond memory with me and my dad, but it was also a bad memory for my dad because I'm sitting there asking him tons of questions throughout the entire thing. And so I really didn't get, and after that, he was like, we're not, it's like, this is too far, because I was born in 81, so it became later. I would say I actually really got into Star Wars. I was in college, and so my first gift to myself that was Star Wars was a lightsaber.
That's a cool gift.
What color?
The only one that came in was blue. So blue,
That's
blue
all
or
right.
green was the choice. It was blue, green, or red. So I chose
It's good
blue.
enough for Obi-Wan, isn't it? So, yeah. So, how about you, Teresa? What was your first Star Wars thing, or your favorite one?
Well, I'm one of those people who watched it opening night in 1977. And I loved Darth Vader and the Stormtroopers. I loved the bad guys and always wanted to be them. I joined the Legion in a TK as my first costume. And it was the cheesy Kenner Vader toy, like the little figures. And of course, years go by and you lose those things. And I was fortunate to be asked to create a 77 Kenner Vader for one of our members. His name was Clint, and he did the toy version of that thing. And he looked amazing. He was amazing. And he had sent me in the mail as a thank you for sewing it for him. He sent me a Kenner Vader little figure. Cool. And I keep that up on my little shrine of lovely things. So I have a little Vader.
Did Clint have the lightsaber with the little thing at the end too?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I love it. Love it.
I will send you from. It was stunning.
Great.
Yeah, I fangirled over it.
Brilliant. It's better than mine. Brian, did you get Lobot for your first toy? Or
I didn't. I actually I really wanted them. And because we're quite small, I really wanted to get value for money. So so I had Chewbacca and Darth Vader. They were the two I got. They were the first two I got because they were the biggest. And then it just got silly from that point onwards. That was what I spent my pocket money on. My grandfather, who utterly indulged me when it came to that sort of stuff, he bought me the Death Star for Christmas, but not the Death Star that you guys got in Canada. And actually, I think you got the cardboard one in Canada, but we had the dome version in England because a lot of the toys, I think you've all seen that Plastic Galaxy and all that, and that thing. A lot of the toys were kind of retooled in the UK, so we never got that tower, and I always coveted that tower. I probably could get one now. But it's as a kid, I loved that thing. But the Death Star, the circular Death Star, I got, I think, for the Christmas it came out, whenever that was, probably about 70, 79, I would think it would be. And I just adored it. I still have it. And I was lucky in the fact that my mother never made me throw any of the boxes away. So everything just went up in the loft. So the boxes for my gear is in better condition than the toys, but I still have all of them. And I had a box I kept them in, so I kept all the lightsabers intact with the tips. I had all the capes, still got the lot. But yeah, it was Darth Vader and Chewbacca were my first two, and I still have them.
Yeah, good choice.
I see one available on eBay right now for 2,000 if you're interested.
That's just silly. I mean, I don't have. Is it the last 19? I have a couple of the last figures that they produced, that Power of the Force line, but I'm just not dropping £400 on an Ewok. You know, I'm just not going to do it.
It'll end up in the loft again, won't it? That's
no, probably, yeah, exactly.
Or if anyone wants to give Brian a free gift when you go to a convention, you know,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'll take any of the last ones. I'm happy. They're loose. I want to put them on the wall. But Robin, what about you?
What favorite Star Wars thing?
Your first Star Wars toy.
Oh, that was
Lobot. What was your favorite figure though? Was he your favorite?
My favorite? Oh, well, it wasn't Lobot. Oh, come on! I like the weird ones. I like the Gamorrean guards.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I think they looked a lot like the actual ones in the film more.
Yeah,
some
they
of
were
the
nice.
they
were nice.
Yeah.
And that was my problem with Han Solo. Sorry, Han Solo. Is that his head looks basically like a.
I had the first one
squishy
with the tiny head, and
thing.
then they gave him big hair,
Yeah.
didn't they? In the second one. But the thing about those Gamorrean guards, you do know that they repurposed a lot of those molds for Prince of Thieves, and I toured Little Shop of Horrors, and I worked on it in the West End, and the great comedian and actor Mike McShane, who played Friar Tuck.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
In the Prince of Thieves, he also was the voice of the plant for Little Shop of Horrors when I was working on it with my friend Andy Heath, and they used the Gamorrean guard's body as the basis for Friar Tuck and Mike.
Yeah. They repurposed the heck out of that line using superpowers and the Ewok village was used too.
Save a bit of money.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that's all the time we've got out. We've probably overrun our hour as well. Obviously, like we talked about for the Warhammer kitchen, I said that wrong. I do apologize. We have got a donation button. That's why we're doing this thing. Hopefully you enjoyed our hour and a bit or a bit longer. So if you'd like to donate, please do that. Or as we said, just contact your local garrison or talk to a friend. Doesn't have to be a garrison member. Anybody you like, really. Help us out. But you know, if you can help us out in the same way, that'd be great as well. Obviously, my thanks to the beautiful Brian Herring. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
And my lovely three friends as well, Christine, Rob, and Teresa as well. Thank you for coming along, having a chat with Brian and me.
This was a blast.
And hope everybody has a nice Christmas and a nice New Year as well.
Yeah. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. We are celebrating the 501st Life Day celebration today, and we are joined with the wonderful Christopher Sean. It is myself, Nina. We have Sky, Bobby, and Gloria joining us. And as you know, Christopher Sean is best known in Star Wars for being the voice of Kazuya Xiono. And thank you for joining us today. Yes, and Rebel Legion. Ooh.
Honorary member,
yeah. We actually had the honor of inducting him as an honorary member several years ago, which was great. Absolutely fantastic. It was Chicago, right? Celebration Chicago.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but yeah, I remember. Mm-hmm.
But thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Love everything you guys stand for. And I love hanging out with you guys. You guys are awesome.
And well, since we are covering holidays today, are there any specific holiday traditions that you and your family have? And I know you are Japanese American, so does that play a lot into it in how your traditions are? Because I know with a lot of hybrids, we flip them, we switch them, we split them.
I guess for us, like, since my lady's Native American, we don't we celebrate the day after Thanksgiving. We celebrate that more of like a Friendsgiving, and we have tacos and we just enjoy the day, right? And then today was like, typically we'll have the Christmas tree up, we'll start decorating. That's kind of the day, and we just hang out. We don't get involved with the Black Friday deals at all. Maybe Cyber Monday, but not Black Friday. That's terrifying.
What sort of the traditions, like with your family and stuff, were there any special traditions that you grew up with that you really remember or like hold a special place with you?
For us, my family, Christmas Eve, we were always allowed to open one Christmas present. So that's been kind of like, yes, you too, Sky.
Yeah.
That's kind of been our tradition. It's like every night right before Christmas, we all hang out. Everyone's excited, anticipating opening the presents, and we opened one. But this year, because I'm stepdad to 3 amazing kids, and we're a I forget the terminology. We're a combined family, or right? So their father's awesome. We're getting an Airbnb in Arizona, and we're gonna have a joint Christmas as a large village. Yeah, so their dad's cool. He's cool with me. I'm not replacing him. I'm just part of the village that raises these amazing, fine, cool kids.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll right into so since this is Life Day themed, I have seen the Star Wars holiday special, and there is one of the scenes that sticks in my head is they have this like big feast type of thing. And so that got me thinking, like, what were your family's traditional holiday foods as a kid? And one that was like your favorite and or that you like couldn't live without, like as a kid and now?
Now, is that for everyone or is that just for me?
Just for you, just for you.
No one wants to hear from us. It's fine.
Yeah, no,
I love to hear from you guys. For me, my dad always cooked the turkey every holiday season. So, and my mom and my dad, my dad would just make this huge feast. My mom would make a few things that are Japanese, like sushi, or there's so many. It's a good question. I have to sit and think about it. But for the most part, my dad would make mashed potatoes, and those mashed potatoes, he would saute garlic and onions, and then throw them in the mashed potatoes and homemade gravy, and it was all like real, mashed potatoes. Not like, I mean, don't get me wrong, the store-bought, just add water, they're still delicious, but there's nothing beats like mashing real brown potatoes,
Right.
So that was one thing, man, mashed potatoes and gravy, and I would take the turkey leg and just dunk it and just stuff my face, and I'd love to just have it all over my face, like, hey, what's up, just chew, like, this is good.
Yeah, the mashed potatoes are my specialty in the house, so I totally appreciate that.
Do you have like heavy whipping cream or anything, or sour cream, or what is your special recipe?
Cream cheese.
Cream cheese, yes.
Yes.
That's good.
I think I added about half a pound of white cheddar to mine this time.
So good. Yeah, this all sounds amazing. By the way, I'm coming over to your houses. Each of you, we're having some mashed potatoes. We're having a potluck of just mashed potatoes and gravy.
My wife will love that.
Hey,
That
my
sounds
mom,
awesome.
my mom is also 501st, so she would love it.
You guys are awesome, man. I love the support, the community, the family you've built. I love that.
My first question is, do you like Star Wars?
I love Star Wars. I've loved Star Wars. I love Star Wars ever since I was a kid. Even not even knowing what Star Wars was, my dad was doing voices of Yoda and Chewbacca, and then we watched the movie, and I'm a kid, so I was watching, but I was playing, but I was, but growing up, and those memories of my dad really is what makes me fall in love with Star Wars so much. And then rewatching as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, the nostalgia factor is incredible. But yeah, I mean, for me, Star Wars is family. And, the 501st, every person that I've ever seen that loves Star Wars has stories of when they watched with their families and the next generations. Every person that's been a part of it has an amazing story. And I love that. I love to see that and be a part of that.
Well, funny enough, I was actually going to ask you what your intro to Star Wars was, but you already answered that with your dad, so that's awesome.
Yeah, my dad, and I think I watched it out of order. I think I watched The Empire Strikes Back first. And for me, that's still the best movie for me out of all of them. Outside of the Kazuda Ziono Star Wars movie that we're making now, like oh wait, what? Oh what? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, that would be awesome, but no.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Canon, you mentioned it. It has to be real.
No, total joke. But they are, they did announce Star Wars Visions was picked up for a second season. That's really cool. And I did play Asu in that. So if they do bring back the Village Bride storyline, that would be be amazing to continue that, because my goodness, I'm a huge fan of anime and Star Wars. So that those worlds combined is like perfect.
Well, your episode was like one of the best episodes of a great series. You're like living in my head right now because you keep answering my questions before I actually have to answer them. It's a real nice brainwave we're on right now.
Go on.
Well, you mentioned you said 3 kids?
Yeah, I'm stepfather to 3 kids.
Stepfather to 3.
18 turning 19, 16, and 13 turning 14.
Okay, so they've probably already been introduced to Star Wars previously to you coming in.
Yeah. The youngest is a big Star Wars fan, loves Resistance, loves Star Wars, kind of watched the whole 9 movies. And then, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, but we kind of watched the whole 9 movies before watching, like, just as much as we can. We like marathon. The oldest is more of a Star Trek fan, so we've kicked them out of the house. They are no longer living here. No, I'm kidding. No, they're amazing.
Gloria Sky and I actually ran into each other at a Star Trek convention back in April, just kind of unplanned, of like, oh hey, it's a little 501st meetup at Star Trek.
I was actually wearing a 501st lanyard. I was cosplaying as Tendi from Lower Decks, which is one of the new shows. It's an animated show. And yeah, that was, and I was just like, wow, there's a bunch of flagship people here. That's crazy.
My wife and I, we just happened to be sitting next to Sky, and I looked and I saw her lanyard. I'm like, hey, we're also flagship. And
that's great.
Small world
That's
in the nerddoms.
Dude, that's so cool. Honestly, I'm a big Trekkie too. Like, I grew up with Jean-Luc Picard. Engage. Yeah, these are the voyages. So I was just huge fan of that series. But yeah, no, I mean, Star Wars is everything, and the middle kid is more of a sports. He's an athlete. He's like 6'5", I think now. At 16, star athlete, doing great in Arizona. He's kicking butt, so I'm proud of him. Support all of them as much as I can. Just try to be a good role model. There are times when the emotions get the best of me, or fatigue, and I'm like pulling whatever hair's left on my head. What's going on here? But no, they're great. I love my family. I really appreciate them all.
That's awesome.
On the subject of Star Wars and Life Day, which is our in-universe holiday, I have to ask if you've seen the famous or not so famous Star Wars holiday special.
Infamous, I think, is the word.
Yeah, that's a good word.
That's hilarious. Actually, I have not seen it, but I heard stories, tons of stories, and one that like George Lucas didn't like it so much that he wanted it like hidden, tucked away.
It's kind of hard to find.
Yeah, it's really hard to find.
And I don't know if that's true or not. These are just rumors or speculative stories, but yeah, I've not seen it. I do want to watch it though.
Yeah, it's kind of a rite of passage.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
It's painful. It's so painful. It's
fun if you're in a group of friends and you kind of like Mystery Science Theater 3000 it.
Yes.
That's the best kind of way to watch a bad movie, right?
And you have some good food.
Yes,
Some good
definitely.
beverages.
Turkey legs and mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
It definitely matches like the TV sitcom and like show specials of the 70s.
Nice.
Like, so it's
Well,
very
maybe
this time.
maybe one year we should all, as a 501st, throw that up on a projector,
gosh,
have
there
an
you go.
event, and invite as many Star Wars people as you can. I'll bring the Resistance team.
Yes,
that would be
family.
amazing.
I'll bring Team Fireball, and we'll all hang out, and
Oh,
watch,
right.
sipping fruit punch as a drinking game, because I don't drink alcohol, but we'll drink fruit punch or some Banta milk
I'll bring the non-alcoholic eggnog.
Hey, yeah.
I was gonna say you could just make that a celebration panel.
Oh gosh.
Holiday special hosted by Christopher and Team Fireball.
There you go.
The 501st hosts Team Fireball, and then we'll come join you guys. We'll be there.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, and then there's also the more recent and much more bearable Lego Star Wars Christmas special, also revolved around Life Day, which is pretty fun to watch.
I think anything Legos is awesome. I'm a huge Legos fan. I mean, in my one of the biggest milestones of my life was like Kazuda Ziono has a Lego, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" You know. So I have that. I have like I have a dragon that I've had since I was like 16. So I put Kazuda on top of a dragon, and I'm like, "Yeah." So he's in my closet now. I'll go grab it if you want to see it, because I love
That'd
it.
be awesome.
Yeah, I want to see
Do it.
Okay, give me 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's awesome.
I got Kaz, and I got my dragon, and he's riding it. I'm a big dragon guy, so
Oh my
That
God,
fits
that is
Kaz's
amazing.
ego so well of what he's like, the master of dragons.
I mean, he is a pilot, and like that's how you were a pilot, in fantasies.
yeah, it's awesome. And the tail moves too. I don't know, big fan. Like I said, I've had this since I was like a sophomore in high school, or no, probably even before that, because I moved out of that area. So maybe 8th grade, I've had this dragon. Yeah.
Well,
But the
speaking
Lego,
of toys,
come on, Kazuda Ziono Lego, huge moment in my life.
Oh yeah, when you get a Lego figure, you've made it, right?
So were Legos just like a childhood favorite thing, or did you have a different? So we're gonna tie it back into holiday specific. As a kid, was there like your favorite holiday toy you ever got?
Honestly, okay. So anytime anyone asks that, I remember living in the Philippines in Subic Bay. My dad was in the Navy, and waking up to just like toys, a whole bunch of toys. And my favorite one it wasn't a lightsaber per se, but it was a light up sword that looked exactly like a lightsaber, and it had like multiple colors that it could change into. So and that was like me and my sisters, we were sword fighting with that all the time, and for me that was like the coolest gift.
That's awesome.
And then to be a part of Star Wars many years later is pretty awesome.
it's come full circle.
It's really cool, man. I honestly I still am like, it's surreal to me. I have like all my Star Wars stuff, like still, oh, this is Lucasfilm. Yeah, I still got all my Star Wars stuff like hanging around the house. Can you see that? There you go.
There it is.
If you don't,
I mean,
stay perfect.
I got my encyclopedia right here next to my bed. Star Wars encyclopedia. Huge.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah, so definitely one of my favorite presents was the lightsaber in the Philippines. But it's more about the relationships for me, being around people that I love, surrounded by people that, regardless of what's happening in life, we're having a great time. We're happy, we're enjoying ourselves, we're eating well, we're warm. And I really hope that for everyone who, you guys are raising money for, excuse me, you guys are raising money for this event. You guys are providing that for so many families. And that is one of the most beautiful things. And I'm glad that you guys can give that to so many people. And thank you for letting me share in the involvement of that.
It's our honor to host you guys for that. It's you contribute so much, and it helps us contribute in return. I mean, it's just one big happy family, as you said. But kind of feeding off of that, so obviously Life Day is a big holiday in the Star Wars universe, but thinking in terms of the Resistance crew, how would you see them celebrating holidays? Because in my mind, I've always had this picture of trying to explain holiday traditions to Nico and getting his like absolute literal interpretations of everything, like trying to explain the concept of a Christmas tree to him. Like, we go to the forest, we cut a tree down, we bring it inside, we put lights on it, we decorate it, and then we keep it up until it dies and then throw it away. It's just like just seeing like him try to rationalize this sort of concept. But how would you see like the crew of Resistance kind of coming together for holidays and whatnot?
I would see Yeager wearing a Santa suit. And he's got the ho 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 ho. Yes, get over here, be an elf. And he's like, I don't want to be an elf. And then you probably have Niku being Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. They'd put a little red nose on him, and he'd run around and really embody the reindeer. He'd really live it. Then you'd probably have Captain Doza enjoying the festivities with his family, Tora, and Mom, I can't remember Mom's name. I apologize. Played by Tasia, amazing actress. Then you'd have Susie McGraw, who plays oh man, I'm drawing a blank. I apologize. Tam. So Tam, if I say it in character, it comes right back. Tam. So Tam Ravora. So Tam would be there, and she would be loving every moment, feeling the family environment, you know, because I feel like she doesn't really have that, right? So she would be there enjoying it and opening gifts that are given to her, and everyone would just kind of like be doing they'd probably do a white elephant party where everyone starts passing gifts, and then they're like, don't take it, no.
And there would like be shenanigans where they're all like chasing each other around, I feel like.
Yeah, it would be one big mishap, but that's what their family is, you know. It'd be beautifully destructive and awesome.
I'm sure they would have a holiday special deal going on, but it's probably just like $1 off.
I was gonna say the white elephant present could be something stolen from their store, and then whoever gets it gets caught. And
yeah, or like a Gorg. They'd have a Gorg cake.
Oh, you could just put antlers on the Gorgs.
Oh
gosh. There you go. Yeah. It's yeah. I don't know how I feel about like, because they eat them, but it, you know, then they're like hanging out with them also. So it kind of makes me feel bad.
I mean, that's kind of like how reindeer are. There are people.
No, I'm
I've
kidding.
heard of it. I've heard of the jerky.
So half of my family is in Norway, and we did an early Christmas because I'm not going to be there for Christmas, and we absolutely had reindeer.
Nice. Actually, I was filming Gotham Knights in Montreal, and one night after filming, a long week of filming, they took us out to this beautiful restaurant, and they were like, you know, one of our specials is reindeer, and I was like, I've never had it. I think maybe I should try some Rudolph, and it was really good. It was really tasty.
It really is
gamey, but still, you know, I've eaten some very interesting cultural foods, and you know what? I don't judge at all.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Good to know. Good to know.
Well, Sky, you want to go?
Yeah. Okay, so kind of going back to this, the kind of the life day things, and that what happens in the actual like film, they're like the little Wookiee is watching TV, and so that got me thinking, like, did your family have any holiday movies that you traditionally watched as a family, or maybe one that you watched by yourself growing up? Just like, because like I know my family is all about Christmas Story and National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. So
that my lady and my father, their favorite movie is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Yeah. And I've kind of been like, I don't know, I don't get me wrong, I love cinema, but for me it's more like situating everything, getting the presents out, getting everything, and then just enjoying everyone enjoying that. Like one of my favorite things has always just been providing for others. You know, whether it be just jokes and laughter, or you know, any projects I'm working on, enjoying them, watching those projects, just being the person to be able to give in that aspect. So watching them watch those movies is amazing. I love when Chevy Chase is running around looking for the squirrel and it's on his back, and he's like running from room to room with the squirrel on his back. Like, come on, that's like genius. So they put that
you're
on.
more about like the family experience. Like, yeah, makes sense.
It's just, I like the bonding. I like the hanging out. Like, one thing that my family did always was we have dinner at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock, depending on our age, right? We have dinner as a family. We sit down, and I had that as a kid, and I really liked that because it did make me feel like we were bonding. And so I try to do that with our family. Hey, dinner time, let's sit down together, let's eat. And whether we talk or whether we're on our phones or whatever, like I try and make sure I at least ask them, how was your day? Is there anything that you want to tell me? Anything going on? Like, cool, awesome. And that's it, like
you're present. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pun unintended. But I do, bringing up the subject of movies though, I have to ask you a very controversial question. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Yes, very much so.
All right.
They acknowledge the Christmas theme throughout the whole movie, right? Yes, it's based in that time, but they're acknowledging it as well. And there's the spirit of Christmas throughout the movie. What's his name? McLeod? McLean. Yeah, he's awesome. He's not Santa, he's not Krampus, but he's definitely somewhere in between there. And he's a hero. Because also like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Turbo Man, Jingle All the Way, like.
Oh yes, that's another family.
Like it's an action family movie, right? It's a great one, but
it's about providing for his kid,
Yeah, okay.
Making it special for him. Yeah.
But also
he learns the true meaning of Christmas.
He does.
Anti-capitalism and pain.
Yeah, and stepping on glass and all that, shooting through windows. Like he's amazing. I would definitely say that is, if you don't think that's a Christmas movie, then you're not your action heart is very sullen. Is missing out.
Like I've always been very like on the fence about it, but I think you've maybe kind of like convinced me to choose a side now.
They've also done the ornaments where you cut it out and you have McLean in the air duct system, and that's the ornament.
That's genius. I mean, like at this point, it's being brought up so much, and it's kind of made its own, cult classic.
Yeah.
Little niche group in the Hollywood in the Christmas world, excuse me. So yeah, I think that yes, I think he's in. John McClane's in for the holiday spirit.
All right.
Well, I mean, we've already talked about Resistance and Visions quite a bit, but I mean, we obviously can't know everything about those projects. So is there any like behind the scenes, like fun stories you'd like to tell from either project?
Visions was really interesting because, at Celebration, we spoke on this at the panel, but they told us nothing. I got an email basically saying, hey, we're working on a Star Wars project. Would you like to be a part of it? And it's like, yes, of course. And I'm waiting for the script and I'm waiting for the script. What was that?
That's just really cool that you got the invite instead of having to audition for it. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it's Japanese based. So they really grabbed a lot of their Japanese and Asian American talent to be a part of this property.
I love
that. Really respect that. Absolutely. And they're doing it right. And everything Star Wars does is highly confidential, but always extremely impactful, culturally speaking. They do a great job. No, so we show up on set and it's the day of filming and I'm sitting there, I'm calling my agent. I'm like, dude, I have no scripts. Like, what is going on? And they're like, yeah, we only have you for 2 hours. So I'm thinking 2 hours, like, what is this project? And I get there and it was incredible. It was just like, I remember showing up thinking like, holy moly, they show me all the cutscene. They could only show me my stuff.
Right.
But through watching my stuff, I was able to put together the entire episode and understand basically everything. They did show me the ending, which was really cool. But I kind of watched it all the way through and I was like, I know exactly where this is going to go. Let's go right into it. And we worked and we finished with a lot of time extra. And I said, you can head out. And I was like, actually, let's stay. Let's review it all and let's find areas where we can make it better. So we watched the whole thing, and I was like, okay, let's try this line here again. So, you know, the few times that we were able to like change or edit the line reads, the one line read I remember the most was when Asu is with his wife or his bride to be, and he's holding the sword, and she looks at him, and he's like, you know, I don't remember the line exactly, but he's like, you know, I'll always be there for you. Well, like, no, I've got your back, basically. And that was the line I changed, and that was the line that made it into the trailer. So the trailer that was playing, I was like, that's what I'm talking about. I made it into a Star Wars trailer. Like, holy cow. So that was really cool.
Aside from your episode, which one would you say was your favorite of the visions?
The duel.
Yes.
I absolutely love the duel. The very first episode, Brian T. Incredible. The fight scenes, the umbrella lightsaber that they were fighting with. I mean, all of that was incredible. I thought that was awesome. I thought the Ninth Jedi was incredible because it was just so many twists and turns, and it was like, who's the bad guy? It was like Glass Onion, you know. It was really, really awesome. I love Bobby Moynihan. I'll say it every day. Every time I talk Star Wars, I have to say I love Bobby Moynihan. He's incredible. He's just a loving, talented, super funny, down-to-earth, cool cat. And his episode where he's playing a Hutt, and it's the music with Joseph Gordon-Levitt, like, that's amazing. I mean, I can say something great about every single one of those episodes because they're all amazing.
I
And
really
everybody
enjoy
obviously,
the respect they put into those culturally. Like when you look at it, there's and just like a lot of the old Japanese movies, there's the upper layer, the obvious, and then there's like those little subtle nuances that tell so much more of the story if you really like capture them and notice them. And it just makes such a deep story, especially with like the duel, like everything from like how the color splattered, or like a slight movement of a wrist here, or like, you know, the flinch of an eye. It just tells so much story on like those little subtle nuances.
Yeah, absolutely. It was truly like a samurai showdown. It was amazing. I loved it, and it was so action packed. That's everything you want as like a Star Wars fan. For me, it's like the lightsaber battles with the nuances and great storytelling.
Yours is definitely one of my favorites. And I'm not just saying that because you're here talking to us. I would say that in any conversation, but I really hope, you know, that you would get like a sequel, or that they continue that story somehow. And I know you can't say one way or the other.
No, I agree with you. I think with The Village Bride, they actually created. Oh, it's an Emmy, not an Oscar. Sorry, but
Yeah, it was an Emmy. I'm looking at it right now.
they created this beautiful world with so much depth. So there's, you know, it's like there was a beginning, a middle, and an end, and so much opportunity to really develop that story. So I do hope that they continue on. That's my hope. And again, Star Wars is extremely confidential, so you know as much as I know. I'm completely in the dark here. But yeah, I loved every aspect of it. Like I said, I'm a huge anime fan. Studio Ghibli, huge Studio Ghibli fan.
Excited about that.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, the Grogu and
Yeah.
the little soot guys.
Yeah.
That's gonna be, oh my gosh, amazing. But I'm a huge Studio Ghibli fan, and I'm a huge Princess Mononoke fan, and that entire world. Hey, oh my God, Nausicaa.
My entire kitchen is Ghibli.
Really? I love that. Yeah, like Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, Totoro, My Neighbor Totoro, like Kiki's Delivery Service, all of them. I mean, I actually tried to introduce my family to Nausicaa, and so many nostalgic. I still sing the song, you know, as an actor. Like sometimes it'll help me get into like this headspace where I have to be very focused or sad, you know.
We actually just
but
finished that with my stepson. I showed him the entire string of Ghibli films.
dude, that's amazing.
It was so nice. It was fun.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm a huge fan, and I thought that The Village Bride lived in that world so well. That it's just so much story, and they told it so simply, and that is the beautiful art of it, to take so many working pieces and make it just a very simple through line story. You know, that was beautiful.
We talked a little bit about what it's like to work on Visions and to work on Lucasfilm projects with it being so secret. But can you tell us what a typical work day for you is like when you do recordings? Do it at home? Do you go into a studio?
I have a studio here in my house,
Excellent.
but I prefer to go in studio. I prefer to see and work. I think the chemistry is really important. Like I can see you guys here, and I can feel, we can work off of each other, but there is a little bit of latency, a little bit of if I'm nodding my head or I'm saying something, sometimes I'll cut you guys off, and I'm not meaning to. It's just I don't realize you're talking,
Right.
And for me, acting is reacting. So to be in person with someone and feel their energy and work with that chemistry, it makes a world of difference. And when I'm on set, typically I'll show up. I'll try to have hit the gym, get my hour of power in. So I've got my energy, I've got my endorphins, and I show up and I'm like, let's get to work. What's going on? What are we doing? And depending on the project, I'll have the script either the night before, sometimes the week before. I'm doing a very, very huge movie right now. And I cannot wait for the world to see it. It's amazing. And I'll show up.
Yes.
What was that?
I'm looking out for it now.
Yeah. When I can announce it, believe me, I'm gonna be like, guys, spread the word. This is gonna be huge. But it's definitely one of the biggest properties. It's the biggest thing I've ever worked on. And I'm the lead, and it's really huge, and it's really exciting.
That's exciting. That is so exciting.
Thank you. And the names working on it are like the best in the business. And if not, they've worked with the best in the business, and I'm talking, yeah, they're the best. So in every production house, if you took some of the best, the upper echelon, they have all made their way to this production house now, and they're working on this property. And somehow they chose me, and I'm like, well, that's a lot of pressure. So I'm going to make sure that I step up to their plate, and I knock it out of the park.
We all know that you are fantastic at what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man, very much. Thank you. But normal typical work day is about 4 hours of work. And when you get in the studio, I just my voice is my instrument. I'm talking pretty monotone right now, but if I learned from Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. She taught me.
Oh
She's
yeah,
incredible,
yeah.
incredible, and I
She's
will
dating
always
Steve
praise her.
Bloom.
They're
Or are they
married,
married
yeah.
now? I don't know.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, Steve
I've met
Bloom,
Steve,
come on,
so
like,
Steve
oh,
is
Steve Bloom's the best. I mean, he's a legend. I grew up listening
He
to his
is.
voice. He's my Wolverine. Like, as Kevin Conroy's everyone's Batman. He's my childhood voice. Like, I love him. Toonami and Spike Spiegel and Wolverine. But Mary Elizabeth McGlynn also extremely talented. List of works she's been on is everything. And I don't think I would have been able to keep my job on Resistance if it weren't for her. Because I was nervous. I wasn't sure if I was performing properly. I started getting in my head and getting in my own way. And I got a call from my agent. They're like, hey, can you come in? Let's talk. And they were like, hey, bud, how do you feel about voiceover classes? And I was like, yes, please, let's do that. They're like, oh, thank goodness. Some actors are not comfortable with hearing that. And I was like, no, I want this to be the best it possibly can be. Let's do it. And they said, well, it's going to be easy. The director of your property, she's going to be coaching. So I was like, cool. So we met. And the best piece of advice she gives me, and this is what I pass on to every person I talk to now, is, I've been on camera, Days of Our Lives, Y50, but they can see the smirk, but they can't hear it. They can't hear the eyebrow raise. So you have to give them 10% more. Yeah. So if I'm like, what do you mean by that? Sounds normal, right? But because you can see my facial features, but if you didn't see that, how would you get that across? What do you mean by that? Just 10% more, and has so much more life, right? So you use your voice as a tool. And that's something that, again, she taught me, and I've been able to apply that to every property. And I just actually did a little thing with NPR, which is really cool. And that'll be coming out sometime in December. And I'm really excited about that. That's one of the biggest things I've learned. And I apply that, like I said. So I go to job, I work 4 hours, and at the very end of the day, it's shouting, it's screaming, it's the efforts, it's you got punched, you got to give 3 different reads. And all right, now you're jumping, whatever, right? And they make you scream. Now you're hurt, or somebody you love has been hurt. And, no,
Yeah.
let's not do the voice squeak, okay? No, too deep, too
And then
monstrous.
they're like
No,
louder.
louder, bring it, give it to me. You know, you're like, they're like, okay, is your voice okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Have a good day. Thank you. But you have to really know how to use your voice. Like I almost lost my voice one time, and I remembered it's because I was trying to do like this monster voice, but you know, you can really damage your tools if you don't know what you're doing properly. So
Yeah, you have to
yeah,
take care of all that.
yeah,
I
having
didn't, and I ended up with a polyp.
really, wow. What were you working on? What were you doing?
It was just vocals, like for musical stuff, and I was taking the lazy route, and it backfired.
No.
Yeah.
Were you in the Star Wars movie?
Oh no.
The television movie, singing or something, or what were you
No,
doing?
side
He was
stuff.
one of the
Like,
Wookiees.
yeah.
Oh,
It was
that's
just like
awesome.
side hobbies, but yeah, it was just amateur high school garage band stuff. And yeah, we learned the hard way that warm-ups and proper musical technique is rather important for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's so. Are
Very
you still singing?
No,
No.
not really.
You
Not
should
as
make
bad.
a 501st garage band like Bobby Moynihan's episode,
I would love to do that.
right? Yeah.
So there's this thing, I don't know if anybody is familiar with it, but a lot of Blizzard Entertainment people come together and they like level 80, level 90 Elite Tauren chieftain. They created an in-house band and they essentially just sing about like the Blizzard fan, like all of the story and stuff in the franchise. And I want somebody to do that for Star Wars. Just like come together, create like an in-house band, and then just start singing about Star Wars stuff.
Dude, that'd be awesome. I mean, get the episode of Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Bobby Moynihan and get them to cosplay their characters. And
That'd be amazing.
dude,
We have a rebel. He's actually a Mando and a rebel, but he performs. His band is called the Fabulous Boogie Knots, and he performs. He's the bassist, and he has one of those old Kenner Millennium Falcons that he's converted into a bass, and he plays it in his rebel pilot, and they all dress up like their lead singer does a Twilight get up. It's amazing.
Like you could do it just like with the Ewoks, have like the stormtrooper helmets as the drums and everything. Like those,
dude, and
those are your
take, like,
toms right
make
there.
a song where it's like they're playing the music hard and then it stops and then Kylo Ren's like more and then and then it stops more. You know, you're like, come on, there's so much you can do there. I got a bad feeling about this. Whatever, you know.
So many opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, you got lifetime, generations of content you can put in your songs.
Well, it looks like we are about out of time. Thank you again so much for joining us. This has been a blast. Thank you again to Sky, Bobby, and Gloria as well. And to everyone else, happy holidays.
Bye.
Happy holidays, guys. Take care.
Happy
Thank you,
holidays.
501st.
Thank you, Christopher.
Stay
Thank
warm,
you,
eat
everyone.
well.
Hi guys, this is Chris and Gina with the Legion Charity Team, and we just wanted to check in here and say, hey, don't forget, we love having you here. Thanks for watching. We want you to click the link and maybe give a little money to help support the World Central Kitchen out there, or
go to your local food bank, grab something out of your pantry, couple items, whatever. Just go to the local food bank and donate today. Just bring something. Let's help families in need who need food.
Awesome. Thanks for coming, and we hope you guys have a very happy Life Day.
Continue enjoying the show. Thank you.
Woohoo, recording in progress. Mhm. Happy holidays, everybody. I'm Chris Curtis. I am a Legion charity rep, and we wanted to kind of get together and talk with you a little bit today. I'll let my cohort introduce herself to you here too.
Hi, my name is Gina Plotzer. I'm out of Starkiller Garrison, also a Legion charity rep, and we are very excited about this Life Day and happy holidays. We can't wait to get going. Let's get started.
Absolutely. So yeah, what we wanted to kind of come together, obviously this is a pretty big event that we're kind of throw here. We're trying to do, oh yes, we're going to welcome my, this is my buddy Rex here. He's going to join us probably throughout the call.
Captain Rex.
Captain Rex, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, yes. And he believes in all the charity things too, as long as it involves giving him some cat food.
Give. He's saying donate right now.
Yes,
Click
he's saying donate right now. And like I said, for him, it's all about the cat food. It's all about the kibble. But for so many around the world at this time, it's about it's about people food, right? So we're trying to bring some awareness to some opportunities that we have as a Legion and as a populace to give back and to do something to help, hopefully, put a dent in worldwide hunger. So we've engaged with a couple of charities that we think can be helpful for that. One is the World Central Kitchen, WCK, as it's often referred to. And so this is a charity that when disaster strikes, they send out like these relief teams that mobilize with local restaurants and chefs to help prepare meals and such. And they partner with these organizations all around the world and activate and then try to feed and do what they can. And there's a lot of different ways that they go about that, but predominantly it's something that we can lend funds to support their initiatives to reach the boots on the ground all around the world to try to do some good whenever people are in the dire need that we're seeing this day and age. The COVID pandemic has hit and just when we think it's gone, it comes back in, and now we've got, what are they calling the tridemic or whatever. You've got between the flu, still some COVID lingering around and other things. So a lot of people are in need and need some help, whether it's, some of its finances are tough. Inflation is kind of crazy around the world at the moment. Supply chain issues still exist. So anything we can do, and right now hunger is a big thing. There's a big need. So hopefully what we're doing here can do some good there.
Exactly. And if you can't donate, financially, and if you cannot donate, go into your pantry. You probably have food boxes, all sorts of canned goods, something, and go find your local food bank. We also are promoting Global Food Bank Network, and they are all over the world. So you can log on to their website and find your local food bank and just donate even just a few food items, because so many people are struggling right now to get food on their table, and we don't want anyone to go hungry this holiday season. So even if you can't do it financially, there's other options. Go Absolutely. I can't stress that enough. There's one around.
One of the things that we've even done in our own garrison, and I've seen in a variety of other garrisons, and I'm Oklahoma Garrison, by the way. That was great that you mentioned yours earlier, and I failed to do that. But one of the things we've even done is partnered with local food banks. And, some cases it's trying to do things to promote them. So, you can give, obviously, if you have that capability, but even if you don't, if you can engage in activities with the food bank to promote them in the community, to inspire others to give. So sometimes that is that we actually get in costume and have an event that's like a food drive event where we encourage people to come out and give. And so they come out to take photos with the Star Wars characters and end up bringing a lot of food to give. And then there are other times where it's actually our members, not in costume at all, scheduling a time to go to the food bank and help them box up supplies and get food into the hands of those who need it, whether it's a food bank itself or something like Meals on Wheels, who help deliver food over the holidays. There are just so many opportunities for us to use this time of year specifically to reach those that are in need. So we want to encourage everybody to do that in whatever fits your world the best. you can do something to give back.
Exactly. This is just about bringing awareness. I mean, right now, so many people are struggling, you know, and I like what you said, you know, there's the Meals on Wheels. There's so many people, even the elderly, they're stuck at home and they can't go out, you know, even just going and getting somebody some groceries, you know, and delivering some groceries would be, mean a world of difference to somebody. So there's a lot of options. And I know we sometimes get caught up in the whole thing, you know, we're trying to get this stuff done and we're thinking this way with, oh, we got to get this for this person, I got to do this for the, I got to bake, I got to, you know what, one day, just for one day, just try to put everything aside and just think, okay, let me just do this. Again, financially, that'd be great too. You know, World Central Kitchen, like Chris said, is just absolutely amazing. Or just go grab something because it means a lot. You know, like I know I have volunteered at food kitchens a lot my whole life, and it's just I wish I could do more. And the way to do more is by going and at least donating items. And
you know, and a lot of people think that they won't make a difference. They're like, oh, you know, I've only got $5 to give. You know what? Give that $5, because if 10,000 people give $5, that's a lot of money. You know, it's going to do some good. So don't be shy. Do what you can do. Don't worry about how little or how great it is. If you can do more, man, bless you, do more. And if you can't, then just do what you can to help. And I promise it'll fill your heart too. When you do that, you're going to feel good about doing it. It's maybe you're not doing it for that reason, or maybe you are, and you know your reason for it is not for us to judge at all. It is, we want you to just we just want to do what we can to, like Jeannie said, to raise some awareness and hopefully some money and some food, and try to have a positive impact on those in need around the world.
Exactly. And that's the, you know, to go on with something you just said, and is a big reason why I got into this is not just because of my love for Star Wars. I love to give back to the community. And that's the part of the charity that I absolutely love, is being able to put smiles, because you know, so many people are going through, you never know what someone is going through. And so if you can just for 5 minutes take them out of their reality and just make them happy, that's it right there, you know. And that is what I love about the 501st and dressing up and going to charity events, because if we can I love raising money for people, you know, I love to do that, because I know it's going to make a huge impact. And like I said, just putting those smiles, oh my gosh, you can't.
It's amazing. And Donnie and I were talking earlier about the impact of going into, you know, like kids in the hospital, like in St. Jude and places like that. So many amazing things in the children's hospitals around the world that we visit. And just to, you know, they're carrying a heavy burden on a daily basis. And we show up in a costume, and there's Darth Vader and a couple of stormtroopers, or, you know, Jedi and whatnot. We show up all of a sudden in their room, and all that bad stuff that they've had to deal with kind of fades away, right? They can focus for a moment and just smile and enjoy and be excited about these characters that they've seen, you know, in the movies and such. And that's crazy meaningful, I think, to so many of us. It's interesting that I think so many come to the Legion, maybe not even aware of that. Not saying that they're not interested in giving or whatnot, but they're not thinking about it in those terms. That, you know, they show up because cosplay is a big thing, and they maybe have an affinity for Star Wars, right? So they show up and they're like, hey, I'm going to make a cool costume and I'm going to be part of the 501st so I can march in a cool parade and go to conventions. And then they get here, and probably the vast majority of our events, I know in our garrison, the majority of our events are far more community and charity driven. There's an occasional convention here and there, but most everything is driven around, whether it's an autism awareness walk or a cancer walk or visiting kids in the hospital or visiting a food bank. Those are the things that everybody gets really excited about, and we have huge turnouts to support. You know, our Make-A-Wish Endowment Fund is another example that the Legion has really done well with. We get to sponsor a kid to go, you know, fulfill a wish. Those things are, it's incredible to see the impact that it has on those people. That's the thing that's fulfilling to me, right?
Yeah. One of the things I love too is I don't want to say one of the things I loved during the pandemic. Obviously, there's not too much,
Right.
but one of the things I loved seeing were we had units all around the world that were going and getting together and like creating like lunches that would be handed out. I know one thing that my husband and I did. We got in our costumes and we were very careful. And like, so the local schools here were handing out lunches every day because there were kids at home when they weren't going to school that could not eat. And so we just stood out there and waved. You know, nobody could get out of the cars, but we waved, and that just gave something a little special, you know, during that moment. And I remember seeing other units, off the top of my head, I can't remember what country it was, but they were getting together, packing up food, packing all this stuff up, and then getting that out and delivering it. And it's just, it's a beautiful thing to see. And I'm proud of what we do. And
Absolutely. I don't know that, you know, I don't really believe that in its inception, the 501st was intended for that purpose, but I love the fact that it quickly morphed into that. You know, I think the idea of just a bunch of buddies getting together to dress up in costume and go to a convention is a really fun thing. And to think that that's turned into this massive, you know, over 14,000 people in all these countries around the world that now unify to do good things in your own backyard, but also where we unite and do something together, which is kind of what this event is about, is an opportunity for us to say, hey, go do things in your own backyard, but there's also a global opportunity here for us to engage and do something on a much grander scale. So it all contributes to this great big thing. And I just, you know, I feel fortunate to even be a part of it. So
I can't even imagine my life without it right now. Like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love it. And again, you know, you can make a difference by either clicking that link and donating to the World Central Kitchen, or just going and getting a few items out of your pantry and donating to a food bank.
Absolutely.
So,
And there's tons of them around, and there's a ton of food drives going on right now. Right.
so many, because so many people are in need. So yeah.
Well, hey, you know, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in and kind of watching this weekend. You know, we're certainly glad everybody's checking things out. And like Gina said, click the link, find a local food bank, do what you can to make a difference, to make an impact. That's what kind of this is all about. And we want to wish everybody, you know, a wonderful, happy Life Day, or happy holiday, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, happy Christmas, whatever it might be around the world that you're celebrating. Just celebrate it well, and you know, and tell somebody you care about them. You know, tell somebody that you hope they're doing well, and make the most of the season.
Exactly. Embrace it and just have a great time. I mean, we're in a just enjoy it. I mean, it's the holidays. Yeah, whatever you celebrate, enjoy it. And I hope and I wish the best for you, and pass it forward. That's all I could say.
Awesome. Great sentiment, Gina.
Yeah.
Hey, well, once again, thanks, guys. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you letting us be here, and let's go get them, man. Let's set some records. Let's break, you know, let's do some cool things. I look forward to trooping with some of you guys soon. Okay, so
yes. All right. Thank you. Bye.
thanks.
Okay, pause.
All right. How is everyone doing? We are still going on with our Life Day Telethon, benefiting the great people at World Central Kitchen, as well as local food banks throughout the area, wherever you may be. But today, right now, we've got a great group here, and we're going to be talking about Star Wars ships. I am your host, James Beveridge, TK79347 of Alpine Garrison. And with me, I have this great group of people right here. So sound off whenever you're ready.
I'm Robin Morin. I'm TK/TS17997. I'm from the Badlands Garrison.
Hi, I'm Paul Schultz. I'm TK17016 from the Badlands Garrison as well.
And I'm Chris Houston, SL77117 from Badlands Garrison.
Now, remind me again, Badlands Garrison is located in which area?
We cover Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, as well as the Yukon Territory and the Northwest Territories in Canada. And Paul is up in the Yukon there.
Amazing.
Far north, whereas I'm in Edmonton, which is in central Alberta, and Chris is in southern Alberta. Whereabouts exactly? You're
in Banff.
Banff. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if it was Canmore or Banff.
This panel is all dedicated to the great ships of the Star Wars universe. In previous telethons, when I've hosted, I've had groups of people. We've talked about Star Wars ships in the past, both small and capital ships. But this year, I got a great group of new people right here that we can partake of knowledge. But let's start with a question. Being that it's the holiday season, let's talk about. So we know that Santa, always uses a sleigh, whenever he needs to transport all of his goods around. But if he didn't have his sleigh, what do you think would be a good Star Wars craft for him? Chris, why don't we start with you?
I don't think he'd go something quite as small as a fighter, maybe something around the size, maybe a YT-2000, something kind of nice looking, not as dingy as like the Falcon, beat up. He's not trying to stay undercover. He's needs a nice ride, something fast with some cargo space.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think I'd go with the YT-2000 for him.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Robin or Paul, what do you think? If he were passing around across the Great White North, what do you think he would need?
I was going to say, because it's more time appropriate, he'd probably have a Razor Crest now.
A Razor Crest, huh?
It's the ship I think that everybody would be more excited about seeing him have. I like Chris's suggestion, but to be different, I think I would say a Razor Crest gives him the cargo, gives him some of the other capabilities he might need.
Nope, not at all. Just to be a little bit different, I think Santa. Oh, you can't see this very well because of the background. I think Santa would fit very nicely in the cockpit of an X-wing, and I'm just going to put that away because it's distracting. Why? Because it's red like Santa's sleigh. It's fast. You can take out the astromech, and there's a little bit of cargo compartment in there where his supplies are. So I think Santa, with his magic bag that's only so big, would be able to use the cargo space effectively of an X-wing and zip around the Earth real fast.
Very cool. Okay, I've got a ship that I think would work well. Are you guys familiar with the Eravana?
I am not.
No.
Okay. So this was the craft that Han Solo he acquired when he's transporting Rathtars around.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good choice. Yeah, that's a good choice as well.
Yep. Nah, and like I have an image of it, but we're not able to do share screen at this time. But if you've all seen Force Awakens,
Yep.
the one that
I know
I'm
what
talking
ship.
about.
Yeah.
The large cargo vessel.
Very cool. But yeah, so Paul, that was that Lego X-Wing you had, was that one you made yourself, or was that something that you picked up from the Lego store?
It was a present that I got from the family at some point. Yeah, a Lego kit from the Lego store or appropriate Lego selling outlet that they purchased for me, and put it together. One of my favorites for sure.
Very cool. Yeah, no, I think I remember, let's see, Christmas one year I got Jango Fett Slave One, the Lego set, and that was really cool when it first came out. I don't think I still have it anymore, or if we do, it's in a box somewhere and all the pizzas are everywhere. But Robin or Chris, how about you? Were there any, did you guys get any Star Wars ships, past or present, that were cool gifts?
Sadly, no. Just gifts to myself as I got
Just-
older and had some disposable income.
Disposable income, fair enough.
Yeah, and I'm right in the right age range actually for most of the Kenner stuff that was released in the original trilogy. Not so many ships. I got figures, and that was more what I was given. My parents tended to not want to give gifts of toys that were, sort of war based. I wanted a snowspeeder. That was my ship that I wanted more than anything as a kid. I still remember the commercial for that particular toy with the AT-AT, which they refer to as an AT-AT in the commercial, and doing the whole tow cable in that commercial. So that was one that I wanted, and I've got it in Lego UCS form. I've never sort of felt the need to want to collect, like, I know there's some Black Series versions of some of the ships. I've got lots of the Lego ones. Haven't moved to the sort of the Black Series ships. I've got lots of the Black Series figures, but not the ships yet.
If any of you could have like an actual Star Wars ships that you could actually pilot around, but also keep in mind that you have to, take care of it. You have to mend it. You have to do repairs, make sure it's fueled. Which one do you think would be the easiest for you to take care of? Paul, what do you think? Do you think you could handling the X-Wing in your backyard?
I think so. It would fit. It would fit pretty comfortably in my backyard, and yep, I'd certainly give it some TLC back there. keep it well maintained, definitely.
Well, my favorite's always been the X-Wing, but I wouldn't mind something with a little bit of legroom as well, though. So maybe something as big as the Razor Crest or the Falcon, but just for fun ripping around, maybe the X-Wing or even the A-Wing. Nice little one-seater. A little easier to hide in the forest if I need to.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I think the T-47 is probably my favorite ship, going back, decades. And I like the idea of it having a co-pilot in the back, be able to have a friend in there. And I liked some of the ships that you saw sort of later on, well, Y-Wings as well. I can recall playing a Sega Genesis game very long ago, playing a Y-Wing where you could have somebody as the gunner, so the ability to have two-person, and some of the other craft that have the ability to have a gunner or an extra crew, not quite the size of the Falcon or the Razor Crest, but still in the starfighter category. But I still think the T-47 would be the one that I would choose.
Yeah, wasn't that the Star Wars arcade game for the Sega Genesis?
Yeah, it was like the 32X game, I think is what it was for that little control module. Yeah.
That's
we think about that.
Yeah.
I'm dating myself, but yeah, that's I spent many hours playing that game and very much like to do the cooperative with someone being the gunner and someone being the pilot.
Yeah. I think like the Star Wars arcade game I played a lot as a kid was the Trilogy arcade.
Yeah. I know the game.
Yep. Yeah, I played that. I did come across the old Atari arcade games as well one time, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, there's actually a ColecoVision Empire Strikes Back game that I recall doing the Battle of Hoth in, and that was like circa probably 1981, 1982. So it's old, and I haven't found like a mod or anything of that game. It's tough, but obviously the games today put it to shame. I know the Shadows of the Empire game, the Battle of Hoth for that game for the Nintendo 64 when that came out in the late 90s, that game sort of blew my mind, just with the quality of the graphics and the gameplay and being able to fly the ship that I wanted to fly.
I guess the ship that I like to get, they have an X-Wing down at our Smithsonian down in DC. Have you guys seen images of that?
I believe so. I've seen images of, I didn't know that it was in the Smithsonian, but I'm fairly certain I've seen it.
Yeah, so over in the DC Northern Virginia area, they have a life-size X-Wing there. It's a T-70 X-Wing, and they have it on display there. I've had some friends share pictures, and I always beat myself up. It's like, no, I should have stayed back in Virginia longer.
Is it the black one, or is it the sort of the bluish one?
It's the bluish one. Yeah, no.
So the
yeah.
beginning Force Awakens.
Correct. Yeah. So it's not Poe Dameron's X-wing.
Yet another reason to visit the Smithsonian, though, guys.
Yep. Yep. No, what they probably should do is, well, I don't know if they'd be able to do it, but you know how like some museums, like they'll take some collections and they'll do like a tour with them, across like the country or different parts of the world. I think that'd be cool. I just don't see how it'd be practical to do it with an X-wing.
Yeah, Star Wars Identities did the tour with all of the costuming 10, 15 years ago, and that was fantastic. But yeah, the ships would be an entirely order of magnitude more complex to try to find the space, and sure they could, but that would be fantastic.
In the past, we talked about different ships from 3 different eras, from the Republic era to the Galactic Civil War up to the Resistance First Order era. All of them have iconic ships. But I don't know, what do you think, guys? Which era do you think has probably the best ships, like practicality wise, look wise, just all around utility?
I'm going to go original trilogy era.
The original trilogy era.
I really like the First Order variants of some of the ties, but I just and from a practical standpoint, I think they speak to some of the inadequacies of sort of the philosophical the choices that the Empire made with TIE fighters being heavily mass produced, cheap, going for the sort of philosophy of overwhelm your opponent with as many as possible. But I always sort of wondered, while the TIEs are cheap to produce, the pilots are not. So while the Empire did have the ability to conscript pilots, I sort of wondered if that was a philosophy that was somewhat in error, and probably was. But I did like the sort of the improvements that they made while keeping sort of the overall design of the TIEs. But I still TIE Interceptor, Y-wing, X-wing, T-47, those ships are iconic. And again, that's because from an age standpoint, I grew up with those ships, so it's hard to say that the other 2 eras have surpassed it. But there's some excellent ships, like the ARC 170 from the Clone Wars era is in my top 5 favorite ships. Like, it's amazing. And the Naboo N1 Starfighter, again, I love that ship. It's just the lines of it's amazing as well. But OT is definitely where I would settle.
Very cool. Paul, I appreciate you showing the Lego ARC 170. That's really cool.
I brought some of my collection just in case some visuals were needed for those out there in Zoom world. I was going to kind of add on to what Robin was saying. I think the original trilogy is kind of my favorite era for the ships. The TIEs, adding to the TIE fighters, kind of a quantity versus quality, but sometimes quantity is a quality all of its own. And the way they built on from Star Wars to Empire to Return of the Jedi, where you see the TIE fighter, and then you see the TIE bomber and TIE fighter at Empire, and then you see the TIE interceptor, because you think, well, these look how well they're taking out some of these Imperial ships within the TIE. They keep upping their game. And then as well from the Rebel side, you have your X-wing and your Y-wing, and then your T-47, and then you also have, and then in Return of the Jedi, you add on to those components with the A-wing and the B-wing. It's just visually amazing. And then having when the Rebel fleet attacks the Death Star, and you have all those TIE fighters coming at you, TIE Interceptors, TIE fighters, and there's too many of them, and it's just it's incredible. I think these ships are iconic, but also now when we think of some of these ships, there's a lot more screen time for ships like the Razor Crest, for example.
Yes.
What an amazing looking ship. It's simple, it's utilitarian, shiny, and it's pretty exciting to see. As well, seeing the X-wing, the evolution of the ARC 170 to the X-wing in the later trilogy. It's pretty cool. I've taken up too much time now, Chris. You go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We got plenty of time going on. But Chris, the floor is all yours if you want to share your
all right, yeah. So I'm definitely with these guys. Original trilogy definitely hold a special place in my heart because that's what I grew up with. Those designs are just they're iconic. But I think we have to mention, I really love the evolution of the Jedi starfighters in the prequel trilogy. We see between the different episodes, I can't remember the names of them, but the evolution from one to the other, and those are some really great designs. You could see the design influence that carries over into the Imperial designs later. And then in the sequel trilogy, Kylo Ren's TIE silencer, definitely an evolution from Darth Vader's TIE Advance. So definitely a really cool fighter in my books as well. It's big and it's pretty powerful, but it's also pretty cool. So
yeah, and I sort of question the choice to move away from that ship from Last Jedi to Rise of Skywalker, because it was such a fantastic looking ship. Like the cockpit style was so much different than what you'd seen. And then I liked the sort of First Order TIE Interceptor that they introduced in Rise of Skywalker, but I sort of felt that was a miss to have another opportunity to show his TIE silencer. I thought that was a fantastic ship.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And slight spoilers for all of our viewers watching. I'm going to miss the Razor Crest. That was a great ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, gone before its time.
I know.
But what an amazing continuing the spoiler alert, what an amazing new ship that he's created from some of the an amalgam of the the Naboo N1 and the Razor Crest. So shiny and nice.
I was just going to say, and I really like the choice to bring that ship in because I like, that's another ship that I think is sort of underappreciated. I really loved the original color scheme, yellow being my favorite color. So seeing a starfighter that was yellow with the chrome was amazing. But I think to bring that in there sort of shows that there still is some love and respect for the prequel trilogy, which I think has been unfairly maligned. But I think now with the passage of time, people are sort of looking back at it more fondly than maybe they did at the time. And a lot of the criticisms of it were not fair. But definitely a great choice to bring in something from the prequel era that I definitely thought we wouldn't see again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I was 7 when episode 1 came out, and that was my first Star Wars movie. So of course I'm gonna love it. No, but it was really cool. Like, the Naboo starfighters were amazing. I remember for Christmas, Christmas, I think it was like of 2000, I got an N64, and one of the games was Rogue Squadron.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was really cool. It was a secondhand, it was a used copy of it. I didn't know at the time. But what was really cool is if you play it, you have the option to play as a Naboo starfighter and play through the game. And I thought that ship was just amazing to fly through. It was like the fastest, had the greatest firepower. Just really cool. Although I did like, I think as a young kid, I liked playing the Millennium Falcon more just because it was so big. And I'm like, oh, bigger must mean better. But of course, try playing it nowadays, just like, oh, this thing is so unwieldy. I didn't like flying the Y-Wing, though, as a kid, because it was just so slow. Like, I get it, it's, heavily armored, more firepower, but I want to go fast.
Yeah, I remember playing, again, I'm going to date myself, the original X-Wing versus TIE Fighter and TIE Fighter games on PC for...
I was just about to bring that up.
Yeah. I don't think it was Windows 3.1, but definitely Windows 95 era.
Windows 95, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
you played on the
I played the DOS version.
Floppy disk?
It was on the floppy disk. Yeah, it was on a floppy disk. And I think from a realism standpoint, in terms of illustrating the different capabilities of the ships, while I enjoyed the Y-Wing and some of the TIE Bomber, I enjoyed some of those ships. They were largely impractical because you would just get cut up. Just lack of speed. So X-Wing or TIE Interceptor were definitely the ships of choice in that in those games.
Yeah, I think I was too young to fully appreciate those. I did try them on Steam a couple of years ago. I got myself a joystick to try them out, and they were pretty good, but they are hard. And I feel like it's one of those things where like you had to have grown up as it released in order to fully appreciate and fully understand what you're doing. But I guess nowadays we've got the Squadrons game, which is kind of the successor to the X-Wing TIE Fighter games, if you've ever played those.
I have not yet.
You haven't?
Nope, not yet.
My daughter actually bought me a copy because she knew I loved flight simulators, and I played that. Now playing it with I don't often play video games because I get motion sickness. I can't imagine, I can't do the Doom type dynamics. But playing this was pretty wicked. The only thing I wish is I had a joystick to be able to play the game, so you get the feel for a flight stick, whatever they want to call them now.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. I know trying to go and play in some of the more console-based games, which I think sort of sacrifice some of the flight realism. Not that I was ever really into flight simulators all that much, but trying to play with a gamepad now, they're good, but I was never all that capable with a gamepad. Not that I was particularly adept with a control stick either, or a joystick, but I definitely felt it was a little bit more aligned with what you were trying to achieve by playing it.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely.
Yeah, I've got a HOTAS system. I played Squadrons, and it's definitely a different feel, a fun feel. That's exactly what I've looked for. But I haven't finished the game yet, but limited time. But a HOTAS system definitely brings a whole nother level to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I just use just the standard controller. I'm not cool enough to do the whole joystick and VR headset sort of deal. Just a controller for me. But no, that got me thinking. Paul, you mentioned motion sickness. So a couple months ago, me and my family, we went over to Disneyland. And I learned during that trip that my parents do not like motion rides. So taking them over to Galaxy's Edge was not going to work. Have you guys been to Galaxy's Edge?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, I was actually supposed to have an opportunity to go for Celebration this year, but I got sick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
3 days before Celebration, and I was actually planning on rooming with like 5 other people. So I figured, okay, I'm not gonna do that to everybody. So I backed out of that trip. So hoping to get there with the family sometime in 2023.
Yeah, I first went to Galaxy's Edge. That was my first time I went over during Celebration. That was a lot of fun. I was an Imperial officer, and I got adopted by other officers, and we went to Galaxy's Edge, and we did like the Rise of the Resistance, the Smuggler's Run. But no, that got me thinking, like, in terms of like a ride based on a Star Wars ship. We have one based on the Millennium Falcon. We have one, I guess technically, with the Starspeeder 3000 for Star Tours. But I don't know, what ship do you think would make a good motion ride or a good ride at Disney?
Death Star Trench Run.
A Death Star Trench Run.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. A pod racer would be very good too. I think you could do some pretty good things with that from a motion standpoint. And I think kids would just gravitate to that. And of course, Battle of Hoth. That would be a fantastic motion ride as well. But I think the Trench Run would be the one that I would be most excited about, because it's such an iconic thing. And not being an engineer, but I think from a technical standpoint, there's lots of interesting things you could do with that, given the capabilities today.
No,
What about a trench run? Not the trench run, but I guess the sneaking into the interior of the Death Star 2. How would you think that might compare? It's probably not as famous, I guess, as the trench run, because that
didn't they already kind of do that with the original Star Tours?
Oh, did they?
I believe so. When Star Tours first opened back in the 80s,
okay.
you flew through and you actually flew into the second Death Star.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty sure.
In 2007, I took the Star Tours, and with the kids, I just didn't remember that part. So obviously, a part of me did remember that part.
Yeah,
my subconscious. Okay.
I think a fun one could be in an X-wing, going around the Star Destroyer port on Scarra, dodging in around the docking ports and scaffolding and stuff.
That would be cool. Yeah.
TIE fighter hot on your tail.
I think some of those larger space battles, Battle of Endor, like I said, the original A New Hope, you could, just if money and space were sort of no object for you, you could have multiple pilots, everybody piloting a different rebel ship in that point. And there's a lot of content to mine there. I think it would be fantastic. I'm sure Disney's thought about it.
Well, I'm thinking maybe take some elements of like the shooting gallery rides they have there, like the Buzz Lightyear ride they have, or Toy Story Mania. Do like that sort of thing, but obviously, up the technology, make it much more immersive.
Even some of the content from some of the animated series, I think as well. There's some pretty fantastic space battles in that from Clone Wars, certainly with some of the stuff from Phoenix Squadron and Rebels as well too. I think that they don't necessarily have to stick to live action, because all of those series are fantastic. Resistance is kind of the sort of forgotten one, but I think there's some interesting things in that series as well. But definitely, Rebels, I think as the series got closer to the end, there would be some amazing stuff they could use in there as well. The Ghost is a ship that's I like very much.
I think that's a good segue into asking, which do you think is the best space battle in all of Star Wars? And you don't have to limit yourself to the movies. TV shows are open, games, whatever you can think of.
I think it's easy for me. For me, it's Battle of Endor, Return of the Jedi. I think that is still my favorite movie going experience. I was 6 at the time, and that movie there's so many things that blew my mind in that movie as a kid. I don't recall how much Star Wars I had been exposed to aside from playing with the toys and whatnot, but from the film versions, I sort of feel like I'd have to confirm this with my parents that I may have seen one of the originals in a drive-in prior to that, on a re-release, but that's the one I remember seeing. And just as we've alluded to, the sheer number of ships, the different ships, like a B-wing, a ship that I'd never seen before, that sort of blew my mind. TIE interceptors, and then throw in a fully functional Death Star with a super laser into that too. There's just so much. The Super Star Destroyer pulled into the gravity well. It's just, that for me, that's the easiest, the best one.
I think that's probably my favorite space battle. I sometimes almost feel like it was a missed opportunity with the opening of Revenge of the Sith when we're following Anakin and Obi-Wan through that battle over Coruscant. We know it was a massive battle, but we just see their tiny perspective. I think there could have been more to show there, but there's so much going on. We see it in the background. They're ripping through various little dogfights going on, and that was a pretty cool battle. I wish we had seen more, but for scope, definitely the Battle of Endor. We definitely get the grand, massive feel for it. I think better than the opening of Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, and I'm singing from the same songbook. I think I referred to it already. There's so many of them. All the TIE fighters flying right at you from the fully operational Death Star with the shield still up. And it's a trap because the Emperor has sprung the trap on the rebels, just crush them all at once. Ships flying into each other. A-wing flying right into the bridge of the Super Star Destroyer. ships smashing into other fighters smashing into capital ships and exploding. Yeah, it was pretty mind blowing when I was younger.
Yeah, there's so many good shots. So many good shots in that battle. One that I really like, aside from there's too many of them. That shot is just amazing. When there's this swarm of TIE fighters. It's this sort of broadside shot between the Star Destroyer and the Nebulan B frigates, which is another ship that I think is underappreciated, and sort of bogs my mind how Lego has not released the Ultimate Collector series of that ship yet. It's just such a great ship. It's such an iconic Star Wars ship.
They haven't released one of the medical frigate?
Not an Ultimate Collector series. There's been like versions of it. I think they released one for Comic-Con actually. One of the cons had a collectible for it that was never available retail from what I know. And I think they've come out with some like micro bag versions of it, but I have never seen a full size version of it. And I just sort of salivating at the prospect that one of these days they'll do it, because I really love that ship.
No, absolutely. Now, when I was over at the Lego store at downtown Disney, they had like all the collection of like the different Star Wars ships. But you're right. Now that you mention it, I don't think I recall seeing the medical frigate.
I used to want to collect all the ship models, and I've sort of stopped doing that now and just sort of focusing on the larger ones. But the price point of the larger ones is sort of making it prohibitive, especially if you want to do costume building as well.
Absolutely.
So
there's only so much you can do. You have to choose which one's more important. But Robin, you hit on an interesting point. Underappreciated ships. You talked about the medical frigate as being underappreciated. Are there any others that you guys think that doesn't get enough love, needs more of a spotlight?
I think the Rebel ships, the three big ones, A-Wing, Y-Wing, X-Wing, I think have all gotten a lot of screen time. X-Wing certainly more than the others. It's hard to say. Like I feel like some of the Empire ships that have, and later the First Order ships that they've introduced, it's hard to say that Darth Vader's TIE Advanced is underappreciated. But you only see that in one film, and it's such a fantastic ship. I don't think it's hard to say it's underappreciated, but I think I feel like filmmakers have underappreciated it because they haven't found an opportunity to. I mean, now that we're seeing Vader in the Disney Plus series, we've seen him in Rogue One. There's an opportunity to put that ship in, and I'm sort of disappointed that I haven't seen it yet. So for me, maybe that's underappreciated, maybe not the right word, but certainly underutilized, we'll say. That would be the one. And then some of the prequel era trilogy. So I think the N1, not underappreciated anymore because Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau have seen to it that it will be very much appreciated. But before that, I would have said it would have been it.
Oh, I agree. But one that I personally would love to see more of is the Imperial Landing Craft. It's the sort of the stretched out version of the Lambda shuttle. We see a little bit of it in the special edition of A New Hope. And I think it also made some appearance in some of the animated shows, but still very limited screen time, but much larger cargo capacity and a lot of options for troops or smaller vehicles inside it. And I think it could generate some more story with that too.
I was thinking maybe a little bit of the evolution of the Y-wing. It's we when we first see it, it's a stripped down fighter bomber trying to make it be as fast as possible. It was probably once it had a we see in the cartoons that it had Clone Wars, I believe, where the Y-wing is a sleek twin engine looking really nice lines, but by the time we get to episode 4, it's been really, I don't know, stripped of its armor, try to make it go faster, try to compete with the TIE fighters that are out there. And I'd like to maybe see a bit more of its evolution from the hot rod that it was in Clone Wars to the holy cow, this is all we have left fighter in for the X-Wing.
It's about to be trashed, and we got to get it because it's the best that we can get.
Yeah, exactly. The army surplus or the Imperial surplus yards. One battle I forgot about, which I apologize for, is the Battle of Scarif and Rogue One, and it didn't come top of mind, but it was an amazing battle that also had your fighter on fighter, your starship on starship, and atmospheric as well as space combat.
Yeah, absolutely. We some of us, we went over because they re-released Rogue One in theaters to help build up hype for Andor, and we got to watch it in a big IMAX screen, and it was just great.
Wow.
It just, because that was 2016 that originally released. Yeah, no, just seeing it again on the big screen was an absolute delight, and it got me thinking of, like, I hope we see more of the U-Wing in future Star Wars properties. I think that's a ship that I think needs some more attention.
Yes, I had forgotten about that one. Thank you for mentioning that one. Yes.
It's an interesting ship, and it's got lots. I like the sort of capabilities it's got with, the gunners on the side of it, doing troop support, similar to helicopter type tactics. It was very, it's an interesting ship. There's so much from Rogue One, and I sort of think it, like, they did it so well. And now with the Disney Plus properties, especially Andor, where they're trying to, I think, sort of refocus on that era, that, there's just so much material and so much love for, the original icons, the original ships, the original uniforms. I'm just hoping that, they continue to go to the well on it. And it doesn't have to be, your traditional Jedi stories. We have, the stories that we're seeing coming out of Andor, are just not your traditional Star Wars story, but they still have the feel. They still look like they belong in that universe. And introducing new ships, like I don't recall the name of Luthen's ship. Spoiler alert. I won't say too much about it, but again, another interesting addition. And hopefully we'll see more of it in season 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, Andor, like I know there wasn't much of it, but the ship combat was really cool. Like, especially love, like, seeing, like, the TIE fighters, like, actually launch from their stations, because most of the time you see TIE fighters, they're already out there, but this one you get to see the pilots going in and then launch.
Another ship that I think, I didn't love the ship, but I think it got a bit of a raw deal, was the Resistance bomber.
So the Resistance bomber, like, I know what they were trying to do, because it was a callback to the old B-17s from back in World War II, and they had a reputation of being these slow moving behemoths that needed a fighter escort to do their job. But I don't know, I still think they're pretty cool ships despite their slow speed. Like,
I thought they were an interesting concept. I just think that they portrayed them as far too vulnerable, and they got torn apart too quickly, that made me sort of question why that would be not that I know anything about modern aerial tactics or anything like that, but it certainly would not be my choice as a pilot to be on one of those, given what we saw in the beginning of Last Jedi.
You don't, being a pilot or a ball turret gunner, lesson learned, kids. Don't arm your bombs until you actually reach the target. Who knows what we'll see with these upcoming Star Wars properties. See what ships they'll bring back or what new ones they'll bring in. Now, so we talked a lot about the smaller craft. How about let's quickly get into some of the bigger craft, your Star Destroyers, your Home Ones, your Nebula cruisers, those big behemoths of ships. Do any of you guys have a particular favorite that you like to go to?
It's an
Okay.
easy one for me too. It's Imperial Star Destroyer and the Star Destroyer 2. So the version that you see in Return of the Jedi that has the sort of the modified bridge. It was never really something that I think visually you really see too much of. And then it was very noticeable in Rogue One when you see the Devastator. I like the more less noticeable bridge structure on the Star Destroyer. So I mean, the ship is amazing. It's just that one little feature of it, but or at least it's one little noticeable feature. But just from that opening scene in A New Hope where the underside of the ship goes on forever, and it's just it's just such an ominous looking ship, and so iconic.
No, absolutely. No, I think Star Destroyer is really cool. I really like the First Order destroyers. I thought those had a really cool design, and I hope in some future stories I want to see more. I want to know more about the Dreadnought. That was the Star Destroyer in the opening of Last Jedi. There's not, we don't know a whole lot about it. It looked like the Super Star Destroyer, but it wasn't given its chance to shine. I'm hoping, maybe there's some stories where we get to see like its actual, destructive power and what a threat it was. I mean, we obviously know what a threat the Supremacy was, big old Snoke ship.
Well, are we limiting to just what we've seen on the big screen, or can we go to some comics? I'm pretty partial.
So
I know where you're going.
which comics are we talking about?
Dark Empire.
Oh, okay. Do tell.
The flagship Eclipse.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That is a classic.
Yeah, it may not be officially canon anymore. We won't discuss that, but as far as the design, I thought it was pretty cool. It definitely had you could feel its ancestry from the Executor Super Star Destroyer classes, and just bigger and better. You could see that mentality from the Empire side.
Now, Dark Empire, that's the one with the World Devastators.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was thinking like Dark Empire World. Yep. Okay. I thought I had the right one.
I would be surprised if that does not find its way into a future something, an animated series or something.
They probably will. Like there's a whole gold mine of what can I get back. If they could bring back Thrawn.
Yeah, for sure.
Totally. It's a huge universe. Lots of possibilities. It's amazing we're getting so much more content now. I was going to say absolutely the Star Destroyer, the what do they call it in the books, the Imp Star Deuce or whatever, the Imperial Star Destroyer Mark II. It's iconic. It's scary. It's when they had in Rogue One, when it was hovering over
Jeddah.
Thank you. The city that was pretty incredible and ominous. One ship that I did like though was the Acclimator. Don't hate me. It was neat. Again, when we see the evolution of this universe of ships, when we see it in the Clone Wars, the Acclimator able to land on a planet, take aboard its troops or fighters or whatever, and then be able to transport them across the galaxy to defend the Republic or take the fight to the bad guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Chris, it looked like you were grabbing something.
Oh, I was just trying to show a picture of the Eclipse.
Oh, of the Eclipse.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. One other ship I think is really neat just because of the utility. The Colossus from the Resistance TV show.
Yep. Which apparently makes an appearance with the Citizens fleet in Rise of Skywalker, which I have not yet tried to go and pull it out, but it is, by all of the canon sources, it is there.
Huh. I know like the racer fighters from Resistance are there because they showed like concept images of that. But yeah, no, I love the utility of the Colossus, because first we see it as a fueling station, and it's also a little city, and then later we get to see it rise from the ocean and take off into space. So it is pretty much like whatever you need it to be. It's a transport, it's a city, it's a fueling station, it's, yeah, any ship that's able to do that, I think, you're in good hands. But yeah, you say it's in the Citizens fleet. I probably have to look through the images and see.
Need a very high resolution shot of that, 14,000 or whatever ships that there are supposed to be that comprise that fleet. Well,
even then, like, I would think, that's a hard ship to miss because of its design.
Yep.
It's more tall than it is wide.
Yep.
So you'd think, you'd be able to pick it out, but I don't know. But at least we got to see other, cool ships in the Citizens fleet. You get, the Falcon, the Ghost, some Naboo starfighters, just a whole bunch.
Now I can't remember the name of the ship, but we finally got to see it realized into sort of official canon now. But the fighter carrier Star Destroyer.
Yeah, the light carrier.
I know what you're talking about.
Are you talking about the one that they steal in Rebels, Chris? Or are you talking about?
Yes, they steal it in Rebels. Okay. It only lasts a couple episodes.
Where it basically just looks like a big flying docking bay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that ship. Yeah, and in fact, I remember playing the Star Wars game Rebellion. And using that and using that ship and as a inexpensive way to get lots of fighters.
Yeah. I never had Rebellion as a kid. I had Galactic Battlegrounds.
Yeah, I had that too.
Yeah, because I remember they brought that, and of course they're bringing in more ships from like original concept design. So in Andor, the one Empire ship that's chasing Luthen, the one with the big satellite dishes.
Yeah, those were interesting. One thing I'm hoping for, and I don't know what sort of the status of the Rogue Squadron film is, but we only see, I think it's the T-85 version of the X-Wing we see in the opening, I believe it's the opening scene of Resistance with the New Republic fighters, which is the only version we ever see of that sort of most up-to-date version of the X-Wing. And then we see obviously the T-70s in the sequel trilogy with the Resistance, but I'm hoping we can see some live action of that sort of updated version of the X-Wings, because that was really exciting for me. And then the fact when they built the T-70s, sort of the homage to the original concept art with the engine design, I thought was fantastic. X-Wings were never my favorite ship, but it is the ship from Star Wars. Like it.
No, absolutely. No, earlier this year, I watched the Light and Magic documentary series on Disney Plus. So where it's like the history of ILM and the work that they did. It was really cool seeing like how they built the designs of the craft and how they filmed them. That was really cool. But it is funny how I think it's like the first episode they talked about like when they were making A New Hope, Lucas was mad that ILM was spending more time developing the technology and tools instead of actually shooting shots needed for the movie. And then he gets back and he's just like, we got 6 months for this movie to release and you guys haven't done a thing.
That would have been a dream project for so many of those people at that time, though.
In a strange sort of way, that's sort of what we do. I mean, I don't work for a professional prop or special effects company. But I spend time with people, making costumes, making props. I know people that do 3D printing, and I know you guys do as well.
Just sort of, the thing that Star Wars has always been really good at from ships for props is just like taking things that feel very much like they could exist. And especially like you look at the Rebel ships and they look like you would expect a real ship would look. And they're all beat up and, not shiny until you get to the Naboo ship, for example. But they did such a great job on those for the original trilogy with limited resources. It's still like 40 plus years later. You look at a lot of the sci-fi properties that have come out, how many have been influenced by that, and not even current ones. I mean, I still think the original Battlestar Galactica very much influenced by Star Wars, right?
So much so that it was accused as being plagiarism.
No.
Yeah, no, I remember watching clips of Battlestar Galactica and just thinking, wow, yep, like that doesn't remind me of anything. but no, it's still a good show, that and the new one.
It's good science fiction, and I think I think as these things influence one another, there's a famous picture or quote of Gene Roddenberry talking with George Lucas and George Lucas saying, yeah, without Star Trek, I probably wouldn't have made Star Wars the way I did. And then because Star Wars came out and was such a huge hit, you have all this spin-off science fiction. Star Trek came back from near oblivion. They were going to do another TV show, but they turned it into a movie with limited success until the 80s anyways. But you have all these Battlestar Galactica, you have all these science fiction shows coming out saying, holy cow, this whiz bang Star Wars show has really, kicked science fiction in the butt and made it credible. And I was reading that when George Lucas was originally, when he put together kind of the first bits of the film, he didn't have any of the special effects because, well, ILM didn't have them ready, obviously, but he had World War II movie footage in the bridges of Tokyo-ri from the Korean War kind of footage in the film, and it kind of confused people, like what is this? But he said, well, insert special effects here type thing. So I think having that and that influence of those World War II and Korean War air to air battles, air to ground, the Dam Busters, 633 Squadron, that kind of thing, the influence there on this movie is really kind of it's incredible. And it was only, like, when we think about it, 1977 was only 30 years after the end of World War II, so it's still in top of mind for some people.
Yeah, to your point, Star Wars was really like one of the first science fiction properties to show the actual speed and maneuverability of spacecraft, because older sci-fi movies, like 2001: A Space Odyssey, very slow moving. Even in Star Trek, like that didn't really move a whole lot. But yeah, no, I think, and since then we've got more flashy, acrobatic, space dogfights, pretty much, whether in Star Wars or other sci-fi properties one can think of.
Now, yeah, we could talk about space battles and the different styles. We can ignore physics, but the style of combat in Star Wars, it feels more visceral or tangible. It's just, yeah, it goes against what physics says space combat would really be. And other franchises have covered how that would be more, like following physics, but you just get the feeling of speed and maneuverability, and that's what we love about Star Wars space battles. Is some may die without the shields, but whizzing around other targets and dodging other fighters and dodging around larger capital ships.
We'll just assume that the Star Wars galaxy doesn't operate by our physics.
Yes,
I think there's actually, I could see a pilot-centric series or film sort of shooting for that level of realism as well. Not to say that Star Wars needs it, because it doesn't. In fact, when how do they? Well, I guess they have anti-grav plating, but like you think about some of the things that you just sort of suspend disbelief for Star Wars. You can have these giant planet destroying lasers and things of that nature. So really, the fact that a pilot could be performing maneuvers that would probably render them unconscious is really, who cares? But it would be very interesting to see in a more realistic approach to something like that. And I think I wouldn't be surprised. A show like Andor could could very much, it has the right tone to have that in there. And I don't feel that we need it, but I think it would be an interesting addition as well.
So what you're saying is we need a Star Wars Top Gun.
That would be interesting. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But I think now they say like we already kind of got it this year. Did any of you see the new Top Gun?
I did. Yeah, fantastic film.
It's pretty much Star Wars.
Yeah.
You have to fly through this narrow pass. You have to hit a target this big, and you have to get out within a specific time. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, now that you mention that, there's probably if there is a director somewhere or a story treatment floating around Hollywood somewhere for a Star Wars film, they're probably like, we can't do that now because we'll just get accused of copying it.
Yeah.
Previous, refer to Star Wars Battle of Yavin.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I am getting the message that we are getting short on time and we should probably start wrapping up. Gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure meeting you all and talking to you about Star Wars ships. Any final words before we sign off?
Live long and prosper.
Hey, we don't do franchise crossing here, but because it's the holiday season, we're gonna let you slide.
So say we all.
Okay.
Oops.
This is the way.
There we go. Someone got it right.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Whatever variation you celebrate.
Yep.
Yes.
Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy New Year. And happy Boxing Day for you three gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best this season to everybody. Thanks.
All right, folks, that brings an end to this wonderful panel. Thank you so much for joining, and stay tuned because we have a whole bunch more content coming right up.
Hey, good morning, everyone. If you are just joining in with us, we are now going into our Star Wars in our stocking panel. Again, this is our Life Day Telethon, our 501st Legion holiday special, where we are raising funds for the World Central Kitchen. And in each of our respective areas, we are looking to raise funds for our food banks to support those in need. If you can, please click the links that you may see and support as best as you can. So without further ado, I'm really excited about this topic and all the gentlemen that I'm going to be spending the next hour with, that we are going to be spending the next hour with. So Star Wars in our stockings, you can imagine what we're going to talk about. Possibly the toys, the Star Wars toys maybe that we always wanted that maybe we didn't get, maybe we did get when we had enough money to buy them, or the toys, how important they were to us and where they've taken us to now within our Star Wars fandom. I am Teresa, and I am TK 41307 of the Badlands Garrison here in Alberta, Canada. And it is my pleasure to welcome all these gentlemen and you to our panel. Let's start with David, please.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. My name's Dave Tree, and I am probably more better known as the business that I run, which is all the cool stuff, which is a toy retailer, or the events that I run within the Star Wars realm, farthest from, which is a vintage toying and collectible show. So it's everything to do with all the stuff, all the merchandise from like the 70s and 80s. So I'm super privileged to be here and can't wait to like delve into this. And I know, irrespective of where we all come from, we all probably follow the same route and the same dots as to why we're into this stuff. You know, we've been brainwashed into this, you know, like 40 years on, we're still doing it. So this is going to be entertaining.
It is. I am super excited. Mark, please introduce yourself.
Oh, I am Mark Newbold. I run a website called Fantha Tracks. I've been doing sites online since the mid-90s, and I also write for Star Wars Insider magazine, which I've been writing for since 2006, and all sorts of other sort of Star Wars related nonsense and trouble and things I shouldn't be spending my money on, but do. And yeah, like Dave says, it's going to be fun talking about toys, because I think that was route one for most of us to get into our Star Wars fandom. So yeah, bring it on.
All right, John.
Hi, I'm John Gallagher. I'm a production illustrator. I work in the film industry, and well, I should say screen-based entertainment. I started out originally at a company called BioWare. I was one of the founders there. And with that, I had the privilege to write a love affair to Star Wars, which of course I had collected toys as a kid, and it was all like absolutely my foreign language. And I worked on Knights of the Old Republic, which for a lot of people was kind of a flashpoint in PC gaming. And as a result of that, I've been honored with many things, including, of course, becoming an honorary member of the 501st. Thank you, Teresa. And being able to bask in the honor and privilege of having contributed to this franchise, not only by being a huge fan and devoted to it and having it blow my head up when I was 10, but also give back to it in a meaningful way. And these days, my collecting has changed a bit. It's mostly, you know, high-end statues and that sort of thing, but it's always been close to my heart. I'm a true-blooded, honest to goodness fan. I can't get rid of it. I try to like wash it away. Like, can I not think about, do I like Andor more than Mandalorian? Do I have to have these questions in my head? But I think what's wonderful is that we do have those questions, and that we continue. Our love persists. Our debate persists. Our care, our respect, our cosplay persists. And what a gift! It's just extraordinary. So that's kind of where I fit.
Well, thank you very much. We're really pleased to have you with us today. And of course, you guys, I'm sure you know Brian, but we're going to let Brian talk about Brian.
Oh, I could be here all day. Hello, I'm Brian Herring. I was a Star Wars fan, like so many people sitting here, I would imagine, from the 70s onwards, and collected all the toys, and still have all mine from back then. And that kind of inspired me and fired my imagination, and I wound up working within sort of the film industry and in TV with puppets. And as some of you will know, that led me on to working on Star Wars and performing BB-8 on The Force Awakens with our team. And so I was involved in all the theatrical Star Wars movies from the Disney era thus far, and we worked out that I'd been involved on and off one way or another with about 58 different characters through those 5 films. So it's very strange now to see some of the characters that I've been involved with turn up in the little sort of scale that I used to collect back in the 70s. So that's an awful lot of fun to see and to have.
I could imagine that would be surreal, that, hey, this was this thing, and oh, hey, it's now a real tangible little toy that I have on myself. I think that's really fantastic. Dean is one of my fellow 501st siblings.
Yeah, I started watching Star Wars when I was 12 years old up in Thompson, Manitoba, living up in the north, and got to go see it 22 times because they don't have VHS or CDs or internet back then. And thanks to my sister, I got hooked into the Star Wars and been buying toys ever since. And like you said, I'm into the big ones now, the sideshow. I have my latest one is the full-size BB-8 that lights up and talks. But I love that thing. Take it trooping with me and everything. And people say you're crazy to take that expensive sideshow with you. But I said, hey, it's for the people to see. And it's amazing the reactions you get from people when they see a lifelike BB-8 talking. When they run by me in my costume as Mando to go see BB-8, you know he's a draw.
So Dean, what landed Dean here with us today is that he still has something from that he joined when he was a little boy. Like you explain it, Dean, because I really enjoyed it. I found it quite endearing.
So if anybody's ever seen this, this was the original Star Wars fan club from 1977, 80. And I still have the original typewritten letter from them.
Wow.
About Fanta tracks, and that you're going to be privileged to be able to buy merchandise from them that only you as a fan can get. And I ran across this about 2 years ago and didn't realize I had it. And then, for example, they have the Empire Strikes Back pencil and the original sticker still in the package. And I read the notes, and then the other things that came with it too was these little chains that they only give to the people that were in the fan club. There's a Darth Vader one here, if you can see it. It's hard to see. And then there's a C-3PO one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's really funny is I give these to my daughters when they were growing up, and they had them, and then they give them back to me recently, which was pretty cool. I thought I lost them forever. But yeah, just
that may have been a hint.
Oh, that. Sorry, I didn't pick up that.
I was saying that may have been a hint.
Oh yeah, they're trying to get rid of me or something. But back in 2016, I went to the Fan Expo in Toronto and met some of the 501st and decided that, hey, I want to be part of this because I've always wanted to be a stormtrooper. So yeah, I got to join in 2020, right during the pandemic. Had my costume completed and couldn't do anything until the pandemic was over. So it was kind of weird having a costume and being part of the group, but not trooping. But the toys are a big part of when we talk to each other in the garrisons, and the guys will be dressing up, but they'll be talking about, hey, I got this retro 3.5-inch toy, and everybody's huddled around them, and they're all in their costumes. So we're looking at this little toy, we're 12 years old. It's
Okay,
pretty cool.
so let's go there. So retro, let's go back to 1977 when we first get introduced to toys. So being a holiday Christmas special, looking at maybe making your wish list out to Santa or asking your parents, I really want that toy. I want that toy. So looking at your stockings, what toys might we have gotten, and what did you always want? Like, what was your I must have? Did you ever curl up in front of a fireplace or your couch with the Sears catalog or the Consumers Distributing catalog and cross off every single toy you wanted, or circle it for your parents to magically see because you left it open on the table for them to see what you wanted? And did you ever get them? Did you get the toys that you wanted? So do you guys want to talk about that?
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah.
He's got his stormtroopers.
Oh, look at that. I love it. Well, I'll kick off. I mean,
yeah.
For me, I'm the youngest of three in the house where I grew up. So I never for Christmas, because it was like having to buy for three kids in effect. It was mostly all action figure based. So really that was like the core of, you know, any kid really, the action figures, and then you get the key vehicles. But I'd be specifically requesting certain characters, and as a kid, I never wanted like duplicates. So it wasn't like I wanted a whole army of stormtroopers. If I had a stormtrooper, I had a stormtrooper. I wanted to get a different figure because there were so many different figures to get. But for big signature presents, like say like the Millennium Falcon or anything like that, that would be more relegated to birthdays. So it would be things like the mini rigs, so the smaller price point toys that I'd get at Christmas. And I was super, you know, my parents are absolutely fantastic in the sense of that they must have kept a record somewhere or somehow, or looked at all my figures, because I never ended up with the same figure twice.
Wow.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it. And they're having to, like, you know, sort of like manage it, and then they're going through like pegs at toy shops. In the UK back then, the majority of the toy retail market were made up of like single stores that were run by families. You know, there weren't really many chain stores as such. There are a few, don't get me wrong, but like the bulk of the toys were all independent retailers. And the way that these things were peddled out to the toy stores themselves were completely, you know, in case assortments. They weren't necessarily, oh yeah, I'll get you a Darth Vader, that'll come in next week. It was almost randomized. You know, you'd be like potluck. So with that in mind, thinking that my parents or Santa Claus was like going around like trying to find every single one, you know, and is it a different one that we've got already and things like that. I say this, it could be up in their loft and there's like all these duplicates that they never gave out because they realized they're all doubles, and it could be like $1 million or whatever set up there. But yeah, for me, it was all about the action figures, and it was just so exciting, you know, because these things are wrapped up. You know, it's an action figure. You know, it's when you're feeling, and it's like, which one is it? You know, so then you're just literally ripping it off. Then you got it there. Then you're ripping it off the bubble. It's like, yeah, and then you probably lose the gun because it's like got all mixed up with the wrapping paper and bits and pieces like that. Yeah, such amazing memories. The only thing for your last question on the thing that you wanted but you never got, for me was the AT-AT, and all my friends had an AT-AT and I didn't. But you know, no, it's cool, you know. But like, genuinely, I didn't get one for so many years. I don't know if it somehow scarred me, but I have got one now. But it was something that for me anyway, it was such an amazing thing and an incredible toy. It was so big, and The Empire Strikes Back for me, I don't remember seeing Star Wars at the cinema, but I do remember The Empire Strikes Back, and like that whole Hoth sequence had such an impact on me that was what I always wanted, but I never got that. And a Mr. Frosty ice drinks maker as well. I don't know if you had that outside of the UK, but I never got one of those either. But I'm not bitter.
No. It out there. Mark, how about you? What was the one toy that you always wanted, and did you ever get it, or maybe later?
I think the ones that I really wanted came later. I mean, I remember getting the Snowspeeder and the Falcon at one Christmas together. That was a pretty good Christmas. And I did get into that. I was lucky, my best mate, we both were Star Wars nuts, and so we were quite smart considering how young we were. We both got all the figures, but our sets and vehicles complemented each other because we played together all the time. So he had the Death Star, I had the Star Destroyer set. You know, we would sort of plot what we got, and it worked out really well for me years and years later because I bought his collection off him. So I ended up with all of them many years on. But yeah, I mean, Slave One, I remember being a big win for me because that was such a cool vehicle, and at the time, I mean, the Falcon's beautifully done, but it's not spot on sort of scale wise to the Falcon. Whereas Slave One always felt like it wasn't a million miles away. Obviously, play sets are a different thing. The Star Destroyer is a play set, so that's a different thing altogether. But like Dave says, you know, when it came to Christmas and birthdays, you know, you'd always hope for figures. I used to write lists and lists for my gran and granddad, and no chance they were not playing ball with that. But on my dad's mum, my gran and my great granddad, Papa's we used to call him, always gave me a £1 note. My gran always gave me 50p. So that was more than enough to at least buy one figure and put a little deposit down. Like Dave says, we had a local sort of mom and pop toy shop, 22 Cannock Road. It's just a house now. I drive past it every day going to work, and it breaks my heart because I lived in that shop when I was a kid, and would just put money down for, you know, various figures, or go up to Predy's up the road, and they just had boxes, and they were big boxes. They weren't like the little case assortments now. These were big sort of square boxes, and I was always the first one in, you know, just rifling through trying to find the figures that I was missing. So yeah, it was good times. It was good times. Yeah. But yeah, luckily I'm still looking for the Dagobah play set. Haven't got that. And I haven't got the Ewok Village, but pretty much everything else that I really want, UK wise anyway, pretty much got it all the back of the room now.
So that's like a now Christmas wish list letter to
Oh, yeah.
Santa. Yeah.
The wish list never ends.
No, John, what was
Yeah.
what were the toys that you wanted or that you had hoped for?
Well, I got kind of caught in a little bit of a vacuum because when I saw the film, right, I saw it like second or third day it was out, and I came outside a summer day and I looked up in the sky, and I could see a Star Destroyer and a blockade runner. I swear to you, I saw them up in the sky.
I'm
This
sure.
thing, it absolutely split my head in half. And this is from a kid on a steady diet of monster movies and comic books and everything else. So Star Wars hit me right in my nerve cluster. So obviously I'm excited. I wasn't thinking about toys though. Honestly, I just was like, well, what do I do? So I just started drawing. Like everybody went from drawing like crappy things in the margins of their books to drawing X-Wings and TIE fighters. That's all we did.
Right.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even thinking about toys. And a very similar story to yourselves where in Sault Ste. Marie, it was all small stores. It was like, you know, there was a consumers distributing that was kind of half-assed. You might get things, you might not. Depends if the truck broke down. Like it was kind of a little,
Yeah.
you know, little down, down on its luck. So it was always a trickle, and there was no internet. There was just there were just children's rumors that there's, oh, I heard that there might be toys. Anyway, so we moved from in that summer we moved from Sault Ste. Marie to Edmonton, and Edmonton had big stores. The one place that we went to, the Mecca at that time for merch that was, you know, higher end stuff, was Woodward's. Long since mothballed, but they were the one, because you go to the 5th floor and it takes a long time on those slow ass escalators to get up there. And what I remember most is the first Christmas that Star Wars toys were available. It was kids fighting each other. And I'm not exaggerating this. This is a core memory for me, is that we're all about the same height, right? We're all like 10, 11. It's like, oh, there's a Vader. And there'd be like 3 or 4 of them on a peg, and you'd all go for it, and guys would be like, no, 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 and they'd start like starting to get physical with each other, like, no, it's mine. And so when I see Black Friday, which is awful, it's absolutely despicable what people do, I have a flashback to being a 10-year-old going, we had our own version of it. There was a retail frenzy for this stuff. And when it came in, it was jackals and vultures on this stuff, because every Friday was their delivery at Woodward's. And we knew this because we were kids and we're geniuses, right? We just knew it just shows up on Fridays. And they would just be like getting pulled off the pallet, and they couldn't even get them onto the shelves. Anyway, so flash forward a little bit more. I do the same thing. I kind of send out the message that, you know, John is available to be gifted with Star Wars stuff. And my family is very understanding. My mom was a single mom. She was working hard a lot, did her best, and she just didn't get it. She did later. Like when you know, obviously once I became a working pro, she kind of, oh, this is what it's about. But back then, like she's making a living, she's doing her thing. So I would ask and say, you know, maybe X-Wing fighter, Luke Skywalker, you know, whatever you can do. And it was usually my uncle who kind of intervened and would go, yeah, I got this Star Wars stuff. I know you're a nerd. Here, I'll get you. So he took care of me. He became my main benefactor, or dealer, if you will. And he was taking care of getting me the bigger, the higher end items. And then I got my X-Wing fighter, I got my TIE fighter, and I got my Millennium Falcon in short order. And after that, it was endless play sets. Like I was saying prior to recording, that I was a kit basher from the very beginning anyway. So eventually what I did is I started pulling those toys apart. You know, like snap the figures in half, and it'd be half Boba Fett and half Darth Vader. Don't ask me why. But there's a bit of predestination in that too, I think, because that eventually became my career, was Frankensteining concepts. And
right.
But prior to that, yeah. And the one toy that I never got I share this pain with you, is the AT-AT. That was that was what I wanted. And I'm not going to be shy about the deep wound that had for at least 15, 20 minutes in my heart. And I never did get it. I've seen it, and it's beautiful. I mean, the original is just still a gorgeous piece of toy merchandise, but I never did buy one. I've admired, again, the sea changes in the various generational iterations of the toys. Always keep a close eye on them, but now for me it's statues primarily. When Mando came in with Grogu, I had to have that. Like, there's certain kind of essentials, in the mix for me. But at the time, once I had that trifecta, of the Falcon and TIE Fighter and an X-Wing, that was it. And I had friends, of course, so we cross-pollinate our collections for our ridiculous scenarios. And they were always awesome in our minds. And I still say probably a couple of pretty decent movies in there.
Right.
A sort of kid version of we're fearlessly plotting these stories, which again violate canon everywhere, but they're still pretty cool. And so these days, I think I'm just going to be concentrating on getting either limited editions through third party, or the primaries like Accent Studios or Sideshow or any of the various. Something comes out that gets my attention, I'll pick it up. But my museum upstairs, especially, and in the basement, I'm running out of space, man. Like, I got to move into a different house. Like, no, that's really it. Nature despises a vacuum, doesn't it? It's like, oh, look, some display space. Up goes 30 more toys. So that's my wife's main grievance is, I love this stuff, that, baby. But we're running out of room. And I go, well, the toys aren't going anywhere. So
No, so anyway, on that note.
She's very understanding, and my daughter was raised in it, and she's a full-on collector, and shares my genome in that regard. So her house is just peppered. Hers mostly anime, but Star Wars is the nexus. She collects Star Wars as well. She's crushes on Mandalorian so hard, and while I don't necessarily understand it, I appreciate it. Right. Good for her. So could be that she has a crush on Pedro Pascal, I think, but that could be it too.
Lots of people do. I'm not one of them, but lots of people do. Brian,
it's the swagger. It's the swagger.
What's that?
It's the swagger with Mando.
That brooding sort of dude. No, I like the out front dudes. But Brian, I am aware that you have your toys from childhood.
I do, yeah. I was very, very lucky in the fact that was all I really wanted from about 7 years old onwards. So that's what I got. All my pocket money went on it. We had a little mom and pop store, place called Thomas Toys in Bishop Stortford, and when they got a delivery, and they would just call the house. Which didn't mean I was going to go and get them all, because we weren't didn't have that kind of money, but they would just keep the new ones before they put them out. I get first look. So even if I just get one, but I would be able to just find whatever the new one was they got in, and that would be, I get that. So I was lucky in the fact that I think I probably stopped collecting around about the time the Power of the Force stuff dropped. And there I have a certain amount of regret for not pushing through from when I was about 15 or whatever it was. So there's a few in that series. I went to America. I had relatives in the US, and I went out and visited them in '85. And Toys R Us were giving the stuff away at that point. And it didn't occur to me, because why would it, that to buy the shuttle for $25 or the skiff for 15 or the A-wing for 15 was probably a good idea, and I probably should have done it, but I didn't. Of course, I still don't have them now. But the one thing as a kid I really wanted was just impossible. It was a thing that was never going to happen. I wanted the Tower Death Star that you had in the US, because we had the cardboard, the round one, in the UK, and I believe in Canada. Dave will be able to.
Yes.
be
Yeah.
able
Yeah.
to-
It was imported over to Canada through Irwin's Toys as well.
Right, but you couldn't get that tower. Just didn't happen here. It was the thing I really, really wanted, and I was also kind of aggrieved that our X-wing didn't make any noise, and neither did the land speeders. The bonnet didn't open because I'd seen catalogs. We get occasionally you get those catalogs tucked into the product, and you'd look at the things that you just couldn't ever get.
So just to help folk as well, quite occasionally what Brian's talking about is because we had a completely different distribution system in the UK. Every now and then, it was a toy company called Palatoy. So they were different to the Kenner ones. So anybody who's listening, it wasn't like a universal thing, but like what Brian's like saying, every now and then you might get something that slipped in and you'd be like, it was like gold dust, or they would put stickers on the back of the card backs and you'd be like trying to peel off, and it's like, what micro collection? What's that? We never had any of this stuff.
No.
There's quite a lot of stuff that we never got in the UK that it was just like pure gold to anybody who like discovered these catalogs and things like that.
They were real holy grail things. I mean, I did the year I was out in the States, instead of buying that skiff and the A-wing, I bought the full micro collection Cloud City and the Hoth one as well. So, and I've still got them as well. So they were amazing things. There was those modular kind of little scaled things, and I thought they were fab. But I stopped at around about, is it the last 18, Dave, or the last 16 or whatever it is? I think I've got 2 of those. That's about it.
Well, they call it the last 17, but sort of you can call it the last 19 because you can include 2 Ewoks that sort of like fit between the gaps of like Jedi and Power of the Force as well.
Right. But yeah, I didn't get those, and we were saying before we started recording that I'm kind of not prepared to spend the money to make the collection up, because they don't have any sentimental value for me, because they weren't mine. So it's I'm going to do something that Dave, there's be a little vein in your eye will start going in a minute. There's that lovely company that build those big collector's cases that look like my background, and you can put all your figures in there. And the ones I haven't got, I'm going to substitute with retro Mando figures, and the retro collection ones they're just putting out. I'm just going to line them up across the bottom.
Brian, no, Brian, you do whatever works best for you. Like truthfully, because the collector's displays, those things are absolutely fantastic. And we've all got a mutual friend, Martin Keeler. He's put his Mando ones in there, and they look amazing.
They look great, don't they? So
you go for it.
Yeah. That's probably what I'll do. I still have them. They're all safely in storage and bubble wrap. But I will be pulling all the figures out, because I kept them all. And as you were saying, that you used to sort of rip them open and then lose the guns. I had I inherited like my brother's fishing tackle box. And so all the guns and all the capes and all the gas masks from the survival kit that you used to send off for, that's why there aren't any card backs left, because everyone cut the names out and sent them away. I still have all that stuff. It's all in pretty good working order. So it's so. But my other half's like, why did you keep all this? And like, why wouldn't you keep all this?
Hey, Brian, you were saying that the bonnet on the speeder didn't open on yours?
Nope.
Mean like this?
Okay.
Oh,
here we go.
There's always one.
That's not
always
fair.
Yeah. And also the other thing about my one is one of the springs that when you pull the little lever, the wheels come up and down.
Yeah.
One of the springs in mine is gone. So actually, it doesn't ride properly. It's like it's got a flat tire. So it's, I'm sure you can get the springs. I'm sure if I put my mind to it, I could repair it. But yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know the fact about the bonnet not opening and the toys being different from UK to North America.
It was all down to cost engineering, because the where I said earlier on that all of these toy stores, they were single independent shops. Star Wars was actually a really difficult sell to begin with. To these guys, because they're like, well, hang on a second, how much money have we got to like invest in this before the movie came out? So we never got the Millennium Falcon until 1980, but the X-Wing had no electronics in it. They stripped that out to like get the cost down. We never got like the Death Star tower, like Brian was like saying. So we got like a cardboard one that was like flat packed and you kind of IKEA sort of self-assembly. The land speeder had features reduced. You know, it was all about reducing down the cost of these things, not for the consumer, but for the retailers. And then the moment this thing hit, they're like, give me, you know, as much as possible. So like all of a sudden it opened up the floodgate. So it was really only like the A New Hope era toys had that cost engineering applied to it. But then after that, everything was standardized as you would have more or less in the United States or the rest of the world, with the exception of certain products they never decided to like bring across. So like where Brian was like saying like the micro collection and things like that. So for anybody who's really into those things and they go heavy into the variants, they love like tracking those things down, and they got to get like the right kind of one and that.
And why didn't we get an escape pod with the Land of the Jawas? That's what I want. It's the same thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that so the North American market, it was a injection molded base with the cardboard backdrop, but in the UK again, all about keeping the cost. They vacuum formed the base. It wasn't injection molded. It was a bit of brittle vacuum form that you could literally almost tear in half like that. And again, they stripped out the escape pod, which had you known that as a kid, if you knew that was available, you'd be like taking this thing back to the toy shops going, I want a refund, you know. I want one with an escape pod, you know. Because it's such a cool accessory. But like that they turfed that one out. Swines.
So Dean, the instigator over there, what was it that you wanted that maybe never got, or maybe you did get?
Well, it wasn't so much a toy that I wanted. It was the bed sheets and the blankets that went on the bed. And I remember we had a Zellers in Thompson. And I remember going to Zellers with my mom walking around, and all of a sudden I spotted them on the end of the aisle, and I said, "Oh, I got to have those." She says, "No, I'm not getting you those. Don't worry." And then Christmas morning, sure enough, I had those sheets for my bed, blue with all the Star Wars print on it. And the problem was I wouldn't let her watch them off the bed.
I believe you just told everybody that.
Well, you know how it is. Hey, when you're a kid, it's just like when they wear their clothes, they don't never want to take it off. Same idea. But the playing with the toys was a big deal, and my friends had them too. And like you said, they had some that you didn't have, and sometimes we would trade for a week just so you can play with them, but you had to promise not to break them and then give them back again. So we did a lot of swapping and back and forth like that. And it's so neat to see these old toys again when you take them out of the bin and look at them, because they're really not that good quality compared to what you get now. And,
but there's a charm about them, though, isn't there? There's a definite sort of oldie worldy charm about these things from the 70s. You know?
And the thing is now is like you get these spheros that actually work like the real R2 and talk and move around and act and interact with you, and they're phenomenal. And
except of course the real R2 doesn't work anywhere near as well as that one.
which is really funny. And it's funny is the passion that the people have for the toys. I have a friend, Paul, who lives in London. He's a fellow Garrison member, and I went in his basement, and wall-to-wall toys in his basement. I thought, wow, I thought I had a lot of toys. And I saw his room, and he's, oh yeah, I have to keep boxing some up for when my new ones come because there's no place to put them. So, but he shows me some of the stuff, and I'm going, wow, this is incredible that you have this. And it's just crazy. And the passion that people have for their toys is just as much as we have for our costuming. And when you go to the events, the people are coming up and talking to us. They don't just talk about Star Wars. They said, so what toys do you guys have? If you're in the 501st, what toys do you guys have? This is all the same ones you have. So it's like
and looking at them, but we played with them. Like we've morphed from this we physically, tangibly had them. We ripped their arms off. We maybe put them in totally different universes that they never should have been in, and for years played with them, right? And then now, you know, you fast forward how many years, and here we are hoarding them, right? Like we're like showcasing them and like,
Not
oh, hey, look,
hoarding, it's organized. It means
Is
it's a collection.
organized.
If it's disorganized, it's hoarding. My house would be a force 5 if I didn't actually ensure that my OCD was just positioned well enough to make sure that it wasn't a hoard. I've had this conversation. I'm concerned about myself, that there might be a moment if I start to unravel a bit where it becomes a hoard, where it's like literally a hoard.
It's interesting.
I don't disagree with you. I think there's
It's interesting what you said about playing with it. Oh, sorry, carry on.
Do you
Well,
still?
No. But going along to conventions as I do from time to time, I had a young woman come to the table and she was just saying, you know, I inherited all of my father's 70s Star Wars collectibles, and I said, do you know what we used to call those in the 70s? And she's like, I said, we used to call them toys, and the reason they're now collectibles is because we played with them. We lost Luke Skywalker in a hole in the ground in the garden where we were you know, playing Sarlacc pit or whatever. You know, that's why they're all broken, and why when you come across one in mint condition, that's why it's worth, you know, what it's worth. And I do wonder. I mean, I don't particularly collect toys now. I mean, again, I've got a few of the kind of the higher end sort of figures and a couple I'm waiting from Dave. But I don't get a lot of them. I'm collecting those retro ones that they're doing for Mando and for Obi-Wan and that kind of stuff, just because they're really evocative of the ones I had as a kid. But is it the case, and again, Dave and the rest of you will probably be able to sort of answer this, is it the case now where the fun has gone out of toy collecting to an extent because people are buying 5 of everything and keeping, you know, most of them in the box? So there's no thrifting anymore, is it? It's all on eBay, or people just buy lots, and then it's become so much more of I suppose a big business. Yeah. Is that right? Because again, because every now and then I'll poke through a charity shop and go, oh, look, one of those, I'll pick that up. Or books. Again, I picked up a copy of, I said to Mark earlier, I picked up a copy of the Journal of the Making of the Empire Strikes Back for £9 the other day, and I know they're changing hands for a lot more than that. But it's but has that kind of has that now become such a commercial enterprise that it's sort of it's changed collecting, hasn't it?
It kind of has, but in a different way. So to answer your question, as someone who sells toys, and this doesn't necessarily just apply to Star Wars either. It's across many brands, and what you got to get your head around within the toy industry at the moment is the fact that they don't actually really do anything for kids anymore. No. They've almost abandoned the toy market completely, and I'm not necessarily talking about Star Wars, because Star Wars is a 40-plus-year-old brand. I'm talking about making anything new now that kids go crazy for. We're on the cusp of Christmas. For me as a toy retailer, it's all about this Christmas Squishmallows, which are like these soft, cuddly stress pillow type things, and they do all the beautiful designs and stuff like that. Pokemon and Lego. Were you saying about what people are after in terms of coming in and buying those action figures? It's not really kids, it's adults that are buying those things. So you're right, they're buying multiples of whatever character because they want an army build, or they want to open one, keep one, and trade one, and things like that. But there are certainly the things out there that down the line you'll either be able to pick up relatively easily, or that will become desirable. But because the action figure is the dominant thing, that's what is the alpha, so to speak, that will you won't get that because everybody's in that mindset. But Lego is a good one. Lego still has a huge amount of fun. Everything that they do is from the video games to the advertising and cartoons that they do to the actual product. It's always got an element of humor involved in it. So they do have that warm fuzzy feeling. I hate to say it, but Hasbro kind of a bit cold-hearted, and they've like lost that sort of thing on. But like Jazzwares do these things called Micro Galaxy, which are like scaled ships with like little tiny
Oh
figurines.
yeah, they're
Brilliant. Again, that's been a real hit with kids. But yeah, what you'll find is it'll be weird things that people will pick up again. And where John was like saying that Mandalorian was, struck a chord with him, it'll be moments like that, those big shift in what everybody was in, that will be the future thing of tomorrow. So it'll all be like the Grogu Smurfs, and they're not Smurfs, but like there's these plastic, but it's a Smurf that's like Grogu, the same thing. It'll be things like that will be the thing down the line, where it's like these watershed moments that like everybody. There you go. Mark's got one there.
Right there.
There we go. Well done, Dean.
Just wait, let me grab something. Give me that thing.
Yeah. Come on, John. I'm waiting for you to like get out your whole library collection of these things. It's in the West Wing, but like
other part of the match.
Yeah, but that will be what you find. Oh, well done, Teresa. That will be what you find, Brian. So you'll probably find it very difficult as someone who's directly contributed to breathing life into a Porg. It would be something like that. So Porgs, when Last Jedi came out, Porgs were like everywhere. It was like the main merchandising thing. You don't really see them anymore. Not because they're not making them. They're just not, that saturation's kind of disappeared. So you're not really seeing anything on the secondary market or people's collections. So down the line, you probably find that as when you thought, well, they're everywhere, you probably find that you can't find them at all.
Yeah.
So this weekend, you guys were doing some toy stuff, also tying into charity. And since we are here fundraising for Food Bank World Hunger, I would love it if you would talk about that, David, please.
Oh, thank you. So I run a show called Farthest From, and it's all about an opportunity to get everybody who's into the toys from the 70s and 80s all together, and a whole in the town hall where we have the store, all like collectors, traders, and we do like panels and talks and things like that. And we've been doing it for 10 years. It's the 10th anniversary this year. But as we started snowballing this, Star Wars has so many aspects to it, so many strings to its bow, that it's impossible. As popular as Farthest From is, we then started to bring in like a family fun day on the Saturday, to give like the garrison, so members of the UK garrison come down, and from the Rebel Legion, and then have guests. So we've had Brian was down last year. A chance for like families to like meet costumers, meet guests. We do like a carnival type thing where it's all like games that like people play, and that's where the main fundraising comes from. So this year it was for the Salvation Army, for the Christmas present bill. So all the money went towards helping families who are going to have like a pretty tough time this Christmas, and it's just helping them along. But the number one game that we had, which if anybody has everybody seen Andor? Yeah, okay, right. So the number one thing we had was a Lego game, a Lego build that was building the Death Star cog things from Narkina 5, but you had to start off like with your hands on your head on program, and Mark Mulcaster from the Rebel Legion like put together this whole bit of audio where he's the voice of like on program and all this kind of. It's incredible. Like he outdone himself.
Funny. Very good.
But it's like a timed slot, so you got 2 minutes to build as many of like these Lego models as possible. And with the audio that he's put in, he was then adding like Andy Serkis's character going, "Come on, hurry up!" and all this kind of stuff. So it's like building the tension, and people are. But we had guests down who appeared in that sequence from Andor, and then we do like a Christmas dinner on the Saturday night, and we sprung them in that game. So we got them to do it. So we'll get some footage up, but it was brilliant, and so yeah, we managed to raise 650 odd pounds, which is like fantastic. And what you guys are doing as well is absolutely fantastic. But we have lots of members of the UK Garrison come down. We have people actually come from all over the world for it. So we've had where you guys are loosely in and around. I don't know if you know Shane Turgeon from like Edmonton. He runs a Shades of Grey tattoo, but he's on the Force in the Flesh books. He's come over. Mateus from Sweden, Gus Lopez and Duncan Jenkins come over from the States. So as to me, it's ridiculous that people would do it, but like it draws in all these people purely for the love of like all the vintage toys and things like that. And Mark is always integral to helping out. Mark Newbold, he helps out, and he runs like panels and things like that. He did a great one on the filming locations of Andor, which was really cool because a lot of it was done in the UK, and I'm like thinking, I need to do a road trip. So yeah, we're very lucky in the UK. Although we got rubbish toys like way back when, you know, we didn't get the full lot. You know, we're spoilt now, so it's all evens out.
So okay, our common thread clearly is love of Star Wars. That's why we are all here. Where are the toys? We talked about where the toys, when they came from, where they've taken us, which is vast, obviously. So I would like to end with this thing that I know Mark has. He's got his Echo Base or his Star Wars tower, as we were chatting about. And I don't know, I think I kind of want to see it, Mark, if I can, if you would.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm on my phone, so forgive me. I'm not a cameraman, but I will do my best.
Okay.
So you tell me if you can see. Can you see anything? Can you see?
Yep.
Yep.
You see stuff? Okay. So I'll take you for a little walk around. Dave will appreciate this because I've actually changed the room around, and Brian's been up here as well. So I don't know if you can see very clearly. There's lots of bright lights, but there's all the vintage stuff at the end, which has moved around a bit. And then a bit of role play stuff. There's my, there you go, the Palatoy Death Star over there. So I'll try and work my way towards it. I don't know how good this is. I apologise if this is terrible camera work. Oh,
No,
yeah,
it's
there you
working
go.
fine.
It's still working.
There's
It's good. It's
There's a
good.
Boba Fett helmet and a Darth Vader there, as you do. So yeah, so this is all the old school Star Wars UK and mixed media stuff. So there's the land speeder at the back there. Few original figures, and yeah, there's my Falcon, my AT-ATs around, all my AT-ATs over there. So yeah, and there's the Death Star. That made us very happy as kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then yeah, a bit of role play stuff and Star Wars role play. Indiana Jones over there, which kind of feels like Star Wars to me. It's Lucasfilm. And then I'll just quickly take us round. I apologise for the terrible camera work. I'm no Spielberg.
It's like Challenge Annika.
It feels like it.
That's
without the backside. Yeah. Oh, and just to say, I'm a Rebel Legion honorary member and a UKG and 501st as well, so I'm quite proud of that. Yeah, so there's my little. You'll like this, Bri. There's a little BB-8 Focus.
excellent work. 10 points.
There you go. Gaming stuff, and R2 stuff down there, and then this is the library, so it's all the books around here now. So it's a little. There's quite a few bits. So yeah, I don't know how well this would come out, and then my Mr. Maul, fully masked because you should be.
I was going to say, Mark, for John's benefit, do you still have the video games up there as well?
Well, the video games, yeah. There's the starting
like
with
all the
real
video
old
games.
all the video. Yeah, and then a bit more recent. I've got a few and a bit to catch up with, but I'm fairly up to date. So yeah, and I've got an Atari in that cupboard over there somewhere. Oh, and a few the old Rebel Assault stand up and X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. So yeah, there's bits everywhere. I need to get help.
Do you ever reflect, Mark?
Help dusting, if nothing else.
Yes, that's a constant.
Like when you're
That's
in your
amazing.
room looking around, do you reflect back to a childhood time for you, or like is there memories associated with anything that's in that room that springs to mind?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
Dave will appreciate this. Dave knows Steve Sansweet as well. Steve's big inspiration to me was, if there isn't a story attached to it, it's not really got that much value. So most things in here, I can either remember where I got it, or there'll be some sort of cool little story to it, or it connects to something that's relevant. So, and there's a lot of bits in here. Dave knows this, I like the little fiddly baffy bits, the little ephemera. So anything small attracts me like a magpie. But yeah, it's got to have a story. So most things in here, as I say, a lot of the vintage was I played with as a kid because it was my best friend's collection as well.
Yeah.
Which I sort of had. So there's memories of playing on the Rockery with my Han Solo, my Han Hoth figure, and just silly little things like that. Took some of them we went to Finster a few years ago with Panther Tracks and did the Empire locations, and took some of the vehicles out there for that, and just little things. So yeah, if there's not a real tangible memory connected to it, it's still great to have. And sometimes I used to collect comics back in the 80s, Marvel and DC, and you're always chasing the ones you're missing. So you want to kind of complete the run. But thank goodness when it comes to Star Wars, I'm not a completist. I'm really glad I'm not a completist. Drive yourself potty. So it's just pick up stuff that interests you, and some things come your way just naturally. But especially when you're doing a website, there's things to review and so on, which is always a lovely bonus. But yeah, I just like finding stuff in the wild and just dropping it in there just because it kind of looks cool.
Well, we are coming to the end of this. I don't know. See, I knew we could talk more and more and more. And I know they're going to be like, okay, we got the next one coming up. I want to thank you all for sharing your holidays with me, sharing with us your love of Star Wars, where your love of toys have taken each of you, which is all quite diverse, really. And I'm really grateful that you guys took the time to be with us today. And again, guys, click the links. We are raising funds for the World Central Kitchen. And please get out there and support your local food banks. There's a lot of people all over the world that really need our help. And I happen that firm believing, if you have the ability to do something, you have the responsibility to do it. So if we can, let's get out there. And on behalf of us all, thank you so much for joining us in Star Wars in Your Stocking. Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Later.